Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Card Summon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Monday, the most dreaded day of the week, the end of the weekend, and the bringer of school. Most people hated Mondays with a passion, but Izuku loved school. Why wouldn't he? It was the place where he could meet his friends again. So, when the alarm went on, with his usual all-might greeting, Izuku got up with haste, before cleaning up himself and taking his breakfast in the company of his stepdad and his mom. Tatsuhiro fluffed, as he did often now, through Izuku's hair. His mom hummed happily as she gave him his bento for the day. On the road, he met Katsuki, and to his great surprise, Todoroki. Weird, didn't you say you live at school now? Oh, I do. I asked my grandpa if I could sleep at Katsuki's house to know how a true family felt. It somehow involved as much screaming and yelling as at my home, but it was different. Also, no hit and no one saying you were a disappointment. It was nice. Shoto was always in a mood, but honestly, Izuku could see where he came from and forgave. You should come to my house one day. Less yelling and more movie night. Last night, we watched an old superheroes flick, Endgame. That might be fun, thank you. Hey, any friend of Katsuki is also one of my friends. Besides, we can probably form a shitty dad with a fire quirk club. I asked Data. And you need over 3 members to make a club. He is serious, Izuku, and you should really speak with Shoto about his theories. I have never heard so much rambling since I asked you about my quirk. Oh, I just shared with Katsuki some of my theories about everyone's family, including you, possibly a cousin of mine since. Well, there haven't been many fire quirk users since the burning of Tokyo. Don't say the only one who makes sense, Shoto. Tell the real fun ones, like Kyoyuka being Eraserhead and Present Mike's daughter. That one is half cursed since there is actually no registered quirk allowing male impregnation, and I am pretty sure Aizawa-sensei is only in his 30s. Not to mention, most likely married to Miss Joke. However, if we go on that road, it might have been a shotgun marriage, but seeing them. You know what? Have fun, you two, discussing crazy theories, instead of using Occam's razor and thinking Kyoyuka is her parents' daughter. He has a point if you think about it. That aside, I have several theories about your father Izuku, one of them being that Atsuhiro, your true father, killed your fake father to reclaim his son. Sadly, I remember Hisashi, and believe me, the similarities are there. Then how about the fact All Might have helped in his ultimate demise? I got the date pretty exactly thanks to a few people, and I am sure he fought the Mole Queen, 3 km from the airport, and it caused a shockwave so powerful it flipped a few cars. Izuku, you seem fairly knowledgeable about your father's death. No, that one is because he is a huge All Might nerd. Seriously, he has a room for all his goodies, and the only missing piece in that collection is the legendary poster which was never put to sell. I will rob a deadman's grave if needed for that one. He is pretty upset about it and will do a lot of things for it. I'm not even sure he is kidding about the grave robbing. The boys, laughing loudly for Katsuki and quieter in Todoroki's case, went on to UA. They were teenagers, on the way to becoming heroes, among the greatest, and even so, they wanted to have fun. Impressive, Toru. You learned very well for your English lesson. Did someone help you with the pronunciation? Present Mike was surprised but pleased. Toru, while technically in the students' top in Japan, was not really among the best in 1A. He didn't know what happened during the weekend, but it was effective. Oh yes, Izuku helped me a lot, Toru said happily, while Izuku tried to look away a bit. It got some snickering from the boys before they saw Izuku's light shade of red. Then they were jealous of the only man among them who got a girlfriend and had wonderful dates with her. As for the girls, well, most of them knew what happened. Toru loved to gossip and make them jealous, though to be fair, when you grabbed someone like Izuku as your boyfriend, you had various reasons to be happy. What was the point of grabbing the best boy in the classroom if she couldn't explain how adorable and pure he was? Well, you should continue studying with him, as it works well for you. Toru hummed happily as an answer before sitting back. Todoroki nudged Bakugo, before asking something that was on his mind. Is that one moment where we can say F? Not during classes unless it is an exercise with All Might, Aizawa. Oh, I saw something weird. Momo was shocked as she spoke to the other girls during the break. I saw Todoroki who laughed, really, with Katsuki. Todoroki, laughing, are you sure? I mean, no offense to him. And I think I speak for pretty much everyone when I say he is nice to look at, but he pretty much has the emotional range of a teaspoon. Mina had doubts, but Kyoyuka corrected her. No, she is right. I spoke about it with the boys. Apparently, this weekend, Katsuki taught Shoto how to say F and definitely adopted him in the Baka squad. It is therapeutic for him. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. Shoto must have a lot of anger bottled up, and who better to teach him how to get angry than Katsuki? Especially if Kirishima, Kaminari, or Izuku are there to make sure we don't have an angry mad boy 2.0. Ochako made her point and every other girl nodded. However, most of them kind of wanted to see Shoto smile now, as it should look like an eclipse, something rare but beautiful. Momo, meanwhile, thought about the fact the classroom had more to offer if they cooperated. Katsuki and Todoroki were examples, but Izuku and Toru too, to a degree. Do you think we should begin to organize group study during the weekend? I mean, with me, Katsuki, and Izuku. We could form 3 groups. I don't count Todoroki because, well, he is learning how to be social and doesn't probably know how to teach anything except with the Endeavor method. And what about Katsuki? Do you think he knows how to teach properly? I doubt he can do that. My home, said a earjack. Isn't he supposed to be at the cafeteria, on the other side of the building? He has a loud voice and a very good hearing actually, especially when someone doubts he can do anything. Izuku told me once he explicitly said he doubted Katsuki could clean his room. Katsuki finished Izuku's bedroom before realizing he got caught. Toru giggled a bit about it while the other girls noted this tidbit. Does he know how to play any instruments? Drums, according to Inko. By the way, Izuku's mom looks awesome and nice. She is adorable and honestly, you can clearly see from who he got his kindness. However, there is something about her I cannot place exactly. Like, if someone hurt Izuku, there would be no place on earth. She would hunt the one who did that. I can understand why Izuku doesn't search for who killed her father. However, his stepdad is hilarious, knowing old memes and teaching him magic tricks. Apparently, he is some kind of physical coach, though he is very confidential about his job. I think he takes heroes as clients. Toru was very into Izuku and honestly, it wasn't just because he was cute or because he helped her great. He was kind, loved to speak with her, and was caring. Listening to him was one moment to get to know him better, just as he loved to hear about her. So, Toru is clearly as in love with Izuku as he is with her. Katsuki, despite being very loud, has a lot of qualities. Once Shoto becomes more human and less Terminator, he will be high in the ranking of the best boys in the class. Who else should we put on the list? Gyro had fun animating the discussion. Mina raised her hand before she added her own opinion. Kirishima. He has changed a lot since last year's, like his hair. However, he is one of the kindest boys I know and honestly, you can always count on him if you have a problem. And he likes to show off. I mean, my parents would love him at their construction company, and clearly, he works out. Ochako loved this discussion between girls, as they each added their tidbits about each boy in the class. Ada, caring about the others, even though he was too rigid. Hanta, a funny guy, and duct tape were always useful. Each one had its strong and weak points, and honestly, it was nice. Even Momo joined in the discussion, despite it being most uncouth. But it was to make sure everything stayed within reasonable limits, not because she wanted to gossip among girls her age. The study sessions were not to allow girls to know more personally about each boy so they could potentially make their choice. So, you work out here after school. That's pretty neat. I guess having the principal as your new legal guardian and your grandfather is useful. Katsuki was happy, as they had a full city to train after school. The Baka squad, Izuku, and Toru were here to train as well, as they got the authorization. To be fair, I was thinking of doing more of Bakugu's therapy, Todoroki explained before gathering some of his powers and creating a glacier while yelling his rage against his paternal, while Katsuki glared at him. Yes, I know, you told me to use my fire because it is kick-ass and there is no better FU to my dad than become even better than him. When I asked Nedzu, he told me to avoid it because there is no sprinkler here to avoid the fire becoming too big, unless Izuku has a card for that. Nope, still trying to find some old Pokemon, but damn, they became rare and pricey. Give me a list. I can still use my father's credit card. Todoroki had a lot to evacuate, and having Izuku exercise his damage control was a pleasant bonus. Izuku took a page from his notebook and gave it immediately. Also, his father should pay for his therapy. Got him it. Meanwhile, I am going to test a few arcanas. I am going to try the Fool and the Lover. After that, well, Kirishima will lift you, and Round Face will negate your weight, so you are not too much of a deadweight. Katsuki was way too used to his friend's tendency to be dead tired after testing cards. It was quite fun with Izuku's power, how cards like that could have various effects. As for me, I would like to test one of Zuko's theories. According to him, if I train a bit I could redirect light and maybe do a flashbang attack. If I can do that and follow by a right hook, it would be super effective. Toru was as excited as one might be, even though she knew it would be hard to do that. I propose we do 3 zones of training. One for the heavy destruction, Kirishima, who wanted to train his body, Katsuki and Shoto high-fived after Kirishima explained the concept to the latter. One for the middle range destruction, so Kaminari, Mina and maybe Kyoyuka. And self-improvement like me and Toru. And Kyoyuka possibly. Izuku simply wanted to avoid being in the splash zone of the attacks. Everyone approved, however, and the Quirk practicing club began their first session, supervised by a Midnight who had a free period at that time. She could also make any boy fall asleep if one of them went overkill. Izuku surprised her when, in the self-improvement zone, a Kirishima miniature appeared and began to throw around parts of houses to everyone's surprise. Then, Izuku took out another card, before using it and creating a miniature Katsuki which exploded shortly after. Weirdly, for an Arcana, it didn't seem to use that much energy. Either that, or he got better at using his power. Small testings were vital, after all. So, you are sure, Kirishima, you want to stay in the center of our attack? Yes, sure, Tadaman. Don't worry, I can take both your and Bakubro's attacks. Or rather, I must if I want to be a hero as awesome as Crimson Riot. Did you know he saved my father's life when he was a kid? Nope, but Crimson Riot is the best hero who ever existed. No offense to All Might. He punched fire, barehanded. It makes no effing sense, but I love that. Katsuki was as much a fan of Crimson Riot as of All Might, to Kirishima's joy and Todoroki's wonder. I should probably speak about other heroes than my father and learn about them. Endeavor, aside from how he treated you, is an excellent hero. However, you should know he isn't the only hero in the world. Like Maruko, the rabbit hero who can destroy steel with her kick. Wash, the water hero who stopped the Emblem of Madness a few years ago. Seriously. There are plenty of heroes to model yourself after, or even vigilantes. Look at Izuku who took a note from Mr. Compress after all. Kirishima, after all, modeled himself after Crimson Riot and knew what he was talking about. Theory number 3 about Atsuhiro. He is Mr. Compress and random bullshit is just a fake quirk. I saw the man getting on his knees to be forgiven by Auntie and Co because he didn't remember to get out the trash. It would be the same Mr. Compress who stole all the archives of the HPSC. The same who fought once your father and a few other heroes in the top 10 to a standstill. Katsuki respected the man, but damn, he was also totally under his wife's thumb. Maybe Izuku's mom is really strong and could beat my father. Okay, you know what? That one is plausible. However, Isahat, think about it. If, and it is a big if, Atsuhiro is Mr. Compress, it means if his secret is out, Izuku will lose his stepdad and he will be sad. Kirishima had met Enko that weekend at Katsuki's house and he met Atsuhiro too. Now, it was time to make Shoto learn a bit about empathy. Though, one emotion at a time, Biki hot. We will turn you into a real boy. Does that mean I can call you the Blue Fairy, Katsuki? Fuicyhot. Just throwing this idea like this, Kaminari. But have you ever learned martial arts? Gyro worked on her sound wave, but it didn't stop her from also speaking with her friend. No, not really. Why? Because you can generate a lot of electricity but cannot direct it, and it makes you dumb. If the villains were serious back in the USJ, it could have been dangerous. However, you can use electricity as you want in close contact. We are all charging our phones on your arms during break and you didn't destroy any of them. I could use some support tools, yes, and some training. Because let's be honest, when I discharge my Giga attack, I am a liability afterward. Kaminari knew when someone had a point and honestly it was not half a bad idea. At least you are aware of that. As for me, well, I am a scout, so I should focus on spying. But I wonder if I shouldn't focus on some ranged weapons. How about a guitar that amplifies your amplification to rock the enemy? Mina, while she projected acid on various targets, added her own ideas to the discussion. That would be awesome, Kaminari said. You know what? This is actually a good idea. Helping my teammate and saving people with music. That would make me the rockstar hero. Kaminari nodded in approbation. And you, Mina, how do you improve? Oh, I am trying to strengthen my acid or more liquid, so I can run on it. I had the idea after seeing how Todoroki used his ice. Seems nice. And you think you can give me some tips to train my body? Kaminari did want to work on that if he was to learn close combat. Mina was also the most athletic of them. Of course. They are cute, don't you think? How do you think your card works? My opinion is, it takes someone I trust randomly, and it creates a weaker clone of them. If I ever pick you, can I call it my stand? Izuku laughed a bit at his joke. Sure, though I don't have the reference. Old mangas, from the pre-Quirk era. An inheritance from my gramps. That seems nice. And what do you think? The lovers do as a card. Make us kiss again, maybe? Midnight swore she could hear the grin of the invisible girl. Toru, stop teasing me. Never, your blushing is too cute. More seriously, though, I think you should try if you aren't tired yet. Yep, after that, I will help you with the flash attack. I think I know how you can do it. Oh, I wonder. You will see. Meanwhile, 6th Arcana, the lovers. It would be time for payback soon enough. Izuku disappeared just after that and could see Toru, just like she could apparently notice something weird happened to his appearance. Izuku, can you tell me why you turned invisible? Oh, Midnight Sensei. I tried to use the lover's card, and Izuku tried to explain the situation, but Nimari nodded, smiling as she observed both of them. So, your card allows you to use the quirk of someone you love, hence the invisibility, and that is so adorable. Midnight was a romantic at heart, and that kind of love power was what she liked to observe. The two blushing teenagers were a bonus she appreciated. The silhouette of Izuku, trying to hide himself despite being invisible, was also quite fun. They discovered the power had a time limit on it, around 36. Either that or it used Izuku's own energy quickly, as blood dripped quietly from his nose, a sign he was close to his daily limit. Urgh, I hate it. At least I can still move correctly, so there is no need for Kaken to help me. So, what about the flash attack? Toru was happy her boyfriend was okay, but she also needed to work on her technique. Oh right, I promised to help with that. And then, out of nowhere, Izuku hugged her. Quickly, Toru emitted enough light to blind Midnight, who was close to them, and she yelled, "Too pure, it hurts." It made Izuku laugh as he released Toru from her hug, still dazzling people. Izuku, it's not that I don't like it, but why did you do it? I noticed this weekend you were shining when Mom complimented you, and you were always more noticeable when you were thrilled. So I thought if I could make you blush with joy, you would most likely be shining. So, you used a hug instead of a kiss. That is, Midnight tried to add her idea, as it was her specialty after all. Love, CHHT, ma'am. I am teaching him, but I love him as a pure cinnamon roll, too. Fair enough, girl. You think a kiss would have worked better? Izuku, always one for an experiment, kissed Toru on the cheek. He was used to her now, and could safely guess something like that. Then came the light. So you're telling me half the testing site is encased in ice, exploded, all electric circuits down, and with structural damage thanks to noise and acid because of a kiss that terrified everyone. That's what happened. On the bright side, pun not intended, we are now sure Toru can flash pretty hard when she is properly motivated. Midnight, you were supposed to avoid that. Did we even get Kirishima from the ice? Majima called one of his problem students to help. Her solution to everything includes fire and explosion, but she is very good at solving problems. Kirishima should be out any minute now. Also, can we agree that her being able to blind everyone is actually amazing? Imagine what she can do as a limelight hero. Infiltration, sabotage, and during a fight, sabotage the enemy. I'm thinking I might teach her a bit for her internship. That is a wonderful idea, and I support it with all my whole heart. Still, the damages are quite high. Maybe another teacher might be a good idea to help supervise the students. I am thinking of Cementos to repair what the heavy hitter destroys. Mike, for those who call himself the mid-range, and Midnight keeps her role as a mentor for self-improvement. Any questions? No, sir. Good. Also, you might want to tell Vlad about it and how it can be useful. Good day. And who will cover the cost for the repair? I will. My grandson is partly responsible. No. It is logical that I do that, and honestly, it is not as close as the damage Endeavor did when he was a student here and didn't have the control he has now. Yes, we all know why the mountain behind the academy doesn't have vegetation anymore. I can't believe he caused a fire because of a pollen allergy. It took a lot of work to convince him to get out of his room afterward. Still, get to work. After the incident got out, pretty much everyone in the class voted to join in, to help each other with their quirk. Yes, Izuku was the quirk nerd resident. It didn't mean he had a solution for everyone or that no one else had one. As an example, no one had a solution to Koda, as it was technically not heroic to summon once again all the rats in the city, especially before asking Shoji to teach them ninjutsu. When Ida tried to say anything, a horde of rats looked at him. He retracted anything he was going to say with the wisdom of almost facing death. It scared him almost like the time he thought he killed a man in a hospital after using his quirk for fun and kicking him in the face as he fell through the stairs. Hard to remember the date, though, even if the man had the same hair as Izuku. So, it is our fated meeting, Class 1A. No one in Class 1A knew who Monoma was, and he lost Izuku as to why he talked to him instead of Momo, the class rep, Todoroki, the son of one of the most famous heroes in Japan, or Bakugo, the angriest person on earth. Hello, random person I have never seen before. I came here to declare war on Wana during the sport festi. I am sure it is interesting, but see, I am going to join my girlfriend for lunch. Can you do that another time? Izuku had many things on his mind. Monoma wasn't one of them. What, are you saying that a girl is more important than a rival? My rival is Katsuki. If you want to take this spot, talk to him. In doubt, always point to Katsuki. Katsuki, who waved with his happy smile at Monoma. The student thought furiously about how he could escape his current predicament. I meant as a quirk specialist. The closest then is Todoroki. He has a lot of theories, and I heard Nedzu is teaching him. Todoroki, who decided Katsuki probably knew what he was doing and imitated him, with less emotion, but it was as creepy. As an outstanding student, I point you to Momo, Todoroki, and Katsuki, who are all above me in grade. Momo created a fan to cool herself a bit while the boys smiled. I just wanted to pick with a weak quirk and the same skills like me. As a rival, okay. Because of the joint toe, you know. I read on the internet either they had a powerful as hell quirk but died quickly or had a weak quirk. Since you are alive, I bet you are the latter. Izuku inhaled. What did you say? He knew it was partly his fault because he asked everyone to not speak about his quirk, just like Hitoshi did. As a result, a rumor went around that he was quirkless and won his place because he saved many people during the exam, which was not untrue. Also, he knew pretty much anyone who went to the infirmary at the same time they treated him, be it post-USJ, after Aizawa's test the first day, or even after he was sent to the infirmary on the day of the exam. So many opportunities for someone to read his files. I said I wanted an easy opponent because you might as well be a quirk. Itsuka shut up the idiot with her trademark chop on his head. Sorry about this idiot. He's not bad, just a bit. Completely insensitive. Tell him I accept his declaration of war when he wakes up and he will deserve everything he will get. Izuku had a dead cold stare, his voice making the temperature drop in the room. Same for me. The only one who can pick on Izuku because he is weaker than me is me. It was certainly not because he didn't like someone underestimating Izuku's effort to be a hero. I just don't like how he talks, so I guess I will join them. Shadow joined too. CG le voix reparler de si sujet. G vise le savater telmet fort question visage ressemble a sun call. Kamekail or une bonne raison de dire de la merde. Everyone turned to the French resident student, while the horn girl in class 1B was shocked, knowing a bit about French. She didn't expect someone usually so shiny to have such a foul vocabulary. Sensitive topic for me as well, Yuga said as if speaking of weather, before cracking his knuckle, his trademark smile gone. So, Monoma pissed almost a quarter of your class. That is better than I expected. Better? If I didn't stop him, your entire class would have ganged up on him. He isn't bad. He is just way too much into the supposed rivalry between 1A and 1B. Please, don't put us in the same basket. Don't worry, Machir. I only want to break his bone a little if I can. Honestly, that seems fair. We have a deal, then. Tell Monoma he wanted a rivalry. And he got 4 of them. 5 if we count Toru, as she is very protective of Izuku. Some people almost felt something like pity for Monoma. Most thought it was deserved. In a dark alley, in the evening. Seems we arrived just in time, ma'am. No one is there yet. In the alley, in front of the tall man in a dark suit, a costumed corpse lay. Is Flathead alive or possible to save? A feminine cold voice emerged from his cell phone as he looked at the body. Depend. Do we have someone that can heal a decapitation? Sad. He was useful to help up the local smash. The hero killer. Not here. However, Foxtails found something interesting. Flathead fought better than the others and drew blood, from what I can see. A fair amount, he said, looking at his charge who was excitingly sniffing the corpse and lapping his blood. Oh, interesting. Enough for. She estimates she can take his appearance for a few hours. Enough for 1 usage. Maybe 2 if we are quick. He knew better than anyone the limit of their best assassin. Just enough to destroy any credit the hero killer has. Can I recommend a target, ma'am? I think using Foxtails against Ingenium might be interesting. It would show the hero killer is just a killer, doesn't hesitate to strike someone helping former vigilantes, and also put a stop to the Ada family's investment in the zone, which stopped the support for the local criminal and the use of our heroes there. That is an interesting idea. I want a draft with the potential effects and how to deal with the fallout afterward to serve our narrative. Yes, ma'am. The HSPC agent smiled at the prospect of his future promotion. He disliked a lot to be the handler of some of the weapons of the HPSC, especially when they were half maniacs like this one. Foxtails, stop drinking the blood on the corpse and collect the hero killer's blood, please. Does that mean I will become Mr. Staney? Will I kill him? Said the assassin as she began to work. If you are a useful and obedient girl, yes. A certain blonde girl with 2 buns jumped happily at the idea while she used an item in her nose to smell the right blood to collect for her support item. I can't wait to kill someone like Mr. Staney and get their blood. Foxtails, please, calm yourself, otherwise I might ask for more sessions with Miss Sajin Namen. Foxtails immediately froze, while shivering. It wasn't something she wanted to repeat. She had to be a good girl until they released her. Good girl. She was a good girl. The agent smoked quietly as the silence set in. Everything was going all according to the HPSC's prediction. After all, to cement its position now all for one was gone. In the private sanatorium Tamashi no Nakori, later that week, Rei Todoroki, there is a visitor for you, so can you come please, in room 6? Rei wasn't a stranger to the proper procedure in the place. There were 7 rooms for a visit. It was when, for some reason, they had to be private and couldn't be in the resident's bedroom. Room 1 to 4 was when the police needed to interrogate someone. 5 was for a conjugal visit. 6 was for when you wanted to avoid seeing the face of your visitor or the resident. There was only one person for whom she asked to use room 6, so he finally came. Thank you, Sakura. It is nice to warn me. I will. Come. The nurse helped Rei stand, as it was obvious the woman was taking it upon herself to move. The hashtag 2S wife recovered a lot in the years she spent here, and many people here wanted to help her. Some tried to speak to the journalists, but every time it had been silenced. It was pretty much why everyone gave Enji a freezing stare, even if the number 2 seemed less passionate than on TV. Alone, on a small chair, all Endeavor could do was wait with a stack of paper and hope Ray accepted to speak. She had every right to refuse, and even now, he didn't know if he could tell her about Taoya. Something was fishy about his death, it was now confirmed. However, it was not as if he had proof their boy was still alive. It was a possibility, but he didn't count too much on it. He didn't want to give her false hope. "So, you finally came." An icy voice came through the speaker as Enji took his microphone to speak. "Yes, so what happened? Did one of our kids finally follow their grandfather's path?" "Technically speaking, yes. Nedzu took them, and they are safe." The silence set in between the couple, separated by a wall. Enji could picture her angered at him with good reasons. As she processed what he was saying, he continued. "You were right all these years. I was becoming a new him. Differently, yes, as I wasn't burning people left and right. And I am sorry. Shadow found good people at UA, and they protected him from me. Nedzu told me I wasn't his son anymore." A pin dropped as Ray tried to comprehend what had happened during the last weeks. Nedzu repudiated Endeavor as his adoptive son in all but name. He then took their children and took them somewhere safe. "So, he took all the kids and dressed you down. You didn't punch him." "I tried. All Might Beach slapped me. I brought you the video if you want to watch it. It might make you laugh." "I might, thank you, Enji." "So, you came here for what? To apologize and be forgiven?" To the cold voice, a small chuckle answered. "As if any apologies could repair what I have done, Ray. I learned from the doctor all you needed to get out was my signature, and I already gave it. No, my real motive is to bring you divorce papers. You will have 95% of my assets, a new house as I am thinking of burning the old one, and the custody of the children once the therapist and they think they are ready to see you. Though only Shadow is still a kid." When Enji stopped talking, Ray took her time thinking. It was not what she was expecting. Was it a trap? After all these years, Enji finally came back to his senses. Did the man she loves? She then remembered her therapy. She should stop thinking she could fix him. Even if he remembered her favorite flower, she should stop thinking he was a good husband. "And you hope for forgiveness, then?" "No, I don't hope nor deserve forgiveness from you and the children. I am just finally doing something right, I guess." His tone, as soft as an ember dying, almost convinced Ray of his sincerity. Then, she remembered something really important. "Even after you silenced anyone from the sanatorium who tried to speak to the journalists, 3 of them received menace, Enji. Their children, taken in pictures." Enji felt the anger rise in him. He couldn't blame her for thinking of him as someone capable of doing that. However, it was horrible the HPSC did that to cover everything. "I am not responsible for that. However, I am tracking the culprits." "Are seriously implying someone was responsible for your foo?" Ray tried to yell at him, as there were more believable lies when Enji interrupted her. "Ray, the HPSC tried to make me their personal Ashen King. It was enough for the room to drop below 0 degrees Celsius." Ray tried to hate and use it to cool her head and think Endeavor was manipulating her, but she knew. She knew it was the only thing he would never use in a lie, and her stupor stopped the ice from emanating from her for a second. "What? I cannot give you all the details here. But, Ray, I am not hoping for you to forgive me or anything. I am hoping to fix, as much as I can, your life. You won't have to see me again once I'm done." He felt the words dying on his lips when he wanted to say he still loved her. He would always, despite everything. It wasn't as if he still had the right to. "Enji, what are you thinking of doing? What is going on?" "All I can tell you now, Ray, is that Taoya didn't die because of Trigger that day. And for all that is worth, I am sorry for being a bad husband and ruining your life." "Enji, that is not an answer and you will tell me. Ray, it is dangerous and I cannot allow you to get hurt." The only moment Enji dared to raise his voice this time, and it was to protect her. Who was he kidding? "No more than you hurt me." It hit like an uppercut. He also knew she was right, which still didn't make him wrong. "Yes, Ray, exactly. Now, stop the ice. I don't think the wall will support more of your frost." Just as he said that, the wall exploded, and he saw Ray, his wife, while the room was full of ice. Maybe she froze the camera and everyone thought everything was still fine. Or they were just too stunned to do anything. Was it normal he could feel his heart clenched when he saw her that angry against him? When Ray smacked him with a giant ice hand against the wall, he asked himself the same question as all these years ago. Why didn't she become a hero? She was him, but with ice. The fact they had a sparring battle during one of the prearranged dates of the Amai was one of the reasons he fell hard for her, especially as she beat him with so much grace. Sure, he could technically free himself and beat her easily now, but if she wanted to hurt him, who was he to refuse her wish? She had the right to. "Enji Todoroki, are you seriously trying to imply there was something fishy with my son's death and I am not allowed to know?" "Well, I feared some micro and spying device, but seeing how you destroyed the room, tell me everything." Endeavor had to use his fire to cool the room, as Ray went full mama bear and forgot she was not that immune to her own ice. Her anger stopped her to feel the flame of Endeavor, not motivated by pride but remorse. All she wanted was the truth. Then, he told her everything, as the ice destroyed the papers. Doctor, do we agree we should destroy any record of what just happened? Oh, definitely, especially if Endeavor said the truth, and he is not responsible for the silence about his abuse. At least, it is nice to see him properly taking action. Also, aren't we in trouble? I mean, are we not in a lot of trouble to hear about the Ashen King? Yes, you are, Nedzu said, as he entered the room with a small silver object in his hand. Everyone had barely the time to register what happened. Nedzu pulled up some sunglasses, and a flash went into the room. However, all you heard was Ray and Angie having a really heated conversation, and Ray standing up to a very sad Angie. There was no secret talk whatsoever. The personnel in the room repeated, without any emotion. Seriously, when will that boy ever make me stop worrying about him? Nedzu sighed as he exited the room and stole the video records and replaced them with fake ones. Meanwhile, in once again another place, All for One was thinking, as all his agents reported to him what they discovered. Everything was falling into place, just as expected. Tamura was doing better than expected and learned valuable lessons. The HPSC was also doing its job to worsen the society. And the other things were fine. He even had the pleasure of discovering that one of his side projects resurrected from the ground. Having a plan C was always nice, after all. Drinking some high-quality wine. He also looked forward to the dinner next week. After all, it was always nice to see some family. No. So, you're the hero killer. Nice to meet you. People call me boss. Tamura wore his villain suit, which meant a mask with his father's hand on it and an Armani suit. Either you got style or you didn't. For example, Tamura's interlocutor wasn't the classy type, but the young villain knew instinctively to not mess with him. Stain, the hero killer, with his trademark red scarf and armed with a variety of knives, swords. Seriously, he had weapons for days to hunt and kill his prey with. Boss, we'll see if you deserve that title, young one. I came here because Kurogiri promised to erase my tab if I listened to your speech. Stain loved a good Bloody Mary and Kurogiri made a killer one, especially if you paid a little extra and he used your enemy's blood. For the moment, the tone was civil, as he knew about the boss from his attack on UA, with his goal of ensuring the students remembered what it meant to be a hero early on. It was something Stain could agree with, even if it meant boss had to fight all might. However, he had his suspicions and wanted to meet the man himself to learn the truth of the matter. To begin with, let's start with an easy one. Stain said that with his rough voice, as he played with a knife. What do you want to do? Do you know what it means to be quirkless? A question for a question. An interesting response, especially since it was a rhetorical question. Did you know they can't count on heroes to save them because they represent such a small percentage of the population and aren't worth the effort? Stain knew that tidbit, because of his old friendship with Atsuhiro. Of course, since Stain killed while the magician had a no-kill rule, they rarely spoke, only when they met at Magna's safe house. I know that, yes, and they often resort to vigilantism to defend themselves. Except the whole a quirkless person managed to beat a criminal with his wits and intelligence doesn't happen often. Not enough training, not enough equipment, not enough people, and of course not enough experience before being killed. It was a sad truth, but only in comics could you pull through with just grits and guts. Knuckle Duster was an exception because the man was a goddamn hero before losing his quirk in a mysterious incident. He had the build and the wits to match his foes, and he had a team. Exactly. Then you can say the same thing about complex mutants not being sexy or manly enough like Maruko or Orca is, or even people with a destructive quirk that they have almost no control over. To prove his point, Tamura took off his blue, red, and yellow gloves and grabbed a bottle. He grabbed an empty one, of course, otherwise, Kurogiri would have been sad. He dusted it in an instant in front of Stain, who was re-evaluating the young man. He had a strong quirk and was reminded of someone else. The hero killer knew he had to test the mettle of the man in front of him. Tamura used his free hand to grab the knife Stain threw at him. The vigilante aimed for his shoulder. Nothing lethal. It was a test. Explain, Mr. Stain. Otherwise, and Kurogiri will agree, we will have words. It was a test. I wanted to see if you tried sparing the children during your attack or if it was just a convenient truth that you used to lure me there. Tamura thought about it a second before returning the knife to Stain. Once again, he had to thank Izuku. Learning to lose, to accept he didn't always have the upper hand. Sometimes, when an NPC wanted to know more about you and gave you choices, you had to take certain actions before they rewarded you. I want to destroy society, Stain. I will do whatever it takes, and maybe, just maybe, that means I have to kill a child. However, I know my cause is just, and I will do whatever it takes. Stain was notoriously an All Might fanboy, and Tamura was deliberately hiding that he would kill him at some point. Maybe he could hide the murder as a part of a controlled war between the new symbol of evil and the new symbol of peace. Anyway, Stain smiled like the creep he was as he finished his drink and gave his hand to Tamura. It seems like your league might be interesting, especially with the little advantages you provide. I have already paid Kurogiri for the special insurance in case you get caught. I hope you can follow through on your promises, but I can trust another All Might fan. Tamura was happy to have his mask on, as it allowed him to hide his disbelief and hate. What did Stain say? I mean, those are special 25th anniversary artist gloves there. They're quite rare, you know. I'd like to know where you'd found them since I know this damn small mite got 2 pairs of them. Somewhere, while helping his friends with their training, Izuku sneezed. Someone might be jealous of his All Might collection. It is a gift from a friend. He is one of the reasons I thought a lot about how to do what I plan to do. I hope to one day introduce you to him since he is also an All Might fan and shares his ideas on what it means to be a hero. Stain nodded before stretching. One of the reasons he also accepted the League's offer was the freedom they gave to their members and the warping provided by Kurogiri. Now, he had some work to do, and he should get to it. I know a hero who should get his sentence, thanks to the HPSC. He is tightly linked with the police force. I discovered he stopped some investigations that interest me and an old coworker of mine. Maybe the boss would be interested in a little team-up to torture him a bit and do some holy justice. Tamura thought about it before accepting, not hiding his enthusiasm for the idea. Even if their ideas diverged, as long as their actions converged, the hero killer seemed like an interesting person. My pleasure. So, who is this old teammate? I am curious after all. She changes her identity frequently. I don't even know her real name. Our paths separated 2 years ago after we determined she sucked at combat missions. I mean, defeating a petty thug. Sure, no problem. But nothing more than that. And I don't have time to protect someone else when on a mission. Mood. People need to pull their weight in battle. That is a strange way of speaking, but anyway, let's deliver some justice to this corrupted world. If they are heroes, then it is right that we call ourselves villains, hence why I called it the League of Villains. Both men went on their merry way to kill a hero. Both missed the fact the media never covered the murder because Tamura completely dusted the body after they killed the poor hero. Stain sighed since he didn't get more information on the HPSC's plans. 2 in particular, Mockingbird and Imperial Flame. He was almost certain that the latter had to do with Endeavor, slowly becoming a puppet for the corrupted leaders of the HPSC while the former. Stain found it extremely strange that some minor villains with rare quirks disappeared, based on the data he retrieved when he infiltrated the police station. He knew what was happening, but he needed more proof if he wanted to call in reinforcements. Hilariously, he might have not gotten the information if one member of the HPSC didn't try to buy his freedom. However, he knew he could count on Sophie to relay his findings to Compress if something happened to him. After all, this crazy beach survived getting stabbed 3 times in the heart when they fought against a criminal together. Even if she sucked at fighting, she was one of the best meat shields he ever had. Shame it was such a effing mess to clean after she used her quirk. Meanwhile, during Tamura's fun mission, a car arrived in front of a dentist's office. 2 people stepped out of it. One of them was angry and had the firepower to destroy a building, and the other was Enji Todoroki. In front of them was the office of the Dr. Hano Sugimono, a dentist who operated on heroes and their families, since he offered discretion so the paparazzi could be kept at bay. However, in this case, the good doctor saw the 2 people outside of the car and sighed. Had the day finally come? Sakura, send our 2 visitors directly to my office. Don't make them wait or try to make them go away. Then get out, take your day off and take Hara to the family park. It was useless to stop them, and Hano wanted to preserve his office as much as possible. However, he would have to report this as soon as possible if he were still alive after the meeting. Also, that way Sakura could report to her superior. It was time to see if their daughter was more important to her than the HPSC. As soon as Enji and his wife came through, he greeted them with his biggest smile. "Ah, sir, I am sorry. I didn't know you had an appointment, but Hano, we need to talk." Shit, they were as pissed as he thought. However, the dentist survived worse, such as his family dinner, and he knew how to lie like a dentist when he was told people it wouldn't hurt. "Can we sit down and not destroy my office? Then we can talk like adults. That depends if you can explain to me why you had a hand in covering up my son's death." Rei's voice was as cold as Hano's father's voice when he was angry. Nothing he couldn't fend off, he thought as he closed the curtains on his windows. It was important to give everyone what they wanted. "Mr. and Madam Todoroki, what exactly did you discover about Tauya's death?" "You couldn't know, but Tauya lost 2 teeth the day he died. When Endeavor was the calm one, you knew it was bad. It meant many things, and none of them were good for him. It was going to be hard to escape this situation." A good point, though. He didn't have to pretend to be scared shitless. You understand that if I tell you what they forced me to do, I will most likely disappear, right? First step, establishing a few things. He knew how the heroes would react, but the real danger was Rei. The woman was breathing ice on his neck, literally. Hano, Hano, Hano. You took care of my family for many years, so let me be clear. If you don't speak, you will disappear. And she sighed before he breathed some fire to heat the room. Good cop and bad cop, the usual tactic. She is not joking. If needed, I will burn every piece of evidence that you ever existed. I would prefer to avoid that, as I hate the smell of burned humans. Hano swallowed his saliva before he sat in his chair. Do any of you remember my quirk? One of the reasons the dentist charged so much. He was a doctor for heroes and he had a quirk that allowed him to save someone's teeth. After that, the good doctor could produce the teeth in the same state, impossible to distinguish from the original. It explained a lot to NG about why the HPSC might be interested in the dentist. It was a godsend to make someone disappear. So, you helped make some fake teeth to hide what happened to my child. If it helps, I know it was a real body on site. They burned it afterward in front of me after I activated my quirk. It was technically the truth since that was what happened. He had his own theories, but as his dad said, knowledge was power but also a sword of Damocles. In the body, Rei put her hand around his neck, snow budding on him. Was some blonde kid, with roughly the same build as Taoya. I always disliked switching teeth for them, but it's hard to say no when Thunderbolt explains what he can do to you. Gallow humor. It helps control your bladder. He knew that better than anyone. Rei took her hand off the dentist's neck, but it didn't calm him. If the temperature was higher, he would be sweating. Instead, ice was crawling up his back. His explanation was good enough for the mother, but now the problem was Enji Todoroki, a man who had nothing to lose, if Sugimono was correct, and with enough experience to tell if someone was hiding things from him. A small blade of fire erupted from Endeavor's finger as he joined Rei. I dislike torture. It makes me want to puke simply thinking about it. However, I was trained by one of the smartest beings alive on Earth. I know when someone isn't telling me the full story. Hano knew that perfectly, as Endeavor was often called in as backup for investigation. Firepower and brains. Honestly, it was mainly because the man didn't have the charisma All Might possessed that Endeavor wasn't number one. That and, of course, because it was helping the HPSC to create an inferiority complex inside of him. Very well, my power can't save dead people's teeth. While he was saying that, the good doctor created a tooth in front of him, one Endeavor, and Rei never forgot. The first time they brought Taoya to the doctor, to do a small checkup after their kid lost his first teeth, to make sure he didn't need rectification. That's all I know. That's a part of my power nobody knows, except my family. Even the HPSC doesn't know about that limitation. But you never heard it from me. And I hope you can forgive me. Or at least them. He took one of the two pictures on his desk. One of him, his wife, and their firstborn daughter. The couple looked at the picture, and their hands seemed to get close together. Before, Endeavor and Rei pulled them back simultaneously. One with shame and the other with anger. Thank you, Hano. But you should leave. Also, if we find out that you lied to us. The dentist chuckled. Don't worry, I am not mad enough to make the most dangerous people on Earth my enemies. The couple returned to their car soon afterward, with the tooth. They never saw Hano Sugimono again, as his office disappeared in blue flame the same evening. Apparently, Sakura was very thorough in his report to the HPSC during the meeting. Everyone missed the picture of Hano and his old mentor, signed by a certain Kyudai. At the HPSC headquarters, 13th floor, head of the therapist department of the HPSC, Seijin Naman's office. The old white-haired therapist had a kind smile, as she was currently talking to her patient. Oh, she sincerely loved them. You couldn't understand them if you didn't love them and care about them. You had to know their limits, what you could do, say to them, and how to push their buttons. Now, your name is Dabai. The old lady chuckled a bit playfully. The boy was so cute, hiding his name like this. Oh, sure, he wasn't a boy anymore, but it was funny seeing him doing this. She could just pinch his burned cheeks. Very well, Dabai. Can you tell me about how you feel? You mean aside from the excruciating pain? Oh right, she almost forgot this. Seijin gently took Dabai's hand and took his pain away, before bottling it inside a specially made jar. The boy sighed with delight, as the old woman just took his ability to feel pain for a moment. If the HPSC's favorite cleaner continued to have his sessions, it was because painkillers didn't work with his burned body and only her quirk allowed him to feel relief. Yes, except the pain, my boy. You know you can tell me everything, don't you? Dabai closed his eyes, as he knew it was the truth. Seijin was probably the most influential person in the building, as pretty much every underground agent in the building had sessions with her and needed her to various degrees. Nobody wanted to cross her, and everyone in the building knew she had torn a new one to the new president when she tried to reduce Seijin's program. No one knew exactly what happened that day, but they all heard the president of the commission apologize to the old therapist and promised the commission would never hurt one of her patients. It's just, I feel trapped. I know I do what I do to purify society by burning its impurities, but I feel like I could do so much more, like punishing false heroes or eradicating criminals. You mean, like that one time, when we asked you to eliminate all but 3 people at the QLF hideout we found and you burned everyone? I told you I was sorry. Also, I was right, wasn't I? They all deserve death. This effing society is corrupted and Seijin grabbed his hand again, pressing it softly. Dabai, calm down. We both know why you feel like that. The real reason, effing Endeavor. Seijin smiled sadly at the boy. He had such deeply rooted anger toward everything. All he needed was direction and comprehension. Honestly, if she didn't know about Enji's life and past, she would have been furious. However, seeing as she was the one who fed up his mind in the first place, maybe it was also a tad bit hypocritical, especially now that she was channeling all of Dabai's repressed hatred toward himself, all his guilt and doubt, changing it into anger toward his father. Daddy issues, as her father taught her very early in her life. There was nothing better to manipulate people than using their issues with their parents. To avoid being manipulated herself, she may have forced her mom to retire from life early. Exactly. You might not know this, but apparently your father is working with unsavory individuals. He even made somebody the HPSC kept locked up free again. Why don't I have the right to free my family then? The boy erupted in flame before the auto extinguishers activated and did their work. Seijin laughed again, seeing the poor boy drenched in jello. Because making the number 2 disappear while All Might is so close to retiring would disrupt the whole societal order. The necessary evil. But, you know what, Dabai? Yes, ma'am. I will convince the president to put you on a mission with Foxdale. If you carry out, you will be rewarded greatly. I can promise you that. Dabai inhaled before locking his deep blue eyes on her. How? Well, if you succeed in your mission, society will be stable enough for an incident to happen to Endeavor. An incident. Overheating. Making his body disappear in blue flames kind of incident. This brought Dabai a sinister smile on his face. Now, she couldn't resist it. She pinched his cheek. Seijuan, stop it. I am over 20 now. Never. You are one of my kids. Then they both laughed, as Dabai didn't notice the warmth he was supposed to feel for his family shifting to another person. Her. At the Exegol ward, there was a house. This house was older than most parts of the city, and many thought it was probably dating back to the dawn of Quirk era. It was older than that. A lonely old man who never had visitors occupied the old mansion, except once in a while when his eccentric family had dinners there, such as for Christmas or Halloween. He gave the best treats ever, despite looking positively terrifying with his old geeky disguise. Darth Vader, he once explained, was one of his favorite villains, as he was a complex character and all he wanted was to rule the galaxy with his family. A crazy old man, but not a dangerous one, they all thought, and a sad one as his family shrank over the years. His sadness, before his accident, was noticeable. Now, he had to spend his time with a heavy apparatus to breathe properly. Seikayo Shigaraki, also known as All for One by his enemies and his allies, loved this old neighborhood. It also served him as a reminder that One for All didn't pass on the memories of previous holders. Otherwise his brother might have thought of checking their old family's house. It is a peaceful ward now. Every villain knew it was a heavily patrolled ward and any crime there would bring someone like Crest down on them. If a powerful villain tried to use that as a way to fight a ranked hero, well, Seikayo was happy to add a new quirk to his collection. Currently, though, he was busy setting up the table for his dinner night. People like All Might seemed to think he didn't have feelings, emotions, or thoughts other than being an evil overlord. It was untrue. Seikayo was also very much a family man. Today was the anniversary of the disappearance of his favorite son. He spared nothing to learn what happened to Raki Dorobu and his wife. Well, he found her, but she had chosen to unalive herself, to put it politely. It was this action that made Seikayo make sure that his son, despite whatever happened to him, was dead. Even today, Jurin was still searching for the truth for him. If AFO didn't have a lie detector quirk, he would have thought Jurin was using him. Still, as tradition dictated, AFO put a set for Raki, as he had been a filial son, unlike his first. Oh well, at the very least, his daughter was coming. Seikayo was ecstatic about that. Then the door rang. AFO, smiling, went to it. Grandpa. Seikayo saw his granddaughter, barely 8, who hugged his leg. She was so adorable he could lock her in a vault all for himself. Hara, my cutest little one. Hara was happy as her grandfather hugged her back. Sure, he was scary and looked like a monster. However, he was still her grandpa. When everyone said it was weird her quirk didn't come, he grabbed her hand and suddenly she could control enamel. No one dared to laugh at her after that. Dad, Fano smiled at his father as the doting grandfather put his granddaughter back on the ground, before enveloping his last living son in a bear hug. Unlike his big brother, he refused to join the criminal empire. But he was happy as he was, and he was an excellent dentist. Son, I have prepared for. I know. Thank you, Dad. Both smiled at each other. Hano immediately called after meeting with Endeavor and explained everything to his father. Had it been anyone else, All for One would have erased them from the world, them and their family. However, Hano had been honest, loyal, and competent. He was a dutiful son who knew his position. All he had asked was for his family to be taken care of. Also, if Hano disappeared, it meant never seeing his cute Hara again. And how is Sakura? After all, it was time for his son to do what they needed to do about his wife, secretary, and spy for the HPSC. She met Shiro Akiba for a drink. Moonfish was an excellent option in Hano, and he was friends since they shared the same passion, tea. So, when Hano asked him to take care of a little problem for him, Moonfish happily did it. All for One laughed as his son brought Hara inside. They just had to wait for his daughter. Daddy. All for One almost fell as he felt his daughter, despite not being young anymore, throwing herself onto him like Hara. Seijin, you shouldn't do that. I keep telling you to let Cute Eye at least give you some gene therapy. We even used some of my pawns to perfect the research and the process. How about you give me that as a Christmas gift? I have been a very good girl. Finally, good lord, I want to keep my family, you know. And let me guess, it's therapy or the vault, right? It was half a joke. She knew All for One had a vault where he kept the cryogenic bodies of all her siblings from before her generation, the disobedient children, and of course, the wives that became too old. The smile on her daddy's face told her everything she needed to know, and she had been right to accept this time. Now, come in, Kurogiri made a killer dinner. Some French cooking, one of your favorite. And, I know Dad. I miss him too. Raki, also known as Misery. He disappeared 3 years ago, only a few years after Heartstealer. He was one of the nicest guys around. Sure, he was a killer, an excellent one at that. He had his wife create an illusion so his target would hug him, and he would suck their luck. Once he had enough, he simply stopped and left. Only a few people knew exactly how his quirk worked, and AFO had been so proud of him. He never missed a birthday, and his favorite gift was giving someone the luck he stole. He wouldn't want us to mope around. Let's go. Still no news about his daughter. We are still looking for her, but nobody knows anything. Once you find something. Dad, she is my niece as well. If I find her, I will call everyone. Both smiled at each other before they began dining. Oh, and what about the pawn? Hey, he still thinks he is a bishop. This made Seijin laugh before they sat down. Tonight, we honor our dead, and we say goodbye until the time is right. Hano, I prepared you and Hara for a nice place in a city I loved when I was younger. Dublin. Hano smiled, and Hara, too young to understand, clapped her hands. After all, they were family and Grandpa loved them as long as they remained obedient. Otherwise, they died like wicked Uncle Heartstealer. Hey, is everybody on fee hire? Yes, GOOD. Today is the first day of the sport festival. As usual, we will see young heroes compete against each other, hoping to become heroes when they finish their course at UA. Either that, or business executives, politicians, support heroes. Don't forget about them, Mike. And of course with me, I have my dear friend Eraserhead. He roped me into this. Literally, I am restrained against my will here. Hahaha, Eraser, such a joker. Anyway, we will begin the first day of the festival with the first year's tournament. The mood was good, despite the USJ's attack. No one signaled the League of Villain or the nefarious boss, but the security was high and no one here would miss the handyman that attacked their students. However, it didn't reassure Nedzu, as an invisible hand was more dangerous than the visible dagger. What sort of dangerous plot could he be plotting? I swear, Kurogiri, it isn't a date. It is just you and a girl, going to a festival and spending more or less 3 days together, alone and without your parents. Exactly, thank you Looney. My pleasure. As Tamura disappeared into the portal, Kurogiri and Looney smiled at each other. They grow up so fast. Do you have a picture book? Only after I picked him up when he was 9. Before that, he had another caretaker. However, he messed up and... Yeah, I heard Boss isn't the man who tolerates failures. Actually, he is, as long as you provide the truth and it doesn't make you incompetent. Oh, so, anyway, I have a training session with Stain. He wants to know how I killed Thunderbolt. Be careful, both. While I have some medical knowledge, I can't bring back the dead. PFFF. Yes, Dad. Izuku was currently evacuating stress before the tournament, yelling as hard as he could. Shadow, who discovered he loved to yell when he could, joined him in this endeavor. He wasn't anxious about the tournament, as Nedzu and Hound Dog's session allowed him to not care about being the number one if he didn't want to be it. His mindset was to enjoy the competition and have fun. Kirishima and Denki joined the scream, as it was manly, and fired up their spirit. Bakugo joined because he was Bakugo. It wasn't worrying for most people. As for Inko, she couldn't do well then there were too much people, so she and Atsuhiro stayed at home. It wasn't a ploy from his stepfather to have cuddle time. However, if the situation stressed Izuku, it wasn't only because of the competition. As one of the 2 valedictorians of the practical exam, They expected a speech from Bakugo and him. Of course, they already knew what Bakugo was going to say. I am the next number one, good luck beating me, it won't be enough. Izuku, however, had pretty much no idea. What was he going to say? What was he supposed to say? Plus ultra. Talk about original. Toru to Izuku. Toru to Izuku. Do you copy? Suddenly, Izuku snapped as Toru sighed. Yep, Izuku was once again locked in one of his mental loops on what he was supposed to do. He needed someone to snap him out of it. Often Katsuki, sometimes here and one time, Hitoshi, who used his quirk, so the green-haired boy took a second to refresh himself in the bathroom. Sorry, just a bit stressed. Izuku, if we put a dynamo under your leg, we could power the entire city. You are that jumpy. You are right. It's just I don't know what to say. To be inspiring enough and be good in. Toru bonked him. Izuku, we are teenagers. The world is going to be a mess if they already expected us to be the one saving it. Just be yourself and tell everyone why you want to be a hero. Izuku felt the familiar pressure of Toru's invisible hug. I know that when you explained to me, it made me happy and warm. You are good enough, as you are Izu-kun. People found their couple strange sometimes, as she was the typical over-energetic girl and he was the very definition of the dork. However, both completed each other very well, Izuku helping Toru to focus all her buzzing energy towards her goal and her letting him relax as he should when otherwise he would be almost breaking himself. At this precise moment, it worked wonderfully. Hoye, Tienko, sweet, Tamura, who wanted to avoid grabbing the attention, was suddenly thrown into the spotlight. Nejire just called him by his real name in public. Nejire was many things, but discreet was not one of them, especially if she decided that levitating was the best option to spot Tenko. The young man was in an unconscious sweat, the hood almost on his head, until he remembered he needed the blue-haired girl to help him go through the front door. If you weren't a +1 from someone already in UA, or if you didn't go through a lot of background checks, you wouldn't be able to enter the school. Well, at least that's what he was going to say if anyone asked him. And certainly not because he appreciated the moment as she landed near him and grabbed his hand so they could shortcut the line by flying a bit. Being dangling in the air was also not in Tamura's plan. But damn, the view was nice, as Nejire wore one of her long floaty robes, and her smile was something to behold. You know that asking is nice, too. Yep, but this is faster that way and you don't like the crowd, anyway. 2 meetings only, but she already noticed that about him. Talk about being perceptive. Seriously, Tamura was now thinking she might have crafted her whole bubbly persona to make people lower their guard before she hugged them. So, what is the first event today? Oh, it is the first year's day. From what I have heard, initially, it was just supposed to be a race, but the principal found an old issue after spending some time with his grandchild. Tamura, suddenly, felt a pleasing feeling in his spine. He didn't know how or why, but he was almost certain that damn Joker, the exploding dumbass, and the gargoyle would not have a good time. That seems nice. Also, for the first time apparently, we have 2 valedictorians who have to make an entrance speech. Tamura nodded, while still in the air, before they finally arrived at their destination. A high-class lounge where 2 people were already waiting. One of them looked like flipping Tintin, but on steroids apparently, and as for the other, Tamura, and as for the other, Tamaki and Tamura looked at each other and instantly, they knew. You two got kidnapped by an over-social person and they somehow constantly keep you by their side. The nod provided all the answers both needed and they accepted each other as mood kindred. Nice to see you both are friendly with each other. Tenko, these are my 2 best friends in the world. Mirio and Tamaki. I was going to call them Tintin and Tamaki. You can call me Tintin only if I can call you Krusty. This bite made Tamura smile, as it showed the hero wasn't a pushover. Nice to meet you all. I am Tenko and I am not a hero. Let's just say I am among the quirks that have to keep them constantly sealed. Tamura pointed at the All Might gloves. He was too used to them by now and it wasn't as if he had many other options. Also, they would be perfect as a Kamo in UA. He just looked like an Izuku. Ouch, hard. They kindly decided to not pursue the issue, to his great pleasure, as he sat beside Nejire. They could perfectly see the stadium in front of them and now they were just waiting for the principal attraction. Oh, it was going to be so fun. Wait, who was that green-haired boy on the podium? Izuku. You know him. We play cards together. Oh right, the little cousin you spoke about once or twice. He isn't my cousin, he is just a good friend. Nejire wondered why then she had the same pulsion to just fluff both their hair to check who had the fluffiest one. I am going to be the next number 1. So good luck, and give it your all. I don't want to be the best because you suck. I want to be the best because I am better than all of you. Surprisingly, Bakugo's speech was not as spiteful as he could have been. In fact, it was even a bit encouraging, in a very Katsuki way. However, now, it was time for a dorky boy to speak in public. Izuku took as much air as he could, before remembering all the stage lessons Atsuhiro gave him. Now, he just has to pull his mask on his face. And this time, his mask was his smile. Good morning everyone. So, after Katsuki, it's hard to do something even more competitive, right? so I won't. I just hope everyone has a fun day. Also, sorry Katsuki, but I think the audience would like it if I win, right? But anyway, today let's be heroes. For everyone's smile. If Katsuki got the boos, Izuku got the applause as he bowed toward the audience. It was not the time to explain. Yet he would avoid using his quirk for the first round. The answer was simple. The final round always had a fight in them, though he had obviously another motive to do so. He has some spirits, this one. I like him. What did you say his name was? Izuku Midoriya. I knew he was a hero fan, but I didn't know he wanted to go to UA. Tamura was pale. The way of speaking, half-jokingly, the fact he was in the 1A and, of course, the NDA about the incident. Oh god, did that day he almost dusted Izuku? He needed to breathe. Or at least that was his thought before Nedzu patted his head, kindly and like a big sister. Which was ironic since Tamura was older. A part of him, that he promptly punched, regretted it was not a hug like the first time. Anyway, it helped him focus on something else, like Nedzu and her merry friends. So, sorry, I lost people in a villain incident in knowing that Izuku was involved in an incident with a villain. Oh, well, I admit it is unfortunate they had to face their first villain that early. Mirio seemed to understand Tamura's worries and explained a few things. I mean, usually, you don't face them until the first week of an internship after the tournament. Wait, what? What did he mean by that? Also, this time, the villains didn't seem that bad. Even if that boss had a motive quite like the hero killer, at the very least he was coherent about it and didn't kill anyone. Oh right, he had used that persona to seduce more people and reduce the attention on him. Oh god, that was a close one. Note to self, adopt constantly the don't kill child persona. Nedzu nodded vigorously her head, while puffing her cheeks. I won't forgive anyone who hurt my kuhai, though. Tamura couldn't stop himself and pushed one of her cheeks, while Mirio did the same on the opposite side. Tamaki, tried to do his best Aizawa impression. So, my dear Eraserhead, what do you think of the first trial? Nedzu is most likely insane, but if any students survived that, they deserve to be here. In front of them was a fully revamped racetrack, one that seemed to come from an old show. It had mud, ropes, various traps you would expect to find in a dungeon. Everyone, let me introduce you the first trial. The students have to go through the NEDZU's Castle Race. Yes, he totally changed the name, even though it is in the public domain now, but it is exactly what you think it is. Meanwhile, Cementos, who had to build the whole thing with Power Loader, was sipping his tea. Endeavor, in his office, chuckled as he watched the TV. He was working alone today, but he knew his presence wasn't needed, wanted, nor he deserved to go there. Instead, he was working on a side investigation and, suddenly, as much as he would have wanted to see Shadow run against his friends, Endeavor had a gut feeling. It was a case closed years ago, and he opened it up only because of a little thing Nedzu told him. After the Ashen King went into Japan, a lot of fire users died, as he liked to eat them. Their number wasn't that high and many chose to live in another country because of the stigma Endeavor had to fight against. The death of Hisashi Midoriya was a special interest for him. A2CHIA, a cold, recovery girl. Cementos was sitting in the teacher's booth, with Midnight and various other members of the staff. More like worry, as I will have extra work today. Do I have all their quirks listed? Yes, there. Still thinking about that incident. Arg, they effing should have told me that dumbass had a fire quirk before I put him under oxygen. Midnight coughed a bit. She remembered the incident as that man, soon after waking up, had tried to flirt with her heavily despite being clearly married, as the ring he wore attested. Midnight knew who she was and what image she gave, but she was not a home wrecker and she made him breathe a bit of her gas. Gas who was, unknown to many people, highly inflammatory if the person had to breathe pure oxygen afterward. Izuku thanked Atsuhiro for all his training. After all this time being chased by a crazy man and having to dodge attacks upon attack while a trap activated to stop him, Izuku was in a familiar environment. With his speed and agility, Izuku seemed to dance across the various contraptions Nedzu made for them. Most students, of course, used their quirks. The leads were currently Shadow, who iced the trap just enough to pass through, Katsuki, who was blasting what needed to be blasted out of his path, Mei, his friend from the support group, and him. He lost Toru in the frantic beginning, but he had faith in her gymnastic abilities, only second to Mina and his in the class. Meanwhile, Toru was indeed doing well. Sure, people tried to push her around, but she had the common sense to be near Kirishima and Sato. For obvious reasons, people avoided bumping into them. Their trio was working well, between their strengths and her mind, analyzing the various traps. She had been vital for the trio, when they had to jump from rock to rock in an instant death trial. More than a few people fell into the mud that way though, such as several Gen course. Their deaths were useful though, as it allowed her to notice the trick sign on the booby-trapped stones. Still, she liked this race, as the faster ones were not the most effective. You need brain, skill, and power. What do you think of our students that team up in such an event, my dear friend? First off, I reconsider our friendship on the basis you took my fruit pouches. Second, they are simply doing the logical thing. Alone, they would lose, but together they stand a chance. For the hero course, it allows them to show to the pros they can cooperate well on the fly, and for the gen ed that they are extremely motivated about it. Finally, they can make sure of who they bring in at a later stage if they are really vicious about it. Oh, some memories to share. After all, Hisashi was interested by the story. Well, back in my second year, I managed to bring with me a loud guy. Best meat shield I ever had. Aizawa had the biggest grin possible saying that, while realization dawned on his friend's face. Wait a minute. You said you didn't do that on purpose when you used me to block the arrows. It was a logical ruse, even though both of them knew they were friends. Hell, Aizawa even helped Hisashi for a possible alibi during that time when one of his sonic booms missed a villain and hit an ambulance years ago. Your teachers are insane. You know that. They are good at what they do though. Mirio sighed, as he thought back on how hard Aizawa had been on him earlier. The number of evening courses he had to take to train his quirk properly. In the same breath, Tamaki was thinking about how Hisashi kept making him talk during his English class despite hating being in the spotlight. Nejire sighed as she didn't have ice cream, as the vendor passed by them. And before Tamura bought her a medium-sized one, and one for the other boys. It was the good way to not raise suspicion, right? It was totally not because he wanted to make Nejire smile. The last part of the race, after the trapped ropes you had to guess correctly to not fall, was an apparently empty field. It was suspicious enough to make Mei and Shadow stop a second, who wondered what was the trap. Then, Katsuki tried to rush ahead with his explosion yelling "Chow, extras," and getting zapped by various lasers. It was an unexpected one. Did Nedzu have problems with using explosives this year? Instead, he used a laser that sent electrical discharge. However, Katsuki allowed for the dust to rise and the lasers were kind of visible. Izuku cracked his neck and showed off his gymnastic skills as he progressed forward. Once or twice, he even showed how flexible he was, his legs bending behind his ears. Then, he heard Katsuki, who shot a blast against the ground to create small walls to protect himself. Shadow, him, tried to use his ice, but the laser kept melting it, forcing him to use his quirk a lot. As for Hanta, Izuku saw what he tried to do and admired his mental fortitude. If he was right, they were going to see a human slingshot soon, even though he would likely get burned a lot. Izuku had a thought, as he theorized a bit about the lasers. What would happen to Toru and her bending light body? Unlimited POWER Toru was having the time of her life, as she redirected the laser against the other's contestants, letting it through her. Of course, she also protected like a powerful turret Kirishima and Sato, but she was the queen of the race. Now, she kept redirecting the tasing laser toward her enemy, while laughing like an invisible demon queen. Oh, was it Bakugo who was trying to catch up with Izuku? It would be a shame if someone protected their boyfriend by shooting Katsuki in the back. Then Toru thought again. What would happen once Katsuki discovered she was the one who shot him in a race against his rival in the back? As she preferred to let that question unanswered, she shot at a grape-haired kid who was trying to ride on Momo's back. Girls' power. Katsuki, Izuku, and Shadow were running at the top of their lungs toward the finishing race. The cameras, all on them, showed the same thing, the biggest grin on their face. Shadow, someone who had fun, legitimately. Katsuki, joy, as he had proud rivals to fight against. And Izuku had a determined grin. Strangely, all three of them decided silently to not use their quirk, and instead relied on their body. All three of them were toes to toes with their abilities, until they heard a mad laugh behind them, bordering on the crazy scientist cackling. It was Mei, with some spider legs, that was catching up on them. They somehow sped up even more at that sight. To everyone's surprise, the winner was Hatsume, who took the top spot from the golden trio of the class. Everyone was stomped, as she did her show, to sell her inventions and gadgets. Izuku smiled as he saw her do that. Unlike most people, he went to Mei willingly early in the year. He had some ideas of gears he wanted, and also knew it was far above what he could do. Some people had a mind for investigation, some for tactics, and others, like Mei, for crazy inventions. She didn't give you what you asked, but she always gave you what you needed. Soon after them came Sato and Kirishima, each supporting a Toru laughing on their shoulder. Soon came others like Mina, most of the 1B and of the Class 1A, with some lucky Gen Ed and the great boy Toru shot before. However, for now, it was time for them to have a slight break. Going to the restroom to get some drinks, Nedzu met the golden trio. The principal congratulated everyone, and showed 3 journalists that could ask questions to the students if they were calm enough. So, first question. Why did you not use your quirk in the last segment of the race? Or at all for you, young Midoriya? We all wanted to keep our strengths for the rest of the day. Izuku explained to the journalist. It had been fun, as the journalists asked them various things, like where they came from, how was it to have All Might as a teacher, how did they feel to have lost to me. That girl is crazy and awesome. It also means I have to destroy her next round. Katsuki was in a mood that seemed to mix happiness to find another rival to surpass and destroy, and anger to lose to someone else. Mei is a good friend, and honestly, I am happy they gave her an opportunity to shine. The cameraman wondered if they should switch the lens, as Izuku's smile was that bright. I now have arachnophobia. Shoto stated that, refused to elaborate, and left the room. Kaminari couldn't stop himself from commenting Sigma Shoto when he did that. Jiru sighed, though she then wondered why she heard a scream from Shoto from the door as he went by. More importantly, the interview continued, and the reasons Izuku and Bakugo wanted to be heroes. Because I am strong, powerful, and it is my duty to break those that break the law. No one will commit crimes in my presence, as I am the best. Most people had to admit Katsuki had a lot of ambition, and probably anger to deal with. However, this small interview didn't go into the wrong ears, and someone grinned as they thought they found the perfect intern for their style. If he had the strength to back it up, of course. And, as for Izuku, actually, mine is longer. It isn't really a secret, but I am what they call a late bloomer. I don't speak about I got my quirk at 8 bloomer. I got it last year. Until then, they deemed me quirkless. And I know firsthand how it hurts. How we are forgotten. You still consider yourself as a quirkless? I have been effectively one for the most of my life. I know that while the discriminations aren't high enough for us to have some kind of quirkless liberation front or something, I wouldn't be surprised if it is the case. Somewhere else, a blue man sneezed. And it isn't simply quirkless. Villainous quirk, mutants. Hitoshi, Tsuyu, and Mina nodded in the back, approving Izuku's speech. I don't want to be the next number one. I want to be the hero that can bring them a smile on their face too. That when I am here, they will be okay, as someone is there for them. Tamura looked at his friend's face, as he wondered if he knew it was live or not. Probably not, as otherwise he would die of embarrassment. Oh my god, he is adorable. It seems like he is an All Might fan too. Right. Yes, Izuku is always like that. It will be harder to recruit him than expected. But if one of the most promising heroes joins me, I will be unstoppable. Tamura seemed to forget something. When you stare at the abyss stares back. When he tried to corrupt Izuku, maybe he was actually purified. At the Midoriya's house, Atsuhiro had to open the door once again. The lady below used the contraption device the building made to use Enko's tears to water the plants in the building. This year too, the building would win the prize of the greenest of the town. I am so proud we would. Mom would have been so happy. Atsuhiro nodded, as he knew how much she had counted for Enko. He even had expected Enko to be a vigilante or a rescue hero in the same way Recovery Girl is, as an homage to her mom. I guess heroism is in the blood, right? Yes, totally. You are something to let him pursue that career after all. Atsuhiro, let's be honest. If I hadn't, he would have become a vigilante. Imagine if he had joined Compress and the others. For a moment, Atsuhiro considered the idea. It might have been fun. But having an angry Enko after them wasn't a risk he was willing to take, especially as they were cuddling. In the teacher's booth, hidden from the press and the public thanks to the height and a special window, Yagi nodded to Izuku's speech. Had One for All not been dangerous to transfer to someone with a quirk, Izuku would have made an heir as fine as Mirio. It also reminded him he had to contact Gran Torino soon, if he didn't want to be high-kicked in the face. Meanwhile, for Shoto, in his personal restroom, being the principal's grandson was useful for a few perks, after all. However, Shoto was now in a big turmoil, as in front of him the second least expected person, aside from Taoya and his father. After all, despite the reassurance from Nedzu and everyone else, he wouldn't have to see his father if he didn't want to. He knew it wasn't impossible. However, he was ready to give him a chance for the internship. His dad, for all his fault, was incredibly competent. He could learn a lot from how he worked, and if Nedzu and the rest were right, he followed a therapy and all the rest, well, it might be worth it. Especially now that he knew All Might would German suplex Endeavor if needed. No, in front of Shoto was a lady with white hair, a kind smile, and who played with an ice flower. It has been a long time, Shoto. Mom, it has been a long time. Shoto. Rei was scared that Shoto would run away and avoid her completely for the rest of the day. And by that she meant she turned him into Prince Zuko 2.0. Though she was in far less danger and weaker than Ursa, and calling Endeavor an Ozai was a big stretch since one was redeemable and the other wasn't. She also expected Shoto to freeze in front of her, as he probably wasn't aware that she was out yet. She was filled with overwhelming warmth when instead, Shoto got closer and calmly hugged her. Even when he was young, Shoto had been a quiet kid. To feel him hug her tightly like that, she almost thought that she was dreaming before she put her arms around him. So, he ran away from the mental ward. I am sure Nedzu can help if you ask. Actually, your father came. As she expected, Shoto frowned upon the mention of his genitor. Rei sighed. She wouldn't try to defend Enji for his actions, as he deserved a lot of the blame. However, she wanted to give him credit where it was due. What do you mean, mother? Your father came, apologized, and basically offered me pretty much everything he owned and all parental rights. Also, divorce. He even gave his approval before we met for my release. No mind game or conditions or anything like protecting his reputation. He actually offered to speak to the press if it could help me. This time, Shadow blinked, as his mother sat by his side, gesturing to him to join her with a kind smile. It surprised me to learn Nedzu took you in. He doesn't often do something like that. He is a really kind grandfather. Nedzu often eats dinner with me, despite not liking the food. Shadow smiled a bit as he thought about the past weeks. He likes to hear me out when I try to make some theories about things. It makes me happy, since, according to him, I got a few right, because I consider things that aren't usually normal. She missed him, how he grew up and how she should have protected him, as a mother should. Seeing him smiling was something she didn't hope to see yet. That's nice. Did you make friends with your classmates? I have 2 rivals and many friends. One of my rivals is also teaching me how to feel emotions, to express myself. That was good to know. She, to her shame, had been so caught up in her investigation with Enji that she missed learning about how her other children were doing. However, it was nice to see him having fun and being happy for the first time in his life. And what about Natsuo and Fayumi? Oh, they opted for their own apartments, one for each of them. They refused to go back home. Yes, about that. I may have destroyed our old house. This sentence got Shadow to shut up instantly. While I spend a lot of time with Enji for reasons, I didn't want to go there again, so I kind of encased it in ice. For the first time, Shadow began to realize how strong his mother was. Oh, I kind of hoped to do it myself, but mood. Oh, and mother. Shadow seemed bashful, before asking his mother the question that weighed on his mind for a long time. Would it bother you if I used Endeavor's fire? Shadow felt Rei's hand in his hair, carefully patting him on the head. It was relaxing, and he felt his worries disappear. It was like that when Mitsuki hugged him back at the Bakugu's house, or when Enko did the same for him. Oh, my poor Shadow. It isn't his fire or someone else's fire, but yours. You don't have to ask me for it, and honestly, I should have never said that to you or burned you. In the same way Enji wasn't the Ashen King. None of their sons were like him or her. Shadow especially lacked the boisterousness Enji had. And while you could see the same passion in his eyes, it rarely showed on his face. How could she have seen Enji and her son that day? She was filled with so much fear and irrationality, so much meekness toward her husband. In their younger years, she used to stand up to Enji. Sure, their therapist was right when she said that Talia's death was hard on both of them and they needed to support and help each other. But it wasn't a valid reason for her to react like that. Oh, that's funny. That's what everyone keeps saying to me. I guess they were right then. Hallelujah. Her son had good friends who were trying to fix her and Enji's bad parenting. So, what about the rest of the family? Oh, right. Fayumi is doing fine as a teacher, helping Nedzu with some schools that are not up to his standards. Rather than destroying them and moving the students, which is a lengthy process according to him, he'd prefer to send his granddaughter there to see how they teach. Suddenly, people behave. So, why are students allowed to use quirks in the classroom? Well, they are children and children play. Oh, I guess I should ask my father Endeavor if there is a jurisprudence for children using their quirks on public grounds. That is also impressive of you. As their teacher, you understand that you take full responsibility for them, and probably would be getting multiple cases of illegal use of. Stop, nobody is using their quirks anymore. She told me over the phone that she is having a lot of fun and loves teaching young kids. Apparently, they often call her mommy by mistake. I think they just love her a lot. Rei beamed with a mother's happiness, learning that Fayumi had a fulfilling job, and kids loved her. Maybe they wouldn't turn out like she and Enji did. And what about Natsuo? Apparently, his studies to become a doctor are going well. His new mentor is someone well respected at the hospital he is interning at. The day before. And this is how you make a cast for an insect mutant? New guy. Enko was beaming as she put a cast on the mantis mutant who had just tried to escape from the hospital. A small-time thug, suspected of being linked with Smash. Nothing big, but not something they could let slide. As a result, because heroes and police officers couldn't stay at the hospital 24/7, the doctors had a special quirk license they could obtain, giving them permission to defend the hospital. People in the medical field knew that Enko in the Musafado area was their most terrifying combatant. It was also an open secret that Enko was likely a vigilante doctor in the past. Natsuo could see why, as she was the one who broke the insect mutant's arm by locking his wrist with her attraction, and then drop-kicking him, with surprising grace, in the back. He was admiring Enko, as she switched from fighter to kind nurse, as if she wasn't the one who harmed the criminal. Will you teach me how to do that? You mean the cast? No, the whole fighting thing. Oh sure, drop by over the weekend. Shadow will be happy to see his brother, I guess. Wait, you know Shadow? He comes by your home on the weekend. Actually, he goes to my best friend's home, but yes, he is a delightful child. Just like that, Natsuo knew he had found a wonderful mentor and someone who would defend Shadow if anything happened. I think I know her, but she and her friend want to speak with you about the whole boiling water on the face thing. I am not sure it is a good idea to meet them yet, even if I told them it was all Father's fault. Ray suddenly noticed something about Shadow's speech pattern. He didn't call her mom but mother, kind of the same way he called Endeavor father, or when Endeavor talked about his janitor. Even if Shadow had rationalized her action as reaching her breaking point because of abuse, it made sense that he still had some deep unresolved anger in his heart. That is nice to hear. And for the tournament, what's your goal? Oh, just having fun. After everything with Father, the fact I can finally relax and learn how to be me. I want to take it easy yet seriously. I mean, it is just a tournament. And as my friend said, everyone already knows how strong I am. I want to have fun and a good time. I have no stake in it. I wanted to know about the whole fire thing because Katsuki would beach a lot if I didn't fight him at 100%. He seems passionate. I chose him as my teacher because of that. He taught me how to say F. Ray was concerned by the smile he had after he swore, but took it as him slowly becoming a normal child. Also, what did you mean by, I work with your father? F. Well, your father actually needs help on an investigation and I am the best person for the job. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Technical truth is the best truth. That doesn't mean I have to be happy about it, especially with the whole prearranged marriage. Oh, that, Shadow, I know you will have a hard time believing it, but until Taoya's death, Enji was a good father and a good husband. Shadow's eyes told her that he didn't believe her for 1 second. Also, my father was actually trying to sell me, and I don't think it would have been for marriage. A certain Dr. Garaki sighed a bit. The new Naumas were coming along, but he still regretted that he had to scrap that ice-based Nauma mixed with a sensory-disabling quirk. He had a lot of love for classic yokai and a Yuki-onna would have been great for his collection. I agree to disagree and I am still kicking him in the nuts next time I see him. He will obviously ask for this internship now, just to make sure his father doesn't hurt his mom again, and if he does, he literally has All Might on speed dial. Also, I want to apologize for scalding you. Nah, I understand. You thought I was becoming like Father. Actually, the second part of the festival is about to begin. Everyone gather on the field. Seems I have to go. Mom, see you later. Or call me maybe. With pleasure, Shadow. That day, Shadow decided that he really liked his mom's hugs. Ray didn't have the heart to tell him she poured the water because she feared he would become just like Taoya. Meanwhile, Enji stood in front of 3 giant boards, covered in strings and various photos of people from his database. As a giant map established the route taken by the ambulance that brought Hisashi to the hospital appeared. A lot of heroes and villains were on it, including him and Ray, much to his surprise. If he was right, and he was almost certain that he was, it was the beginning of their breakdown. That day was just before their therapist told Ray to not use her quirk against her husband because her aim was bad. In the scenario he had laid out, it was likely that Ray's ice ball actually smashed into the side of the ambulance, since she was aiming at Endeavor. He actually had to ask for help from his sidekicks, and they were becoming progressively more scared of the vast network of events that happened that day. Hell, he was not sure, but even Snipe may have been there that day as they found a bullet quite similar to his in the victim's butt. Holy shit. That is crazy. Yes, I can see why the cops dropped the case. Too many suspects to investigate, and honestly, if they tried to prosecute even half of the people on the board. Vernon came with more files at this moment. I have found proof Wash was in the area and Captain Celebrity too. Oh god, them too. Hell, I am pretty sure the only top 10 hero currently missing is Best Genist. Actually, I found out he was at the hospital, sir. Apparently, he filed for an incident when he used his power for sick children. And he apparently accidentally hit the spinal cord of an unknown man and paralyzed him. Enji was going to have a long day, but he was going to watch the recording at the airport. When May learned she was the prime target for everyone because of her headband, she had just one thing to say with a Cheshire grin. Bring it on everyone, and make my babies shine. Game on, Pink Beach. A fight between May and Bakugo. Most people decided it was wise to stay away from the ensuing explosions, since they liked their limbs still attached to their body. Now, dear listeners, this part of the tournament is to show our students control over their quirks. So, attacking the leader to make him fall on purpose is grounds for elimination, too. He isn't joking. That's our actual rule. You are supposed to only steal the headband, and the headband must be visible on your body. Also, if you fall off your teammates, you are eliminated the moment you touch the ground. Also, this time it's a Team F award. Make teams of 4 people, everyone. It also shows pros that you know how to work with others and choose your teammates to complement your ability. For example, using a leader that can erase quirks while his horse blasted them apart worked very well. Yes, and having a certain green-haired woman supporting you was nice too. No, Mina ick. However, Izuku and Toru weren't like most people. Mei was Izuku's friend, and if Toru wanted time in the spotlight and to make a name for herself, she needed to take some risks, even if the risk was an explosion. But hey, it happened. Now for the last member of the team. Well, she came to them. Let me help your team, everyone. It was the always dependable and reliable class president of the 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Not that we are against it, but why us? Izuku, remember when I said that my company might sponsor you? In the background, Mei's eyes changed into yen symbols. My parents loved your interview and asked me to do my best to help you reach the 3rd round. So sponsorship and visibility. Wait, you mean that interview was live? Yep, you are apparently trending a bit. Turns out that the public likes that kind of underdog story, and you are also the most classic hero between yourself, Katsuki, and Shoto. Izuku blushed at that revelation. I knew it. He didn't know it wasn't something that was going to be edited. Tamura smiled, as he was focusing his attention on his unofficial cousin, enjoying his distress. He should also note his team is technically a full female team and like a small harem. You can see him from here. It impressed the big three, as Izuku was pretty far away and Tamura was still able to see him clearly. If I can annoy him, believe me, I will take any opportunity. You seem to have a good relationship with him, don't you? If he wasn't attending this school, I would do my best to recruit him for my father's corporation for gifted youths. Well, from what I learned from my sources, he is at the top of his class in the most elite school in Japan. You could say he is smart. Hey, he is the only person who can beat me in strategy games. Until Nedzu came. She wrecked me a few times and I still don't know what happened. Tamaki smirked at that. Let me guess. Hero card game. Nedzu is a total novice who's never played that game before, but just so happens to be very lucky, right, Tamaki? Nedzu had her smile, the one that told you that you should follow her lead for your own safety. Also, it was fun having Tenko underestimating her while she was a reigning champion back home. Hey, being nice and often airheaded didn't mean she wasn't smart and cunning. What most people mistook for coincidence, luck, or anything in between was actually the scary amount of intelligence Nedzu could display. Tamaki himself discovered that after she found him every time he tried to brood alone. Tamaki chose wisely to nod furiously at Nedzu's suggestion, while she happily hummed, enjoying her ice cream. Mirio, meanwhile, watched the beginning of the match and winced. Ouch, I feel sad for your friend. Did you see the team in front of him? Tamura stopped smiling at Izuku's minor misfortune to look at his new major one. That was to say, the Katsuki, Mina, Gyro, and Shoto team. Oh boy, oh good, that is going to be a bloodbath. Don't you mean oh god? Tamura smiled at Mirio knowingly. I know what I said. Since Mei was at the center of their formation, getting her headband would not be an easy task, and Izuku, as their leader, allowed their team the ability to easily steal others. Honestly, they kind of needed every advantage, since Katsuki was being propelled by his quirk, while Shoto froze Mina's acid and Gyro was tracking their movement and using some ranged attack to stop them. Go after someone else, Katsuki. Never. Meanwhile, Monoma's team was sitting behind the front lines, or rather, observing the Tom and Jerry chase happening in front of them. So, Monoma, how does it feel knowing you antagonized them and their allies despite the fact that they are all good friends? Listen, everything is going according to plan. All we need to do is learn what their quirks are so we know how to counter them later on. Monoma, you F-ed up and you know it. Oh well, let's successfully get into the next round so you can get your ass kicked by them. Since Katsuki wasn't a dumbass, he quickly noticed several things. First, Izuku kept dodging his attacks. That wasn't that surprising, as they both knew what kind of training Atsuhiro did to Izuku. However, he also noticed the many headbands Izuku snatched, mostly from teams that tried to block his team's path, before taking a hit from Katsuki, as Izuku redirected him toward other teams. Katsuki, I am wondering, isn't Izuku using us to secure points for himself? That way if we steal Mei's headband, he will still have enough to carry his team to the final round. Shoto speculated out loud while Izuku waved at them and gave them a thumbs up. To everyone's surprise, or not, it didn't calm Katsuki down. Izuku, you are going to pay for using me like that. Katsuki, while often as driven as a bull against a red cape, knew when to fold them. He also knew he had a responsibility toward his team to take them to the finals. So, he did something he never thought he had to do. Izuku, if you don't give me your headband now, I will email to everyone in the class your fanfics. All of them. That made the other team stop in their tracks, as pretty much all the girls were very interested in what Katsuki had to say. Izuku write fanfiction. I am pretty sure I have seen a. Katsuki got interrupted by Izuku's headband suddenly landing on his head. Don't you dare say anything else, Kaken. Seriously, otherwise I will hunt you down. That's fair. Katsuki smiled at his victory and was a graceful winner. Good Deku. Kaken, I will effing punch you next round. I have a card with your name on it. Is it a superhero? Tell me you picked someone strong to face me with. Izuku grumbled and looked at the girls. Hey, it's not like we aren't in the lead. Once again, thanks to Mei, that we're going to stop. Wait, Mei's, by Kacchan. Don't forget to uphold your word. Katsuki, did you seriously forget that it was Mei who had the 1 million headband point? I pointed it out just before. Shut up, Icy Beach. I'm just saying you take that rival thing a bit too seriously. Everyone stared at Shadow. What? It isn't like I declared you were both my rivals and I was planning to remove you from school or something. Wonderful memories, right, Mike? Shut up. No, you asked me to be your co-speaker. Do you remember how you were forced to surrender in our third? Continue like that and there will be consequences. Then effing untie me. Midnight had the time of her life with the other teachers, who were all wondering what happened between the two teachers. Before anyone asks, Aizawa knew about Mike's crush on someone and made him abandon their fight via blackmail. How the hell are they friends again? Because if you hurt one of them, the other will relentlessly hunt you down. Before you ask, I'd prefer to be chased by Aizawa. Mike can be quite violent if he is angry. So, we have more than enough points. Honestly, I think we're in the clear even if we lose Mei's headband. I wonder why people didn't attack us more. Bomb incoming. Momo discovered she had a common interest with Mei. They liked explosions. When Mei used her spider legs to make them taller, Momo took that opportunity to throw as many pepper bombs as she could. Real bombs would have been a bit too much. Mei gave her a rocket launcher to propel her bombs further and Momo actually squealed in delight. That's a funny duo, don't you think? Quite. Izuku was happy to sit on the robotic legs, holding hands with Toru as they passed the remaining time peacefully, letting the two chaos gremlins beside them have their fun. Meanwhile, elsewhere a fourth team was also doing well. Some students from 1B and 1A worked together to ensure they would reach the next round. Mainly Hanta as the rider, Kirishima as one of his horses, Takoyami as the second support and Yui helping Hanta by making his duct tape bigger. After their heroic exercises with Izuku, Hanta noticed that his power wasn't as offensive as the heavy hitters in the class, but it was incredibly useful to stop and restrain the enemy. With Yui's help, he could now control the size of his attacks, and he took full advantage of that. They didn't need to get close. He just needed to hit the bullseye with his quirk. They also had a solid defense, thanks to Takoyami and Dark Shadow. Kirishima also made the structure almost unshakable. For victory, for the darkness that consume us, for manliness, for victory. We seriously need to work on our team war cry. Yui nodded as Hanta sighed and they continued to work together to get as many headbands as they could. Meanwhile, Minta and the teammates that got him were seething. It was his chance to get noticed, and he was missing it. Sure, he had easily constructed an almost impregnable defense thanks to Shoji, but they missed their precision strike that would have allowed them to get a second headband and maybe get onto the leaderboard. He was technically one of the top students of Gen Ed, and he couldn't and wouldn't lose here. At first, he had wanted to be a hero because he thought that would make him cool and make the ladies interested in him. Now, however, he wanted to be part of the heroic because he felt he should have made the cut if it wasn't for that purple-haired dude, who even had the gall to surrender his headband with his team. Apparently, none of the hero students wanted to shine. What was the point of being a hero if you didn't shine and shape society? Shit, we need to score one good win, or eliminate the leader. Minda was smarter than most people expected. In fact, he was actually the student that had the top score on the written portion of the entrance exam. What his partner said was actually right, as their team was most likely fifth. The Katsuki team had such a destructive power that trying to fight them was almost impossible. The Monoma team were almost an ally as they helped them get quite a few points from 1A, and finally the mixed team had one of the strongest defenses aside from his team. However, Team Izuku, with the leader openly flirting with his girl, was a sight that enraged him, and the fact he had temporarily lost focus was an opportunity. Well, you know what they say, shoot the horse to kill the leader. It surprised most of his team seeing how determined he was, but Minda clearly had a plan. So they followed his lead when he told them to charge the Mad Bombers, and didn't go for their headband. Instead, he grabbed one of his sticky balls, and with a well-trained aim, threw it just under one of the spider legs. Suddenly, the structure became shaky, and despite Toru grabbing him, Izuku saw the legs were getting ready to collapse. If Momo, Mei, or Toru fell on the ground, it wasn't important. However, if he did, then the team would be eliminated. Though, apparently, one of the students noticed the loophole. What do you mean, eraser? We forbade them from attacking the leader. We said nothing about their teammates. It's a smart move. Sometimes, you need to aim for the weak point. You mean like that time Joke brought you to a cat cafe to seduce you? How do you know that? Who do you think feeds her intel? Izuku was in a pickle, as he was dangerously close to the ground. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and Izuku reached his right hand up his other sleeve to touch the cards inside of it. The green boy prayed for luck, for once. And then something weird happened when he touched a card from the old guard deck. Up in the stand, Yagi felt something stirring inside of One for All, coursing through his body and blood. A warm feeling, something that protected him, despite him coughing up blood. But no one in the booth missed what appeared to be a bright light appearing on the field, unlike anything else Izuku had summoned. When the light disappeared, only a silhouette was visible, one that Yagi could never forget. That is impossible. As Izuku felt his grip slipping through Toru's hands, as Mei and Momo tried to get out to form a new structure to help Izuku, he felt another hand grabbing him. A hand that easily grabbed the other girls as well, before putting them on the ground first, and Izuku on top of them. In front of them, floating in the air, was a woman with chiseled musculature and a smile beaming as much as Izuku on a bright day, whom patted his head, quickly, with a somewhat maternal look. She then looked up towards the stands, and in a supersonic boom, reached it in an instant. What the F was that? I don't know. Your quirk is weird. I know. In front of All Might, in his skeletal form, stood a figure he never dreamed of seeing again. At least, until his eventual demise. Nana. Hey, boyo. Long time, right. Sorry, I don't have much time and I'm not sure there will be another chance. I just wanted to tell you. Yagi felt her powerful arms as they pulled him towards her, while the other teachers watched the scene, understanding nothing that was happening. I am proud of you, Yagi. You are the best student I could ever have, and you went above and beyond everything I thought you would accomplish. No one would have expected to see All Might crying in someone's arms, but they could see it right then and there. As Nana began crumbling, her legs turning into dust. Aw, shit, time to go. Remember though, I am with you, always. Nana was smiling, as she usually was, when the situation was dire. And then only ashes remain on the ground. All Might was left bewildered. What just happened? Inko, are you okay? Atsuhiro saw his loving wife dropping one of her favorite tea sets on the ground, as she saw a ghost on the TV. He had an idea of the reason and clearly understood why. Hell, if Haruma just came back to life to save him, he would be quite puzzled, too. Yes, no, I don't know. Do you think Izuku has her card on purpose or? I don't think he knows, Inko. But maybe, just maybe, you should try to talk to him about it. Yes, sorry, I just need a bit more time. But, she was smiling, like when I was a kid. On her TV screen is an image of the hero Floaty. Not the most powerful or the most popular hero, but still a fairly known member of the old guard, the generation before All Might. Mom, Nedzu, I need a meeting. Soon. Looking at the record, Endeavor knew his hunch was right. While he reached for a file with Izuku's photo on it, he was going to need it. Oh, what did you find? I can't speak about it on the phone, Dad, but it is of the utmost importance. Bring All Might too. We might need him, because I found out who killed Hisashi Midoriya. And it means we should put Izuku Midoriya under high surveillance as of now. Come immediately. On the screen, Enji could see the silhouette of one of his former nemesis. As he looked at Izuku's file, he wondered, what might he be? Time's up. Now, dear listeners, let's see who advanced to the final round. First place, since they managed to keep the 10 million point headband. Team HATSUMIME. In second place, we have the team with the most explosive candidate, Team Bakugo. Third place, people who decided slow but steady wins the race, Team Hanta. And finally, in our fourth slot, Team Monomer representing Class 1B. Congratulations to all of you. I am going to buy you more tea with honey. Oh God, thank you. I can't speak for a few days after the festival and actually, no tea for you. I'll enjoy the silence. Traitor. While the two of them amused the public with their antics, all of the other teachers except Cementos and Midnight took their leave. Everyone was still thinking about what happened with All Might, and then Nedzu called for an emergency meeting, while informing the teachers that Endeavor, despite a previous order that he was banned from the school's grounds, was going to be there. What happened between the two of them that changed Nedzu's mind? While everyone present had their reasons for why they disliked the number 2. That doesn't change the fact that he was one of the best investigators and fighters in the country. So, when they all arrived at the meeting room, they weren't surprised to see Endeavor, who was cooling down by drinking water as much as humanly possible, while Nedzu was setting up the presentation. No one dared to make snide remarks, as Enji was clearly disturbed by what he had discovered. Everyone, you have been called here, because I discovered something very important about one of your students, Izuku Midoriya. But to explain, we are going to have start by talking about his father first, Hisashi Midoriya. As Enji spoke, the presentation displayed the map in his office, displaying all of the pro-heroes and students that were implicated in the incident. Surprising everyone, they were all on the board. And more importantly, who killed him? Hey, I hope you had a chance to relax, because now it's time for a good all tournament. Yes, it's not like all our third trials are always some kind of tournament. Still salty about our third year. Who the F remembers a tournament where you slap your opponent with a fish? Dear listeners, Eraserhead is still angry because he was the first to lose that year. Slapped with a catfish by your truly. You little. Anyway, the rules are simple. You win by ring out or incapacitating your opponent. Be careful though, we don't want anyone going to the morgue. They should have read their contracts better. UA isn't responsible for death or loss of limbs. Anyway, we have Cementos and Midnight as the referees, and they will step in if you go too far. Indeed. So, the first match is. On the giant screen, two faces appeared. Izuku Midoriya and his trademark smile, and Eijiro Kirishima, our hero, who was stretching in the candidate area, offered a high five to Kirishima, who returned it. Both of them smiled for the camera and everyone saw the friendly rivalry between two young teenagers. I hope this fight will be manly. I will do my best. If I lose to someone that isn't him, I think Katsuki might try to find out if he can kick me hard enough to send me into orbit. Katsuki thought about the scenario and nodded, agreeing with Izuku's hypothesis. Izu-kun, win this. Toru cheered with all her might for him, while Mina joined in. Hey Eijiro, you better win this. Jiru smiled, before she asked Momo for her opinion on the situation. Do you think she and Eijiro? Very likely, but they aren't dating yet, and honestly, they are kind of cute together. I ship it. In the ring, though, it was going to be a tough fight for both of the participants. They knew, because of their after-school training, what the other was capable. Kirishima was fairly certain he could beat all of the tarot summons Izuku could do, and they both knew it. So, that meant Izuku had to use other cards, and that was what made Izuku's quirk scary, its versatility. Both fighters stood in front of the other, and Izuku had already chosen a card. Unlike his teacher, he didn't have enough training to let him dislocate the arm of someone like Kirishima, who was both hard and strong. Unlike his teacher, though, he also had time to prepare for a wide range of opponents and bought cards specifically to counter them. Kirishima, while not the brightest in the classroom, was still one of the most competent students during their heroics lessons and was an excellent fighter, which made him good enough for Katsuki. Izuku would have been an idiot to think he wouldn't make it to the final round and bought a card specifically for fighting him. To Kirishima's surprise, he saw Izuku drop into a combat stance while holding only one card. Only one card, Izuku. Aren't you underestimating my manliness? To be fair, this card cost me 80 yens, Kirishima. The sturdy hero was surprised when a strange light enveloped Izuku before he went on the attack. Kirishima, proud of his defenses, let the first strike land, and to his surprise, it hurt. What? The attack hadn't been that strong, since Izuku still had a good posture and his hands didn't seem to be hurting from the punch he just threw. However, Kirishima was happy to see his friend was taking their fight seriously. Let me guess, a card that allows you to pierce defense, or something like that. Old card from a game named Yu-Gi-Oh! Big Bang Shot. It took a few weeks for the shop to find it. Magic cards were random in their cost to Izuku. However, the cards you could categorize as equipment were easier for him to gauge their cost. The greater the effect, and the longer he wore them, the more effort it took to maintain. That was a reason why Izuku was happy to have increased his stamina, allowing him to fight opponents like Kirishima. The card also had a second purpose. Not only did it let him fight efficiently, but also allowed Kirishima to have the match he wanted, a manly one. Izuku also had a slight advantage over Kirishima. While the red-haired boy's attacks were strong, but they weren't very fast. At least not as fast as Katsuki or Compress attacks. Either he could dodge them by being careful, or he could divert them. Without telling Kirishima, Izuku was also using another card, a defensive one to keep him from breaking any bones. The fight was going to be a difficult one, despite the cheering of the crowds and Toru. Interesting, Mirio said as he was keenly observing the fight. The fighting style. Yes, I wonder when and where he learned that. Tamura knew he was right about what interested the other three people with him, as they all nodded. Yes, since you're the one who knows the most about him, do you have any ideas? Well, he said his stepfather helped train heroes or something like that. He may have had additional training on the side. Anyway, his training must have been quite intensive to move like that. However, he needs to improve the strength behind his strikes. He hit his opponent several times, but none of the blows hit a vital location. Everyone began eyeing Tamura suspiciously. Unfazed, he returned their stare. Hey, I like martial arts on the side. I am not just a huge nerd. Well, you seem muscular under that shirt, aren't you? I think I regularly train alone, so I don't know if I count as muscular or not. Nejire wondered about her question before poking Tamura on the side with a sly smile on her face. Poke poke. Hey, ask before you touch. Yep, the muscles are there. Above Tamaki but below Mirio, I would say. To be fair, he is a very buff Tintin, so you are a muscular crusty. Both of them locked their eyes on each other, before laughing. For a moment, Tamura forgot that they were heroes and that he was a villain. He was simply having a good time, and it was enough to make him stand. Izuku, kick his ass. Wait, does that mean Nejire may touch your body if she asks first? It was Tamaki who noticed that slip up. Meanwhile, Mirio and Nejire had shit-eating grins on their faces. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. However, it was already too late. Still not done, Kirishima. Izuku was pretty sure he'd managed to hit his friend quite a few times by now, but damn. Kirishima sure had spirit and guts. So sure, while he'd managed to pierce his rocky armor, it was clearly not enough to win the fight just yet. You know my answer, Izuku. Fight me. Izuku sighed as he felt his stamina diminish. He needed to be careful, since he didn't know how the others' fights would pan out. That's why he'd summoned a king to flank Kirishima with. By playing too defensively, he would lose. He needed to attack more if he wanted a chance to rest between fights, and hope the other fights would take some time to give him a chance to recuperate. As the muscular king of hearts, with a mustache not unlike a certain gentle criminal, smashed his scepter into Kirishima's side, the latter blocked the attack by using both of his hands. Even he had to admit that despite his guts and bravado, Izuku had worn him down. That might have been why, in retrospect, he wasn't able to dodge or block Izuku's sneaky uppercut. No matter how strong or hard you were, any attack that directly connects to your brain will stop you even for a moment. That was all Izuku needed to make his king attack Kirishima a second time. The hit sent the boy flying just out of the ring. And, well played, Izuku. That was a mean hook. Kirishima fell backwards, before returning to normal. He was exhausted, but the fight was fun. So when Izuku came back to offer him his hand and helped him up, Kirishima took it with a big smile. Hey, maybe he had lost, but he'd lost in a manly fashion against one of the strongest members of 1A. That was a manly fight. Not going to lie, you were one of my most feared matchups. I am afraid of what will happen if you learn martial arts or something. Kirishima pondered the advice for a second, before nodding. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Next year, I will win. Hey, what a nice fight, my dear listeners, with a beautiful friendship. Friendship aside, this fight showed that both of them have a lot of progress to make. While Kirishima had the superior quirk, he lacked the finesse and technique required to fight Midoriya. Meanwhile, the latter had trouble placing a clean hit, and he wore himself out more than he should have. So, you are saying they are two diamonds in the rough. Damn, my fellow pro heroes. You better prepare the internship forms. Praise from a racer is even rarer than his smile. After all, let's remember the tournament was also a major opportunity for students to shine, hoping that a pro would notice them and take them under their wing. It was part of their duty, as teachers, to advertise them. But also, it was the duty of Mike and Eraser to make everyone focus on the students and not why every other member of the staff was missing. I'm sorry, but why is his death that suspicious? I mean, it can't be. Ectoplasm wondered aloud, as it seemed kind of weird to call all of them. I have found no less than 30 different people who could have killed him that day. Each one of them hit him, intentionally or not, with deadly force, including all the top 10. Even I, All Might, in his buff form, was legitimately surprised. Endeavor pointed to All Might's face on the screen, showing the result of his fight that day and how it affected the ambulance. It almost made him vomit blood. Wow, now I see why the case may have been dropped. Imagine the scandal if such a case got out. The HPSC may have helped. They shouldn't have, because this was an assassination. Enji put on his professional face, as everyone waited for him to follow up on that revelation. Don't you mean a murder? After all, it was just a very unlucky incident. No, I know what I said, and I know who the killer is. With a serious look, Enji activated a recording, which showed Hisashi at the airport. He smiled at someone, and then hugged them, before looking horrified, as if he suddenly realized something. Hisashi tried to run, but before reaching his plane, he collapsed in front of everyone. Enji then pointed at the smiling man, who was walking away, ignoring the scene that happened behind him, along with a woman happily smiling at him, kissing him. I present to you two of the most dangerous hitmen I have ever failed to track. Misery and his wife, Mindraper. I have only ever found the civil record for her, after the police found her body a few years ago. A suicide. As the picture zoomed on him, All Might visibly paled, as the man had white hair and red eyes, like him. The only recorded quirk that could affect luck. The more he touches you, the more luck he steals. He worked with his wife, who could make hallucinations of people if she knew their name, date of birth, and favorite hobby. I suspect she had also telepathic component as part of her quirk, since she created perfect illusions for her targets. She stunned the victim, while he then hugged them like an old friend. Afterward, they just let them walk away, to their death. The revelation stunned everyone, while also taking away their guilt of having killed a man. It wasn't truly their fault after all, if circumstances kept causing him to be hurt. Endeavor, however, continued. If you never heard about them, it's normal. They were the private killers of the second worst criminal I had the displeasure to know. A criminal so secretive, I don't think any of you are aware of his existence. Behind Enji, a slide appeared, showing All for One in his business suit, and his undamaged face, drinking a glass of wine in a restaurant in France, as evidenced by the Eiffel Tower in the background. I haven't found his name despite fighting him for years after graduation. But I present to you the secret overlord of crime in Japan. How the hell do you know All for One? It was All Might who yelled. He worked to keep the identity of his nemesis a secret, to avoid him going full out on civilians or to turn into a full-on demon lord. That and to avoid putting his allies in danger. Even among his team, the existence of All for One was a secret for many people. Now, he learned Endeavor was also at war with him. He could have used the firepower of the number 2 earlier. That is my effing line. Of course I knew him. My father kept talking about him and how he would F up Japan if. Enji stopped himself before saying he was the Ashen King's son and looked at Nedzu, who was also stunned by the revelation. And the number 2 knew from his dad's face that he also knew him. Dawning realization set in as he learned that he could have fought that war with allies. Don't tell me that you two were also at war with him. When I went to great lengths to avoid pulling strangers into my secret war with him, I had to obfuscate his idiocy and make it look like I destroyed part of his operations by mistake, to make it look like it was merely collateral damage. Hell, All Might could have avoided his injury if he had known that Enji was aware of All for One earlier. However, order needed to be restored, and it was Hound Dog's job to do that. WOOOFF stop. You need to discuss all of it later. But we are missing the actual issue. Why did All for One send his prized killer after one ordinary salaryman? Endeavor, who had Nedzu in his face screaming at him, took his dad away from his face. Oh, that one is easy. Because Hisashi Midoriya wasn't an ordinary salaryman. That's also the reason why we need to put Izuku Midoriya under high surveillance. Oh. Next fight is one that everyone is waiting for. The first match pairing a member of Class 1A against a member of 1B. I never understood the rivalry between the two classes, as we randomly divide the students who are accepted into UA. But if it amuses Vlad. After all, if more 1A students keep qualifying in the sport festival each year, it just means they have better teachers. But you and Vlad are the only teachers that are different between the two classes. Anyway, the next match is interesting. Mina Ashido facing off against Nito Monoma. The pink mutant hugged Kirishima as he went back to the contestants' zone. Hey, it was a good fight. You just had a bad matchup. The teacher is right, though. I was relying on my quirk too much, and not enough on my moves. Against an enemy that can penetrate my armor, it wasn't enough. Mina thought about it for a moment, since her match was approaching. How about we train together? I have good moves and I can teach you. You would. Of course. We're friends, after all. Further away, the rest of 1AS girls looked at each other. It is going to be full of awkward moments between the two of them since they don't realize they have a crush on each other, right? Is her quirk being Captain Obvious in addition to good hearing? Ribbit? Hey, Toru gave a well-deserved kiss to her boyfriend for his win. Give me the same once I win my fight. Resting with his girlfriend was a good way to recover, after all. However, he had to watch the next match closely, as he didn't know Monoma's quirk and wanted to be ready for his next fight. Finally, it is time for your class to know their real place and lose beautifully against the mighty 1B. You sure love to talk, don't you? Hey, Midoriya had his show too. I have every right to do the same. The difference being, Midoriya is nice and fun to be around. You're just an ass. Mina was not amused, despite her smile, and she cracked her knuckles, ready to go whenever the teachers gave the signal. Clearly, this fight was going to be less civil than the last one. And Mina, despite having a cheerful smile, clearly burned with a fire of passion. Meanwhile, Monoma was openly laughing like a bad guy, and Izuku found that actually weird. It was almost like a show. Oh god. Shit, he is actually smart. Hearing Izuku saying a swear was rare and everyone turned their head towards him. He is doing that on purpose, to piss her off. He must know that Mina has a very intense personality, and by doing that, she will most likely try to rush to beat him down quickly. And your point is, it's a trap. Indeed, when Mina sped up on her acid, as soon as midnight told them to start, something strange happened. Without warning, Monoma turned into steel as Mina tried to uppercut him. Sadly, unlike Izuku, she didn't have an armor-piercing buff and hit a man of steel at her full strength. Something that isn't really advised to do, unless you wanted a broken hand or, at the very least, a swollen wrist. Monoma knew he had the advantage of surprise, and he promptly grabbed and threw her outside of the ring. It wasn't time for a show, but for a quick and efficient elimination. And done. Victory secured. Mwahaha. Mina was still wondering what the hell had happened. This time, the winner didn't help the loser up. Izuku is going to beat that blonde guy next match. Nejire, her cheeks puffed out in anger, stared viciously at Monoma. Because you want him to. Or because you analyzed his odds against someone that can copy quirks. Everyone stared at Tamura, who had bought some popcorn and coffee. What? How do you know that? This kid has used 3 different quirks since the beginning of the festival. I saw him use Vine's hair, making people trip with mushrooms, and now he turned into steel. It is clearly not a random power, and the 3 of them don't make thematic sense together. Therefore, it is most likely a stockpile, copy quirk. Mirio was deep in thought before asking Tamura, "Would you, by any chance, be interested in working for a hero agency?" Tamura, who was drinking his coffee, suddenly spit it out. "What? I mean, what? You are clearly highly intelligent. You know your hero stuff and you have excellent investigation skills. I know that my boss always needs more support from people like you." Nedzu whispered to Tamura's ear, the latter totally not appreciating her doing that. His boss is All Might's former sidekick. OF. Sir Nidai, one of the most inquisitive and intelligent men in Japan, according to Sensei. Tamura just had to get the attention of his intern, apparently. "Thank you, but I am not sure your chief would accept a new sidekick without references and without a heroic background. After all, what if I were a villain in disguise?" Sensei's Rule 12, say the truth in the most absurd way possible. People will think it is a lie. Tamaki, under his breath, whispered more for himself than anyone else. "Yes, but one who is falling hard for someone." "Did you say something, Tamaki?" "Nothing, Nedzu." Mirio sighed, as Tamura rejected his offer. Oh well, not everyone dreamed of becoming a hero after all. And if Nedzu was right, this guy had his dream crushed early because of his quirk. Arf, that would have been nice. HMMF. If Tenko works for a hero agency, it will be mine. I said it first. It managed to get a chuckle from everyone, though, unbeknown to all of them, Nedzu was serious, as she had become more and more determined to make Tenko her analyst. And it wasn't because the guy was sarcastic yet still possessed a shy streak. She found a hell of a lot of fun to tease. That and, of course, in card games Tenko was an epic challenge and she loved that he could match wits against her. Though Nedzu wasn't dumb. And unlike Mirio, wondered what did Tenko truly hid underneath everything. Because, while claiming that he wasn't going to a hero school, he was highly knowledgeable and competent about quirks. Strategy and analyzing, to a degree she found suspicious. It was going to be a fun investigation. And totally not just a good way to get dates and treats. "What do you mean? He wasn't an ordinary salaryman?" Endeavor nodded before he presented the big picture of Hisashi Midori. His fire-breathing quirk was most likely given to him by All for One, as a cover for his real quirk and maybe to provide self-defense, if I had to guess. Then what is his real quirk? Among my agency, we have 2 names for it. The proper one, Heart Stealer, and the other. Suddenly, still on the field, Midnight felt as if she missed a splendid opportunity for a joke. The other one, the hentai protagonist. Everyone was going to ask if Endeavor was serious, but they saw his face as he sighed. "He is the whole reason I never brought Ray on my crusade. His power was one of the most terrible I can think of. It could steal relationships." "Relationship? How is that dangerous?" "Let's say he knew I considered Nedzu my father. If he managed to touch both of our shoulders, suddenly, I would have considered him my father, while Nedzu would simply be a figure of authority." Suddenly, everyone knew why that power was to be feared, as did Enji. Hence why I worked alone too. I discovered his most likely identity only recently. By connecting the dots today, I saw that Heart Stealer stopped all activity 10 years ago, though I didn't know the reason why All for One's #1 spy disappeared. However, when I saw Hisashi's death, I recognized the pattern of a misery assassination. I compared the date of death and I knew, most likely, that he had been executed by All for One. However, I don't know the reason, the motive. Suddenly, Nedzu had a thought. Wait a second. What about Inko Midoriya then? Is she part of All for One's network? Is Midoriya a sleeper agent? Endeavor looked at the staff, who were suddenly worried that one of their top students may be a mole. "No, they are clean. Please, I am a professional. Of course I checked that possibility, Dad." He was more annoyed than anything that his dad didn't think he would check something so obvious. Inko Midoriya, born Shimura. This time, All Might coughed blood in front of everyone, for a reason that only Nedzu understood. "She is Nana's daughter." "We are speaking of Floaty, Nana Shimura." Yes, she is. I found little information on her, but I know Nedzu held her in high respect. She was my mentor. Endeavor pinched the bridge of his nose. For FS sake, is there any other secret I should know before continuing this presentation? What is next? You are coughing blood because you tried to solo All for One. A long moment of silence took place. Endeavor inhaled as much air as possible before looking at Nedzu. Of course you did. Because. Suddenly, Endeavor had a crazy thought, as he looked at a sheepish All Might. Your quirk, it's special. That is why All for One was so focused on you, and not me. Something that had a link with Nana Shimura, explaining why he would have asked Heart Stealer to seduce her daughter. Your age and Nana could have indicated a relationship. But Inko looked too much like her father and not enough like you. Besides, that would have made you a father at what? 8 years old? Unlikely. Everyone, in the know about One for All since the USJ debrief, looked away sheepishly. You are not Nana's son, but you are her heir, and, for some reasons, she must have been the reason for you to fight against All for One. And, at that moment, realization dawned on Endeavor's face. He had memorized All Might's career with the intent to surpass him, to a degree only surpassed by Izuku and Nightai. You developed your quirk extremely late. Except when you developed it, it was already fully formed, and it didn't kill you on the spot. You aren't a late bloomer like Izuku is. You got your quirk through another method. Nana Shimura gave you a quirk that All for One wants so badly that he is ready to ignore mine despite things about it. Am I wrong? Nedzu beamed with paternal pride at seeing Enji practically deciphering the secret of One for All by himself. My quirk might be a special one that can be transferred and originated from his brother, who might be the only person he genuinely loved. Nana Shimura was the previous holder. Interesting. Anyway, though, nice clarification, and it explains why All for One wanted to monitor her, as she is the only Shimura, besides Izuku, who is still alive. That, and also her past as a vigilante. Wait, what? Inko Midoriya, who, alongside Mitsuki Bakugo, was one of the two vigilantes known as the Night Nurses. Pretty much everyone looked at each other. Oh god. When Mike, Eraser, and Midnight find out that they're teaching their idol's sons. Focus. Also, I also checked upon Atsuhiro Sako to make sure that he is not an agent for All for One. He is clear. No need to focus on him. It was absolutely not because Endeavor found out that he was Mr. Compressed during this investigation and needed the man for the Tauya's investigation. He was a bit surprised to see Nedzu and All Might nod in approval. So, both of them knew. Interesting. Any other questions? The air around all of them suddenly cooled down as the door exploded with an angry Ray standing behind the shattered frame. Yes, why did you never tell me about all of this? Nedzu whispered to All Might, as Endeavor ran for his life, chased by his wife. Did you tell her to come? Well, no. I thought she was supposed to watch her son. Meanwhile, Snipe was drinking his coffee, smiling under his mask, as he may have phoned the whole reunion to Ray, who asked him why they were all leaving. Since she was Endeavor's wife, he thought she had a right to know. Not to mention the fact that it was just really fun to watch. Now that we've managed to extinguish the fire, we would like to ask Miss May to not use flamethrowers for the remaining fights. If the last match had been short, thanks to May's weaponry, the next one would be more arduous. Toru knew it. However, she had a thought for Hanta, who was against May. She was going to be as feared as Katsuki, because she was going up against Itsuka Kendo, a known martial arts expert and one of the top students of their year. It was going to be hard, wasn't it? Toru was ready for her fight, but she knew it wasn't going to be an easy win. She had her invisibility, Her opponent was rumored to train in a dojo since her youngest age, while she was equal to Momo in smarts, and her quirk allowed her to do large area attacks. Yeah, she's screwed. Despite her previous bravado about how Izuku should kiss her for winning her fight, Toru knew it was quite the unlikely outcome. Then Toru cheered up, with a giant smile on her face and fist pumped to the air. It wasn't because something was hard and unlikely that it was impossible, and she had to do her best. Hey, nice to meet you. Let's have a good match together, Toru says, bounding up to the stage, only known to be there from the floating pair of gym clothes. The ginger fighter had one of her biggest smiles on her face, a kind and friendly one that Toru answered it in kind with one of her own, though no one could see it. Thanks. Oh, if you face the blonde dude. The redhead stops halfway trying to find her wording. I will kick his ass thoroughly. It is not because we are in different classes he has to be a D about it. You must be a saint if he is like that every day. Toru had a plan brewing, even if it will take some embarrassment. Thanks. The redhead bows before dropping into a defensive stance. Midnight advanced on the field, taking her spot as ref only to explain the rules once again, and then gave the signal. Go. Immediately, Toru began running while trying to think again about Izuku's arms around her. Usually, you aren't encouraged to daydream about your boyfriend, but in this case, Toru knew what it did to her, especially with a sun that was beautifully high in the sky. Meanwhile, Itsuka focused herself on Toru's uniform, as it was clearly the easiest way to locate her. Itsuka didn't know what was the invisible girl's plan, but she guessed she was trying something to beat her, most likely to restrain how Itsuka could punch her. Itsuka completely understood what she was thinking, as the girl seemed. Well, Itsuka didn't know how Toru looked, but if she was smart, she would have likely heard about Itsuka as one of the top students in heroics and probably one of the favorites in the whole tournament. Had she been against Monoma, Itsuka thinks she would have had better odds to win. Toru, you can do it. At least she seemed to be lucky enough to have someone who noticed her, as the 1B president heard Izuku cheering for Toru loudly. Itsuka, in the meantime, well, her crush was as dense as steel. Literally, Itsuka sighed, as she caught back Toru and readied her punch for a body blow. She was an expert in martial arts. She didn't have to hurt her opponent more than necessary. Her feet firmly planted in the ground, and her fist moved with her shoulder to bring strength in her head. Her eyes were on her target, and she was pretty sure to connect with the invisible girl's stomach. She missed as she didn't lose Toru from her sight when she turned into a living flashback. With a scream, Itsuka felt her attack connecting in the void as Toru kicked her legs with a low kick. Not a bad idea if she wanted to do a hit-and-run tactic. Sorry, Kendo, but I will make you work for that victory. The invisible girl's grit and determination made the ginger smile, despite her eyes hurting. That was a good attack, and she felt the hit in her knee. However, she also felt the lack of proper striking power inside Toru's hit. Probably someone who was used to the item to increase her hit, and clearly hadn't learned how to hit her opponent cleanly yet. Her eyes closed. Itsuka forced herself to calm down with a breathing technique in proper kata, proper stance. When Toru tried to kick again Itsuka, the latter surprised her by grabbing fast as lightning. Itsuka loved to train, and while her costume had protection for her eyes, she knew she shouldn't count on that. Therefore, she trained herself with some friends fighting blind. She would take the hit, but react quick enough to go grappling with her opponent. In other words, as Toru would discover soon, there was a notable difference in combat experience between them, since once Itsuka grabbed someone, her Quirk giant hand gave her enough strength to keep them inside it. After all, if one took time to study her hands, they would notice how hurt they were, as she trained every day by hitting steel, which could or not be Tetsu's abs and an opportunity for her to flirt, who could say. Anyway, Itsuka trapped Toru in her hands, before simply tightening her grasp. Surrender now, otherwise I will keep pressing you more in my hand. Toru tried her best, but the difference in strength was absurd. Could Itsuka break steel or something with her bare hands, or is Toru just that far out of her league? I am not done yet. Toru squirms in the redhead's grip. Oh yes, because I just have to not look at you and throw you out of the ring to win, Itsuka says while holding Toru up into the air so she can't get any footing. Then why don't you? Toru yelled as she tried and failed to kick the redhead's wrist. Because I don't want to hurt you more than necessary, and that such a throw could make you land badly. See that, little listeners? It is a reminder that heroes don't have to be more brutal than necessary. There is such a thing as over-violence, and we don't encourage that here in UA. I totally agree with Mike on that one. Yes, sometimes you have to be violent to take down a criminal. It happened to me more than once. However, it doesn't have to always be this way. As an example, sometimes, when you meet a young quirkless vigilante, we know some heroes punch first and ask questions never. We, with a racer, prefer to restrain them if necessary. But more often than not, their existence is the sign something bigger is there. Asking them why is the best option to root out the problem and avoid new ones from popping up. On a side note, vigilantism is a crime. And no, not using quirk doesn't make you immune to the law against vigilantism. It is still an obstruction to heroes and police force and therefore a prosecutable offense. Too many quirkless vigilantes tried that one. Never ended well for them. And they were purposefully not speaking about the other usual outcome. Despite Itsuka's fair warning, Toru tried to worm her way out of her grasp. However, the ginger student knew her job and, as she said, threw her outside the ring. The flying Toru got caught by a midnight Huside. She would truly need to teach this young girl how to fight better. She clearly relied upon surprise and her brass knuckles. As Itsuka proved with her throw, it also meant that without it, Toru wasn't effective enough to be a hero in solo and should either stick to the underground as a spy or as a sidekick. Unless, of course, Midnight trained her in the same way she had been trained when she was a young, dreaming girl, meaning lots of whips and chains. How fun. It was a shame. Really, she didn't know the name and identity of the night nurses. Having them as co-teachers would have been wonderful, and it would have lessened Recovery Girl's burden. Oh well, for once this year, it seemed like they didn't pit the powerhouse against each other in the first round. Next round, Shoto, the Master of Ice and Fire, versus Takoyami, the Bird of Darkness. Meanwhile, as they announced the fight, all the teachers that were summoned for the emergency meeting came back to their booth. All of them were stunned by what they had learned and needed time to process all of it. The only missing person was All Might, as he was busy yelling with Rei Energy. His lone wolf behavior caused even more problems, and now, he would have to learn how to work in a team, said team being with most of the current top 5, plus Rei herself. Shoto might have wondered where his mom was for his fight, but thought she was just really busy about something. He wasn't wrong, technically speaking. Anyhow, Shoto entered the ring, while cracking the ice around his fingers. He was truly not used to using his fire for his fights and should be careful about it. Meanwhile, his opponent was done with his mental preparation, as he stepped onto the ring, facing 1A's top student. However, while Izuku with his personality, Katsuki with his attitude, Momo with her smarts and Todoroki with his talents over everyone else, overshadowed everyone, it didn't mean the rest of the class wasn't powerful. It was his time to show it. Fighters, be ready. Midnight continued her job as the main referee, before launching the signal. Go. Instantly. Todoroki went full no-nonsense fight, as despite his failing as a father, Endeavor taught him well how to fight, and how you should never drag on a fight as that itself can be the end of it. Raising his hand, he waved it with a powerful swing, creating instantly a giant glacier, spiky and powerful. Spending time with the class made him appreciate his classmates more and knew they were all strong in their way. Since his fire was dangerous, it was better to go with the ice, as he knew how to use it well. His fire could and would be used to avoid frostbite, thought. Wow, it seems Todoroki went for the big move immediately. Yes, that is something I have trouble understanding. Why do people never use their most powerful attack first? Did you finally play Undertale? Not the point. However, it seems to me that Todoroki used the wrong move this time. What do you mean? Interrupting Mike. Everyone could see the ice crack before something giant and dark emerged from it with a loud sound. I rise again. It was Dark Shadow, who was now throwing himself to Todoroki. Suddenly, the ice student had to face a problem he didn't expect. Why was the living Quirk a few times bigger than usual? Shadow had to keep moving and creating shields of ice to fend off the relentless barrage of attacks Dark Shadow did. The Darkness Bird seemed fired up and his giant claw smashed Todoroki's defenses multiple times as if it was cardboard. Almost instantly, as he kept the pressure on him. Why was Dark Shadow so powerful? The answer was simple, because Todoroki's ice was too powerful. Takoyami, as everyone seemed to forget the quiet kid, was someone smart and creative, as Izuku could confirm after playing D&D with him. When the situation seemed lost, Takoyami often managed to went through his notes taken across various sessions to find the information needed to counter the bad guy. It wasn't as fast as what Izuku could do, but it wasn't bad either. Takoyami learned how Todoroki fought to counter him. In the past 2 weeks, when everyone was learning how to use their quirks in a more offensive way, Takoyami spent his time training his quirk defensively. He knew that if he managed to fend off Todoroki's first giant attack, he had good odds of winning. Ice didn't let light get through well, with the majority of light being reflected off the surface. If Takoyami could stay hidden in the shadow created by resting deep inside of the icy shell of his newfound bunker, it would give an important boost to Dark Shadow. Takoyami discovered during the training session a weakness in Shadow's ice. Once created, he couldn't manipulate it. Therefore, it also made a good shield for Takoyami, who simply had to endure the cold. Shadow was in an unexpected pickle. As he kept running away on the ring, he tried to counterattack the Shadow, who simply seemed to disappear or absorb his attack. It was logical, as it was a living shadow, and therefore an element. Attacking being like that was always hard, unless you managed to get your hand on his primordial opposite, and one of the reasons the Ashen King had been so hard to stop. No one was capable to manipulate air to the point they could extinguish him or use cold enough water for the same purpose. Yes, after learning who was Endeavor's father, he found as much information as possible on that man. Still, Shadow couldn't continue to stay on the run, as the shadow seemed to get closer and closer to him each time, and soon, the heterochromatic kid would run out of field to run. At that moment, Shadow had an idea, a spur-of-the-moment thinking. If he lacked a place to run away, he could always create more. Another swing, another block of ice, as Shadow ran on it, and created as fast as he could fresh places to run on it. See, people, therefore sometimes, innovation and improvisation can get you killed. Oh, what do you mean? Well, while Todoroki's ice is indeed strong enough to hold his weight and stay structurally sound, Shadow forgot something important. What? Support beams. Pretty much as soon as Aizawa said that, Shadow, who had created stairs to not burn himself out too quickly, saw Dark Shadow coiling around his ice structure and break it. What happens then when you are on a structure that lost its footing? Well, you learned that gravity was a beach. The ice cracked, and Shadow felt the fall beginning. As he sighed, thinking he had been outsmarted and could totally accept this loss, he heard something. You damn icy beach. You better win so I can kick your ass. An angry Pomeranian yells into the air. Todoroki smiled, thinking about Katsuki, who taught him to accept his emotions to express them. And he remembered one lesson they had together, just once. Suddenly, Shadow felt another emotion swell inside him, as Dark Shadow went for the kill, to be sure his opponent wouldn't create a last ice trick to save himself. This emotion, this desire. It was the desire to make someone proud of him. Pride. Don't think I am done yet. Just as Shadow was nearing the ice, and that Dark Shadow prepared his smash, a beautiful orange fire emanated from Shadow. Fire Pillar. While the name was unoriginal, everyone had to admit that seeing Shadow creating with his feet and his fists 2 columns of fire was impressive. Yes, unlike Endeavor, he wasn't strong enough to fly in the sky. However, it was more than enough to break his fall, allowing him to melt his ice under him. As for Dark Shadow, he had barely the time to avoid the attack, as Shadow's fire was indeed a bit too lighty to his taste. An important part of Takoyami's plan was to use Shadow's unwillingness to use his fire, as unlike Katsuki or Izuku, Takoyami was more on the pragmatism spectrum. Having an opponent who would use his fire was a fundamental change. But what was a D&D player if not someone who had to adapt against overwhelming odds? Takoyami inhaled, before ordering Dark Shadow to attack again, but in a new way. Todoroki, on the other hand, was now sliding on his glacier, trying to locate Takoyami. If he couldn't beat the Quirk into submission, he should beat the user. However, it was kind of hard, because of course, Shadow had the great idea of making a lot of spikes. Now, he understood why his father criticized this move, describing it as too flashy and giving cover to his enemy. It was kind of humiliating to concede a point to Endeavor, thought Todoroki, while jumping from one icy spike to another, before a Dark Shadow once again tried to attack, hurling itself at him from the shadow by the various structures. Instantly, Todoroki responded in kind, using his hand to create a fireball. However, the bird came prepared, and when he saw the attack, used one of the spikes as a shield to protect himself from the light and stop the fireball. Shadow clenched his teeth as the bird smashed him into the ice below, his dark fist pressuring him against the ice. Surrender. For a moment, Todoroki thought about an instant, before an old memory came back to his mind. One of his happiest memories ever, one with friendship and laughter. He intensified his fire, compensating the heat with his ice, as he was always supposed to. How about F you? In the student area, Izuku stared at an emotional Bakugo. They grow up so fast, right? F you, green bean. Don't you have a girlfriend to console? She wants a moment for herself. We will cuddle later. So, proud of your student. Yes, both friends smiled, as they saw Todoroki using his flame. Even more than just before, enveloping himself in an armor of fire, both of them analyzing the technique. That isn't bad. It won't be enough thought. Nope, not enough. Rei and Enji, who stopped the yelling when All Might pointed out that on screen, it was Shadow's fight, cheered for their son. I think he needs to work on his ice, though. I have heard from Nedzu that he plans to intern with me. Do you want me to? Give you a temporary contract as a sidekick so you can spend time with him. I think he might like it better than if he was with me. You can't continue to avoid him, I am supposed to see him only if he wants to see me. If he prefers to learn from his mother and my sidekick, it is his right. Rei sighed before cheering once again, as Shadow went into the offensive. When you were a semi-material being made of pure darkness, getting punched was a strange and unpleasing experiment. Getting punched by a fire-powered fist was even worse, as Shadow used his flame to attack even faster, the flame going from his elbow. The Bird of Darkness tried once again to do his trick by grabbing more ice to protect himself, but it was too late. The light Shadow emitted was stronger than his darkness, and he was losing a good chunk of his powered strength. In addition, unlike Shadow, who was warming up despite them on a glacier, Takoyami could only use some exercise to produce body heat, and it was less and less effective. Still, he didn't want to give up, and asked Dark Shadow to come back to him. His other option was to tire out Todoroki. Quirks are like muscle, and not using one for a long time made it weaker. Or it could become quickly tiring to use it too much. Hence why, despite being Endeavor's son, Shadow couldn't instantly melt his own glacier. Sorry Toko, I would have wanted to finish him, but don't worry, the match isn't done yet. We can outlast him, I think. After all, the bird boy was shivering from the cold, despite his friend trying to heat him up by acting like a giant feathery coat. Then, the wall exploded, revealing a Todoroki with fire emanating from one of his arms, looking at Takoyami who had perfectly parried the attack. So, how did you find me? I simply remembered where you were when I attacked first and followed the hole in the ice made by Dark Shadow. Todoroki took a battle stance, as did Takoyami, both facing each other, as the glacier crumbled around them under the hit in the heat. Then both tried to punch each other. Shadow with his fire, as it was the only thing he could use to hit Takoyami, recovered by the darkness, and Takoyami having to restrain his darkness armor, as he couldn't hit Shadow with it. Blows and parry were exchanged, with Shadow slowly taking the advantage as he could use his ice to protect himself from Takoyami's punches. Then the underdog of the match decided in a desperate move, seeing his opponent holding his own despite his apparent fatigue, to kick him. However, Shadow saw the hit coming and using the water under their feet, created a smaller block of ice and made Takoyami fall. The latter managed barely to catch himself, but he had to contemplate Shadow's fiery fist in front of his face. Your opinion on this fight, Eraser? Todoroki won by growing past his previous weaknesses. However, he still has to learn a lot before using his fire quirk in combat. By opposition, Takoyami didn't manage to do that. But honestly, learning to fight in close combat is often hard, and he should seek a mentor that could help him shape more his quirk. Honestly, I think this fight was the best one in the first round so far. So you heard, little listeners. It was an awesome fight. Let's give an applause to Takoyami and Todoroki. Takoyami was dejected, but he saw Todoroki with a faint smile on his face. At least I managed to make you sweat for that victory, didn't I? Well, honestly, if my mom didn't talk to me today to tell me it was okay to use my fire, you would have won. The bird mutant sighed. Sweat. It means that I am only better than half your strength. Yai. That's not what I meant to. I know, Shadow. I know. It also means I have to put in twice the effort to compete against you. At least, thank you for going all out against me. As both of them went into the contestant area, Shadow felt drained of his energy. He had won only barely, despite using all of his quirk. All of it. Was he truly strong? Or did it mean that Takoyami was that close to him? Seems like you were both wrong, Izukan and Katsuki. Toru, who had finished to cry her rage to have lost so easily, was cheering herself up by being spoiled by Izuku. Izuku and Katsuki stared at the invisible girl. Look at Shadow. Honestly, he will probably lose in his next fight, as he probably expended a lot of his energy. To be fair, the lazy effer didn't train his fire despite us telling him to do it multiple times. Mood. However, he is seriously using it, and in a good way, too. I just hope I am the next to go, so I can kick his ass. I mean, what could go wrong for my fight? Katsuki would come to regret those words. Because as if the universe was trying to spite him, his opponent would just jump out of the ring, too afraid of the prospect of fighting against him. Next match, Jiru the Rock Hero versus Tetsu the Iron Man. I want to fight already. I am honestly kind of sorry. Tetsu was standing there in front of Jiru, as he realized she was just like him, trying to make history in this tournament. However, no one was to judge the right or wrong of a tournament made randomly. But in the end, it had to be this way. While Jiru tried to use her sonic blast at first, strong enough to shatter rock with a small seism, Tetsu, like Kirishima, was actually strong and sturdy enough to withstand all the attacks she sent to him. Trying to fist fight him would also end poorly. Her only options to harm him was the classic jack in the eyes. But seeing how he looked at her ears, he expected that one, and the other option was sending sound directly inside of him, but the man had a body identical to Kirishima and clearly knew better than her how to fight in close combat. Jiru sighed as she advanced toward him. If she didn't try, she couldn't know. In the end, Tetsu, as she was very insistent on not surrendering, had to fight Jiru, but the fight wasn't really fair. Though, to be honest, Jiru had the worst matchup for her skill set, hardly something that could make her appeal to heroes. Until the commenters spoke, props to Jiru to have tried. I know many people who would have surrendered, because their quirk aren't useful for the situation. Somewhere, Death Arms and Mount Lady felt as if they got attacked for an event that didn't even happen in their universe. Indeed, Eraser. Also, she tried to work out a plan by attacking his eyes and his mouth, or trying to hit him with sound wave directly, or to temper his balance. Yes, honestly, that's what I would do, too. It shows a lot of ingenuity from her to try attacks like that. Sometimes, it is just bad luck. Sadly, he could tank her hits and, unlike Izuku, she didn't have any piercing attack yet. To be fair, this is the stuff you try to create when you are in an internship. True, that's what I did with my bang voice when I was younger. Did you finally pay off all the glasses you broke that day? F you, Eraser. Jiru sighed as she got up. Well, at least I can see the bright side of everything. Oh, yes, you are the one who will fight Todoroki next round. And I am pretty sure he will see your body as the sign I can work out my issue by attacking you as strong as I can, and will create some kind of explosion. You're just kidding, right? Please tell me you're just kidding. You will see. Jiru's cackle didn't reassure him at all. The young man panicked as they went back to the rest area. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Katsuki was tapping the tile with his feet, having trouble waiting for his round. The minor explosions he kept producing didn't help the three remaining girls feel better. Well, Ibara was praying even faster, and Momo was currently checking with Mei how she could stop Katsuki's explosion. As for Yui, no emotion appeared on her face. Be as calm as possible. Then the before-last match was announced. The president of the 1A, Yaoyorozu against the Div. No joke about religions, we can get into trouble. Oh right, the plant hero. Close enough. Yaoyorozu is against Ibara. This fight is going to be interesting. As except support students like Mei, the others didn't have the right to enter with special equipment, unless pre-approved and necessary for their quirk. The wording, however, excluded Momo from bringing equipment made by her quirk. As a result, she needed to make her stuff as fast as she could. Otherwise, Ibara would throw her out of bound quickly. Both women knew it, as they stood in front of each other, one praying as she prepared her hair attacks, and the other being ready to create a weapon as soon as she could. Midnight and Cementos sipped their tea before launching the signal. Begin. At that instant, Ibara planted her hair on the ground. That way, she could still summon them as a shield and as an invisible attack. As a result, Momo created a flaming sword, as Mei had. Interesting ideas, to say the least. She wasn't confident enough on the making of a gas grenade or soporific dart. Close combat was her best option. She, however, had to be careful of the attack that was likely coming from the ground, and she knew she had the strength to cut even vines the size of Ibara's hair. Is it wrong if I say I have seen enough hentai to know how this battle will turn out? Everyone stared at Kaminari and Jiru ear-jacked him, as the world ordered it. She, of course, didn't say she had thought the same but knew to not say that aloud. Have more faith and less lust in your comrade. It is over Yaoyorozu. I have the high ground. Ibara had indeed the high ground, as she lifted herself with her hair, who quickly continued their web underneath the ring, ready to attack whenever Momo would try. I just have to cut you down. If I do that, I win. But can you do it? Because the Lord is with me. To be fair, I am more of a Shintoist, so will you attack, yes or no? Just as she said that, Momo launched her attack and Ibara attacked with a giant vine composed of many other smaller vines. Monoma had helped her to train, as they knew that in real life, if she had met anyone with a sharp object, she would have a lot of trouble. By combining them together, she increased their durability, though it costed her speed and needed time to set up. However, her opponent needed some too to create her items. Finally, while Nanoblade sounded outstanding on the paper, the technology and blueprint for it didn't exist yet, and there was a limit to what the class president could invent on the moment to defend herself. The Lord's Whip, Ibara yelled, as her attack broke through Momo's offensive and hit her in the stomach, before properly throwing her on the ground, outside of the ring. Higher ground, better strength, better durability, and a plan to circumvent her weakness. It was sad for the 1A, but Monoma was indeed their strategist and planned all of their wins for the tournament. It was time to make the 1B the new kings of UA. However, Ibara had a small thought for Yui. After all, the Christian girl knew the next matchup, Yui versus Katsuki. There was no way it would end well. That is impressive. I am just sad Izuku's girlfriend lost. Who was that? The creation Quirk girl? The rock girl? No, the invisible one. They are quite cute together. Oh, any idea of what they do on a date? Well, they like going to the mall, going to the cinema, training together. Why are you looking at me like that, Nejire? Mirio and Tamaki watched with a smile, as Tamura didn't know he was trapped yet. Because, since you know martial arts, and I want to learn some more, you are going to help me. Tamura was looking at Mirio and Tamaki for help, and both answered. My style is based on power moves and a power stance. Mine on various foods I eat, so not something easy to teach. Suddenly, Tamura felt himself in a crisis, as Nejire had an idea in mind. As part of her training with Ryukyu, she had to learn to recognize various martial art styles and to deduce what it means. It was going to be really helpful to know who was really Tenko. All she had to do was track his art style back to their origin. This will be okay, Yui. We know you can do it. For all his faults, such as his tactlessness, his arrogance, his ability to be kind of a D and loving to show off, Monoma was also a good friend. Sure, he got a lot more than his comrades in this rivalry stuff, but he also prepared a lot of plans for his team to improve and have winning odds against their enemy. Here he was with Itsuka, trying to cheer up Yui. The emotionless girl didn't seem worried, but her friends knew her better, and to be fair, she had reasons to fear the fight. Katsuki was one of the valedictorian, and unlike Izuku, who had an endurance weakness, didn't truly have one. He was also supposed to be incredibly talented at fighting, trained openly a lot, and was a top student. In short, he was the second coming of Endeavor or Maruko. Or he was something to fear if you had over 2 brain cells and saw him becoming a mix of the 2 ravenous heroes. Yes, I know. Don't worry so much. I won't be the only member of 1B to fail her assignment. Yui stated her aim coldly. But inside her eyes there was a passion, one that could easily equal her opponent. In the ring, the 2 fighters faced off against each other, Katsuki with his shark smile, and Yui looking as emotionless as ever. Fiery passion versus a weeping angel. Hey, you know, if you want to surrender, no one would blame you, Katsuki says with a small wave of his hand. While some people might take it as pure arrogance and him looking down on his opponent, it was also a way for him to be kind to his enemy, letting her know she had a way out of this fight before it even started. No, thank you. She nods to him with her expressionless face before fiddling with her gym uniform. Begin. At that instant, Katsuki rushed toward Yui, who simply took a button from her uniform. After all, it was technically support gear, right? When the giant button hit Katsuki in the face, he was surprised, as just as quickly, the button took back its normal size and the girl used the string as some kind of whip. While a giant button was weaker than what he was used to destroying, Katsuki had to jump to dodge the attack, as he didn't have the time to stop the attack. What? I like to train, Yui simply stated her answer, to Katsuki's surprise, before taking her hairpin, launching it with an expert hand to him, and making it as big as him when it was close to him. Suddenly, Katsuki was forced to defend himself in midair, sacrificing his left hand to destroy the giant hairpin that flew toward him. A colossal explosion tore into the ground as the pin was shattered. Small pebbles and a few larger rocks were blasted from the stage. Much to Cementos's dismay, it was his hardest construct. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, did you see that coming? Absolutely not, but that is superb use of her quirk. As his explosion created smoke, Katsuki managed to land safely, still processing what was happening. Sure, all the 1B proved themselves to be dangerous fighters, but this one was part of Hanta's team. Hanta, how the hell was she that dangerous? Here I come. The coldness in her voice made a shiver of excitement run through Katsuki, who funneled all his passion in this fight. Oh boy, he expected little from this match, but he was so goddamn effing wrong. As soon he managed to get into a defensive position, Yui resumed her onslaught as a pencil pierced the smoke at high speed like a crossbow bolt. It passed Katsuki as he sidesteps it, and it embedded itself into the wall far behind him, which said a lot about her strength and accuracy. I effing love that. Keep this fight interesting. Katsuki screams as he blasts the smoke away with his left hand. Great, because there are more coming up. Monoma, did you give her advice on how to fight? Izuku says over the wall that separates the two classes. I tried, but she told me she had her plans. I didn't expect that. Shit, I might have to rework all of my plans to include this level of skill now. Izuku didn't feel better to know that even the 1B didn't know that side of their friend. After all, Katsuki was his friend, rival, and he also wanted to fight him properly. Kaken, you better not F this one up, Izuku says as he slides off of the wall and into his seat. Meanwhile, Yui was testing Katsuki with her attacks, alternating between using furniture and her special whip to attack from various angles. She was also happy to see she had caused him to have a bloody nose, though her enemy was now blocking her attack with even more explosions, punching his way through her attacks. He still had a smile on his face, but it wasn't arrogant anymore. It was a genuinely radiant smile as he enjoyed himself and that stare. At that moment, Yui knew that in Katsuki's eye, she was the only one. Good, because she felt the same way. She had someone to take down, and damn it, she didn't care about the rest. She had an enemy, an obstacle to destroy, and she would give it all of her heart. Her mouth moved by a micro-movement on her lips as they twitched up only a millimeter as she hummed, pleased. Yes, it was a good fight coming up. Hey, girl, what is your name again? Katsuki said before she tossed another random object. Funny, her style is something akin to his new uncle. Still, he could win if he moved fast enough to get in close combat. Yui, no last name needed. At the end of this fight they will know each other better than most in each other's classes. First name is all that's needed. Impact after impact, Katsuki was punching his way through the onslaught of objects. He had to admit, he didn't expect her to have changed her button from plastic to tungsten. Way harder, changing the size of things while conserving their momentum. What a dangerous quirk. And her fighting skill. The wind coming from his left told him that another blow from the button, pretty much as big as him, was coming up. Meanwhile, he was sweating more and more. Each of his movements was a reaction to each of her latest set of attacks. Truly, someone who didn't want to make a show, a spectacle, prove something or shit like that. He was an enemy to destroy, and she was trying her best to do that efficiently. Continue Yui. That's what I call a goddamn fight. At that moment, Katsuki didn't expect Yui herself to appear from his smoke with some of the debris in hand that she threw as a grape shot at him. The debris actually hit his face as she didn't use her quirk on it. It made him close his eyes for a second before he felt a fist slam into his gut. She was strong, even in close combat. Sure, Izuku hit harder than her, but it was a close comparison, he had to admit. She kicked the back of his knee hard enough that he fell backwards. She knelt down to him with one hand on his collar and the other cocked back ready to punch his nose. Good, because I plan to win. Cerulean eyes look into lava red with so much determination that they practically glow as the waterfall of onyx hair frames her porcelain face. Katsuki gritted his teeth and answered with an explosion-powered punch to her face that staggered her enough that his feet were quickly brought up to his chest before slamming into her stomach, the force sending her flying away. Well, fat chance. I am going to win this, he said, as he jumped to his feet in one motion. If Yui was thrown a few meters back, she managed to stop her fall with a gummy bear that she turned into a soft cushion. However, she had to spit a tooth out, as Katsuki didn't hold back. Good, it meant he took her seriously. Proof number 2 being him rushing for another attack, as she would have trouble defending herself. Grenade Buster. Oh, that was cute, he named it. Yui managed to use a small toy key, looking like a famous shield of a Nintendo franchise, to stop Katsuki's attack. It barely slowed the explosion, which cracked the barrier just in time to burn the gummy bear, leaving a disturbing smell of burned sugar. As he landed, Katsuki tried to see Yui's face. As usual, his prosopagnosia stopped him from making any sense of the details he could see on her face. Just the general look, black hair, pale skin, and a little bit of red that he thinks is blood. Good, he was doing damage. However, she exuded the same fighting aura as him. Someone to not trifle with, as they would F you up otherwise. Hey, Yui, I apologize for not taking you seriously at first. It seemed like a good thing to do, as he saw the girl grabbing more and more rocks from her pocket. Apologies accepted. Thank you for taking me seriously and not treating me like a weak girl. Bitch, you ain't weak. I haven't had a fight this awesome since a goddamn effing long time. His grin turns manic as his eyes hardened into a glare of determination. Good. Now, how about I win now? As I say, you are welcome to try. Both actually needed the break they took to banter, to catch their breath. After that, in a movement that clearly showed that Yui played baseball, she threw a handful of rocks at Katsuki, who once again thought of destroying them, before he had a different idea, and performed an explosion-assisted jump into the air, higher than ever before, then full sending into a dive kick toward Yui. The 1B's last fighter was currently running out of defensive gear, and it was a problem she needed to solve. Thankfully, she wasn't out of resources and spat something at Katsuki, her secret weapon. As the exploding ash-blonde boy almost hit the girl, he suddenly saw a giant pink gumball stopping him before sticking to him. Not enough to get her a win or stop Katsuki for more than a handful of seconds, but it was enough for her to retrieve one of the pencils she had thrown earlier. As such, the Ice Queen dashed to her ultimate weapon. As she heard an explosion from behind her, she knew she might have been optimistic. However, she didn't turn back to retrieve the pencil once more and threw it at Katsuki again. Bakugo was already on her as she tried to do that, and instead of letting her throw the projectile at him, he grabbed her by the wrist before getting her on the ground. While another girl like Mina would have said something like kinky, as Katsuki had no experience with girls, Yui was still in combat mode and instead of throwing the pen, used it to stab in the leg Katsuki, who screamed in pain, before answering with an explosive fist in the face of Yui. Is that legal? Technically, it is Cementos' fault for not taking all of her stuff beforehand and failing to notice the button. You aren't worried by the violence used by your student. Beach, Vlad's student is as violent as him, and both of them seem to enjoy the fight a bit too much. Also, if you say what I think you are going to say, I am telling Nemuri you have a new crush and I will tell her the name. Stop killing my joke. Never. If Katsuki was on top of Yui, she wasn't defenseless and gave back as much as she took, though the difference of frame and musculature wasn't in her favor. Each hit made the blood beat in her head until she had the idea to stop stabbing and try to use her pen as a bee. It was at that moment that Katsuki blew it from her hands, however, leaving a burn with his bang. Yui still managed to get enough movement to give a headbutt to Katsuki, who answered in kind, their forefront hitting each other full force, making her head slam into the ground. Doesn't it look like they are going to kiss? It was Mina who dared to say that, and Itsuka looked relieved. Thank God, I am not the only one who thought that. She never showed that much emotion in the classroom, nor this tendency to be such a blood knight. No one shall date 1A. Monoma took his role as a leader seriously, but got hit sadly by his own attack when a Momo, under the brilliant advice of Mina, said with an actress talent, "Sad, I thought I would invite you to drink tea and discuss quirks, but since you want to create such a wall." Monoma looked at the girl, trying to find his words at first, while Izuku and Toru just laughed at the spectacle. All Izuku hoped, though, was for Katsuki to win. In the end, Katsuki won, as just after the headbutt, he managed to violently slap Yui with an explosion. The cooter of 1B lost consciousness, despite trying with all of her grit to stay conscious, mainly because Katsuki was nothing but thorough and gave her 3 other explosion-powered slaps. When the referees joined them, Katsuki was bleeding from his fist, his legs, his nose, his uniform was in ruins, and he had the biggest smile his mom had ever seen. Don't you think you went hard against her, young Bakugo? Katsuki looked at Cementos as if he had 2 heads. She was just that strong and determined to beat my own ass. Don't you dare say she didn't deserve that much. If I had given less, she would have definitely won. Now, if you are done being stupid, I am going to bring this strong beach to the infirmary because we both need stitches. He may have been battered, but damn it if he would not honor this fighter. Yui, right. He would remember the name. He never had such a determined sparring partner. You know, I almost feel bad for you, Ibara. Momo was drinking her tea, peacefully, while the Christian looked at her. Why? She clearly weakened him down. Because if you don't fight with the same drive as her, Katsuki is going to be extremely pissed, and she made him sweat quite a lot. So, enjoy the super-powered, angry, explosive man for your next fight. Ibara paled before praying twice as fast. However, I am surprised by Yui. You know what they say, it is always the quiet ones that are the most dangerous. Kota sneezed while petting his rabbit. TSSS, anyway, it will be time to fight against each other, my fated rival. Izuku looked at Monoma while drinking a smoothie with Toru. He was always wondering how the food seemed to disappear inside of her. Yes, sure, if you say so. Why don't you take me seriously? For a simple reason, really. Izuku had a knowing smirk as Monoma, Red, looked at him, waiting for the answer. Because you want me to take you seriously. And honestly, you bore me. So, yes, no, I don't consider you as my rival. That is Katsuki's role. Monoma screamed in rage, and someone almost punished Katsuki until they saw he was sleeping after Recovery Girl's kiss. Hell, in fact, Katsuki and Yui were probably the two most hurt students beside Kirishima and Izuku, though they had mostly bruised themselves and no broken bones had to be healed. The two analysts of the opposite classroom faced each other on the ring. Once Cementos had, once again, managed to repair it. Once it had been dried, the students stepped onto it, but the mood each had was very different. One side we had Monoma, angry, serious, and who didn't plan to show off for the gallery. On the other side was Izuku, who was beaming and playing with his cards in his hand. Why don't you take this seriously? It is the final stage of UA as sport festival, because I am just appreciating the moment. Too much stress is bad, you know. Besides, we are already in the second round of the final in our first year. We technically already showed our ability to the heroes that might want to offer us an internship. Izuku grinned before taking a deck with blue cards and a strange red and white sphere on their back out of his pocket. Also, it is effing funny to annoy you. Monoma inhaled before cracking the ground, turning into steel before smashing the ground in front of him. I know you are trying to trigger me so that I rush you without thinking. That will not work on me, and I am going to beat you. For my fallen comrade. Technically, shouldn't I be more legitimate than you then, since 1B only lost one fight? You just admitted you lost more matches. Now, bored now, Blaziken, Mach Punch, Monoma, with all his analytical mind, could understand what happened soon after that. First off, Izuku had picked a card and threw it while speaking. Then, a big humanoid red and white chicken appeared. The second after that, it darted in front of him and its fist, claws hit him in his steel face. Monoma actually felt the skin cracking under the powerful fist. Before Izuku, afar, added with joy, STRATOPERCUT. Nejire, we agree that was clearly a Shoryuken? It is a Shoryuken. It's so bad the old versions of that game disappeared long ago. Hey, she loved to play old fighting games with Mirio and Tamaki. Also, it was a test to see how Tenko would react, since he supposedly knew the series, but strangely didn't seem to want to invite them to his home. Why? Embarrassing parents, guardians, or something else. I know. An old arcade that has some of the old games. That was also a good option, and Tenko just won a few points. That might be fun. Let's go there later. Okay, sure. Wait, is this a friend date? Tenko seemed unsure of what was happening, as Nejire only answered with a knowing smile while Tamaki and Mirio quietly laughed. They too had been on a friendly date with Nejire more than once, and no one seemed to understand how Nejire just managed to get down to her final life, only to turn it around. Romance was inevitable, and Tenko had no way to avoid it. Meanwhile, Monoma was in a pickle. With his steel form, he barely managed to stand his ground against the monster Izuku summoned while he seemed to look at his cards, standing in the same place as the beginning of the fight. Who should be the next? Apparently. He was expecting Monoma to best his beast, but it also meant he only had one of them. Good, that was a good thing for him. Another one, and Monoma would have been toast. It also showed that Izuku had an endurance limit that prevented him from summoning too many monsters at the same time. In other words, if Monoma beat down that monster as their hands clenched against each other, he would have an excellent shot at winning. Or at least, he would face Itsuka and most likely lose. The LAZI. However, the fire chicken was still pumped up, and Monoma needed to deal with that first. He groaned, as he didn't want to use that quirk now, as it was one of the few that could have won against Itsuka, but it was necessary. Monoma grew several sizes in one instant, ripping apart his top, and stopping being encased in steel. Instead, he was a giant Bigfoot-like monster who still had the Blaziken's fist in his, and he promptly used that opportunity to crush the chicken that beat his face earlier. With a pleasured smile, found my new card. To Monoma's surprise, Izuku didn't seem worried by his card being crushed to dust, or by the giant beast that was rushing against him. I summoned the Lutri. Suddenly, an otter appeared that actually managed to stop Monoma in his tracks, as he saw the cute critter looking at him, and Izuku seemingly proud of using such a cute creature against him. This was followed by Monoma screaming at the summon, who slapped his face. What? While the slap was not powerful, something strange happened, as the otter then touched Izuku, who grew up in the same way as Monoma, in a similar creature form. Mutri the Spellchaser, a quirk-copying creature, Monoma barely managed to dodge the attack. But he felt the power behind it in the fact that, well, while Izuku was clearly no Itsuka, he clearly learned to fight more than Monoma, who was relying on quirks. Thanks for destroying Blaziken. It showed me how you solve your problem by using the required tools for your skills. The issue is apparently that you are the guy who never thinks of using a screwdriver to nail something if they don't have a hammer, right? Monoma, who was panting because of his previous fight with Blaziken, who got a few hits against him, took this opportunity to breathe, and elected to not answer, simply rushing Izuku. He couldn't be better than him in this form. Monoma had trained besides his friend to master it, and he had the power and the pride of his classroom with it. Izuku had 1 year of training with Mr. Compress, and he was excellent in analysis. His opponent was readying themselves to support with their right foot, apparently. However, when Monoma threw Mina, it was with his left hand. Feint. Izuku, when the first fake punch was thrown, simply dodged it with minimal movements. He didn't need to know how to hurry in this new form, if he could move efficiently instead. Then, while Monoma went for a real and powerful right hook, he felt the palm of Izuku's giant hand hitting his chin. He didn't see the counter coming, and he clearly saw the difference in fighting skills with him. The 1A strategist wasn't that powerful physically, nor did he have an excellent technique. However, he had a few moves he had practiced a lot and then apparently trained to use in various situations. Here is my point, Monoma. Sometimes, you don't get to choose your tools, so you learn to improvise, adapt, and overcome. I am not done yet. Why is it spinning around me? Direct hit in the brain. Fight efficiently, not strongly. By the way, do you write with the left or right hand? Right hand, why? Izuku grabbed his left arm and promptly threw him on the ground, slamming him with his newfound strength. Then, Giant Izuku hit expertly once again, hitting his weakened opponent on his left arm. Monoma, still not beaten or broken despite the pain, though he was mainly powering through sheer grit and determination, managed to gather enough strength to strike Izuku right under the belt. All the men watching the match winced from the sight. Isn't that against the rule, Eraser? If it is not, it should be. However, I think Izuku is still going to win. Oh, why do you say that? Because I am pretty sure an arm shouldn't look like a disarticulated puppet. It was true, as Monoma's left arm had been dislocated in a few places. And Izuku, who felt the pain, remembered how hard his stepdad had trained him against pain, besides living as a bullied kid in a shit school. So, Izuku did as always when that happened. He gritted his teeth hard and took Monoma's arm, while still smiling, and used it to immobilize his opponent on the ground. Sure, Izuku could. And many people in the same position would have hit Monoma back, even harder. However, Izuku wanted it to be a heroic fight, not a bully, a street fight. Izuku wanted it to be proper. If his opponent didn't play fair, then he would beat him within the rules just to make the win better. It was at this instant Monoma noticed that he couldn't use his arms and still tried to move to fight. That's when Monoma noticed the other thing he forgot. Yutri the otter was in front of his face, claws out. Monoma then learned why otters are often considered apex predators, despite being mainly known for cuddling and cuteness. With Izuku perfectly holding Monoma on the ground, who was still suffering from the otter's attack, the blonde man took a bet and switched once again of Quirk, choosing Setsuna's. He didn't want to burn all of his aces now, but it was that or losing. With Setsuna's Quirk, he could heal his arms, and then he could beat Izuku and his summons. Sadly for him, this time, Izuku didn't give him the time to use it. The moment Monoma switched form, Izuku grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground, twice, paradoxically. Had Monoma thought of switching to Kendo's Quirk or Tetsu's and tried to endure the pain, he could have won. However, as Midoriya said earlier, Monoma was the type of person who thought of using only the right tool for the job. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't exactly plan for what Monoma would do, just what he could do, and how he could turn the tables in his favor. It had been a new unknown opponent, so he adapted, learned, and overcame. That was why Izuku was standing, and Monoma was on the ground, unconscious. Hey ginger girl, MMMH, Hatsum, that's right, you can call me May. Hey, give it your all. The more I force you to be serious, the better I can sell my babies. With pleasure. On a side note, do you know how to make gear that grows with you? I might need gloves now that I think about it. May smiled, as she walked with the person she was going to exchange blows soon enough. Hey, how about a bet? Beat me, and I make you awesome stuff. Loose, and you are going to use my stuff and my brand. Itsuka looked at May, and gave her back the same smile. With pleasure, let's have a fun match. Hatsum, with her exoskeleton, was ready for the fight. At first, she had thought about trapping a student of the heroic course in one of her babies, before she and Izuku had a discussion about it. A bit earlier, before Hanta's fight. I amn't sure it is a good idea, May. MMMH, why that? Well, it doesn't prove their strength or utility. It just proves you make good traps and can convince people to do dumb things. Oh, you might have a point there. May had tried to measure closely, but a growl coming from an invisible girl convinced her otherwise. It would not be easy to get exact measurements for the costume, until Izuku told May his aunt had his measurements. Neat. However, it didn't solve her current dilemma. So, how should I advertise them? When Izuku explained the straightforward solution to her, since Compress often said that geniuses always had the same problem. They overcomplicated things. When you are a support student, and that means you probably don't have combat training. Therefore, if you manage to score a few wins with your gear, you are going to show their power. A student who is effectively quirkless, since, let's be honest, your eyes won't help there, who beat students from the heroic course with solely her gadget. Now you are selling something. If I might add, it also shows your determination, personal ingenuity, and ambitions to your sponsors. No, I mean, outside of Momo. Why? Is she rich? Momo, can you explain to May why your parents might be interested in a crazy genius who do well in the tournament? Power Loader, during the meeting, felt something like liquid doom that was crawling up his back, as if someone was giving May unlimited resources. No one was that crazy, right? Because of that, spider-legged May was now standing in front of Itsuka with various contraptions ready, and she wanted only one thing: victory. The ginger president of the 1B smiled, since she loved a good fight. Maybe not as much as her uncle or the duo of Katsuki and Yui, but she loved when she could use both brawn and brains. The moment where she could be herself, fully. So, Itsuka took a battle stance, a kung fu one, ready to jump when the signal was given. Ready, girls, go. Midnight was having the time of her life, watching the fights in this tournament. They were usually meeker than this, and having students showcasing themselves was intense. May opened, as Itsuka expected her to, with her flamethrower. She had the intensity checked beforehand, to avoid causing burned skin and death, for obvious reasons. However, you would feel worse than hell if the flame reached you. Hello sponsors, here is a fan favorite, May's Burner. Various intensity, depending if you need to neutralize a villain or melt debris for rescue. The dreadlocked girl yelled into a mic that is hooked up to speakers on her back. Itsuka had to admit the idea was nice, especially if May could control the form of the flame. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Instead, Itsuka grabbed one of the tiles of the ring to throw to obscure May's vision. However, unlike what one might think, she didn't rush in for a follow-up attack. Good idea, as the spider-legged abomination exploded the tiles, as May explained her baby. The spider armor, useful for heroes who need more mobility, and as shown earlier, useful to carry civilians to safety. It even detects threats automatically. May was having the time of her life, as she grabbed a few round things in her back to throw them at Itsuka, who was still thinking about how to attack her. Gracefully, Itsuka dodged the slime explosions with a rondo, as May ordered the legs to get closer, to attack her with them. The martial artist had to admit it was fun to think about what May could use for their fight. Also, her personality was fun, and Itsuka had trouble understanding why she was feared across the campus. Now, spider kick. Itsuka seemed apparently defenseless from the incoming attack, until she smiled and activated her quirk. People had trouble grasping how strong she was, since she appeared to be built for agility and flexibility. Her quirk seemed to make her hands big and nothing else. A side effect most people overlooked was the extra strength it gave her overall. Her whole body was coiled muscle fibers. Did they think that growing gigantic hands made them lighter or something? They were the size of her body, and somehow, she could still move her arms. She could lift several times her own weight. And she trained with Tetsu for a reason. He was the only one who could lift as much as her. When the steel crashed against her hand, Itsuka stood her ground, cracking the tiles with her sheer might. It surprised me that Itsuka was that strong. Remember, dear listeners, more and more quirks have what is called secondary required mutations to work. Not everyone has them, but simply having them might bump your quirk to a higher class. As an example, let's take the hero Ingenium and the late Thunderbolt. Theoretically, their quirk functions in the same way. However, Thunderbolt's strength came from the fact that he could also react lightning fast. However, training might allow you to control and lessen your weakness. It is also important to know that some quirks can be dangerous to yourself. That is why quirk counselors are a thing and help you learn your limitations. Still, what a show of strength. To be fair, according to the result I have under my eyes, Kendo was 4th on the practical exam, only 9 points behind Midoriya and Bakugo. I guess Vlad taught her correctly. May was surprised, but she had learned from the cavalry fight, and had already loosened her harness to avoid being crushed under her own armor. Also, she still had her flamethrower, and damn it if she wasn't going down with a fight. Bring it on. May carefully torched the surrounding area to give herself breathing room. As her Gramps said, her brain was a weapon, but she needed the time to create a plan. Resources? None. Her enemy was smart, strong, and skilled. Armament, down to her flamethrower. They limited her arsenal under the pretense it would give her too many options to counter her opponent. Why was Izuku allowed to have his dex then? Or Yui her weapons? Maybe because they hid them better. It was probably that, now that she thought about it. Anyway, her enemy had many advantages over her. Doesn't it look like May is a badass Helen Ripley versus Itsuka the alien? Everyone looked at Mina, who stared at them, and Izuku nodded. I thought the same, but I am not sure everyone would get the reference. I did because my mom loved the series. Both nodded, concentrating on the match. That ended quickly after that. Why? Because Itsuka threw another tile. When the tile came toward her, May knew she wouldn't be able to dodge it. So, she braced herself and blocked it with her arms. People often forgot how strong she was, and it was clearly not enough to beat her down. However, it was strong and heavy enough to send her into the ground. As soon as Mei opened her eyes and tried to get up, she felt Itsuka's foot against her neck. Her tone was serious, just like her blue eyes. Do you yield? Mei thought once again of her Gramps, the architect, the most wanted weapon dealer in the world, who happened to also be an art thief on the side, was playing his grandchild's favorite game with her, how to disarm a bomb. He wasn't dumb, and the bomb was only Chantilly cream, Mei's favorite. Well, one of his bodies did that. It had been a long time since he transcended his mortal shell to become more of an AI than an organic being. However, he still loved his family dearly. So, while one of his subject bodies was playing with Mei, the others were watching a fight he had in Paris, in the Louvre Museum. Grampy, why did you stop fighting heroes? Weren't you strong enough to win? The architect was pleased to see she had already eaten her cream, and put her on his knees. I was. But here is something many people never learn. The cost-reward balance. For example, in this fight, Capitaine Baguette, Le Chevalier Chdi and La Via managed to best my men. I could have pushed through by joining the engagement directly, with my arsenal. But then I would have destroyed the Louvre, and I cannot do that. Instead, I preferred to strike a deal to lower my losses. Know this, Mei. There is no shame in losing, if the only consequence is you learning from your mistakes. Mei looked at the screen, nodding. Even if she wanted to be a hero and knew that she would probably clash with him, she loved her Grampy who always let her have fun with toys. How he was always making her think of harder, better, faster and stronger things. As for him, the architect knew he was more or less impossible to contain, as he was more virtual than physical. If being a hero pleased Mei, he would support her even if it means having to make a deal with Nedzu. Their chess games were always fun, though. I yield. They had no way of winning this, not in this position. She was pretty certain Itsuka could react faster than she could use the flamethrower. It was pointless to get beat down further. Itsuka took her foot off of her opponent and smiled at Mei. You owe me stuff now. I will love making equipment for you. Duh, too bad little Mei lost there, boss. Yes, I know. However, she put up a good fight. I wonder if I should send her some schematics to improve her exoskeleton, though. Boss, don't make the heroes too powerful. The architect was busy watching the TV in his air fortress with his men. One reason he could never stand all for one. Dedaho felt nothing. Meanwhile, he knew the name of all his henchmen and was friends with them. He never regretted that one day where he gave some of his tech to the heroes in Paris, if it meant his gang was safe. It also appeared that Mei understood that sometimes a loss was an excellent opportunity for friendship. I can't wait for the day we have to fight her. Yes, it is going to be fun to make her deal with all your stuff, boss. I can't wait for an enjoyable challenge. And that is how they watched the rest of the tournament, while enjoying excellent beer. Enji, locked in a teacher's office with Ray, was forced to stop his investigation for the day. You are going to watch your sons fight. But, Ray, I can do that from my office, and I am half thinking he would have a panic attack if he knew I am on the campus when I shouldn't be. I think you being trapped by me is an excellent reason, don't you think, Enji? Currently, Enji was restrained by ice. Nothing he couldn't melt if he wanted, but his wife's smile let him know her decision was final, in some sort of way. He wondered if her spending time with him was another form of torture and punishment, as she knew he wouldn't dare to think that it had any meaning behind it. If he was alone, however, he would have been able to ignore the fact, if only for a moment, that they weren't together anymore. It was a likely reason, and he knew it. I also think Shadow would prefer his mother cheering for him somewhere he could see her. If I tried to say SHOUUUUTOOO from the sidelines, I am fairly certain he would try to smash me with an icicle. Ray grumbled, as Enji had a point. I will do that for his fight. Oh, you're certain he'll win. For all your faults, you were a decent instructor with Taoya before his incident, and I am pretty sure you put a lot more effort into our boy since then. Silence followed, as both adults didn't know what to say after that. The only thing still speaking was the TV as the festival continued. And now, on one side the prodigy Todoroki versus Iron Man TETSU. Seriously, you missed your calling as a WWE announcer. I actually got a contract with them for the next Japanese season. What? So, ice and fire. Yep. Do you? My father once told me how he beat Metallica, the giant of metal, by heating with his flame, and when he proved to be fireproof, he made him fall into water to cool it instantly. Shadow had both halves already activated, and the fight had already started. Yes, but you wouldn't do that in a friendly fight, right? My teacher is Bakugo. Tetsu took the last argument in stride and nodded. Mood. Nonetheless, I shall fight like a man. Duly noted. When Tetsu tried to grab a tile, akin to Itsuka, to block Todoroki's subsequent attack, he failed. Mainly because this time, instead of making a glacier, he made a single pillar of ice that hit Tetsu in the face as he kneeled down. Usually, Tetsu could have withstood the attack pretty well. This time, since he was crouching, he stood perfectly still. so still that his whole body was encased in ice, except for his head, and he couldn't move even a finger. Hey, not manly. Sorry, but I don't think it is manly to fight someone way stronger than me on his favorite domain. I preferred to end it quickly. Yes, it had been a brief fight. Not all of them could be epic. Shadow is pretty sure that in another universe where he had to face Hanta, that would have ended quickly too. As Bakugo woke up, he looked at Yui. You better win. A loss feels more acceptable if it is against the champion. Of course I'm going to win this. Just so you know, I think only 2 others dudes would have the effing possibility to make me doubt my victory. You're now the 3rd one. Yui looked at him and nodded. Katsuki was stating a fact, not something meant to make her feel better, and somehow it was what she needed to hear. Also, Yui, do you want to join us in our after-school training? I could use another sparring partner, one who isn't afraid to bring the big guns. My pleasure. Perfect. Now, excuse me, I have to show my respects to the Christian girl. Oh, exactly as the Romans did at first. Show her the Greek fire, Yui muses. Maybe I should make it my hero name at this point. That almost made Yui cackle. And when Katsuki left, she just sighed quietly. At the very least, she did her best, and her opponent was one of the best fighters of the tournament, and it allowed her to establish herself as a fighter, too. She hoped Ibara would love her fight as much as she loved the one she had with Katsuki. Ibara hoped and prayed that Katsuki's injuries from the last fight didn't have time to heal, so she could have a small head start. Sadly for her, Katsuki had a lot of energy, as he was mainly powered by spite, anger, and determination. Gimme a good fight, Beach. A good Deus Vult. The Lord is love. Well, I love to fight, so fight me. Most people in the stadium felt bad for her, as unlike Momo, Katsuki had the means to attack quickly and had the area of effect needed to fend off Ibara's vines. So, Ibara tried her best to use her hair to attack Katsuki from various angles, but this time, the tactic didn't work. For something like that to work, she would need to attack quicker than the opponent, to restrain his movements before finishing him. Here, she was facing Katsuki, who could simulate flight and move almost as fast as Ida with his explosions. In short, a highly mobile and offensive opponent. Meanwhile, despite the strength in her quirk, Ibara was more of a crowd controller. While she was very useful against mobs, and as part of a team, but alone, she would quickly become a target for an opponent who knew her attacks. It was not a reason to stop fighting, however, and Katsuki noticed a quick increase of her prayers, and of her attacks. Interesting, she knew she couldn't outrun him, so she decided to just concentrate on her quirk to increase her abilities. Now, that was an idea. A powerful one. Now, the plants were looking more like vicious snakes than simple vines he could sidestep. He launched himself into the air as hydras formed and started to attack him from every direction. He fell into a rhythm of exploding a vine, twisting to dodge another 2 and landing an explosion on each as it passed before slamming a larger explosion into a new vine coming for his face, only to repeat from the start. The dodges and maneuvers pulled more and more smoke around him with the scent of burnt cinnamon. The vine spikes didn't help his already battered uniform, though for now he managed to avoid being grabbed and hurt as he landed on the stage that looks more like a graveyard of plant matter. The thing that was saving him was that Ibara didn't have Yui's vicious bloodlust. It felt more like he was fighting an upgraded mob rather than a full-blown boss. Yui was that damn boss in Dark Souls, and Ibara was an elite muck. Katsuki also learned from Momo's fight that the longer he took to defeat her, the stronger she would become. That was the reason Katsuki grabbed his finger with his other hand, and a concentrated spray of mist turned into an explosion. This way, he could aim a powerful explosion with precision. Sadly for Ibara, while she had created an automatic defense technique, there was a problem with it. It was not nearly as fast as it needed to be to block Katsuki's incoming shot. People thought of him as a medium, close-range fighter. In reality, he was suited for all ranges, as he aimed to be the best combat hero there ever was. It meant fulfilling any role at any moment. And damn right if he didn't train with Izuku to improve his arsenal of attacks. The second mistake Ibara made was not training herself to build up a pain tolerance, to avoid being broken out of her concentration easily. As a result, when the explosion burned her legs, she winced, yelping for a second and stopping her prayer, her concentration broken. A second was all that was needed for a genius like Katsuki to close the distance with a large explosion and use the increased speed to hammer her in her face. 1 second when he threw himself forward at maximum speed with his explosions, destroying his shoes in the process. Ibara felt the shock of his fist resonating in her skull, and before she could try to summon her vines to defend herself, his palm was on her face and he smashed her into the ground. Knocked out, Ibara didn't move. Katsuki got up and took his victory pose, before looking at the public. As I said earlier, good luck, but it won't be enough against me. This time, everyone could see it wasn't bravado or arrogance. Well, not fully that. It was also pure and unadulterated pride, the one you had by working for it and establishing your dominance. Somewhere else, a certain bunny hero prepared an internship form. Well, more like she ordered her overworked secretary to do it for her. But it was the same thing, really. She had found a mini-her and oh boy, the training was going to be extremely fun. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Precinct 78. Do any heroes copy? Ingenium here, I copy. What do you need, officer? A hero's work was never done. And even at the Dayton agency, the demand was constant. While some heroes ran their company as if it was some kind of private security company, Ingenium didn't like that way of doing things. He loved being on the field to help as many people as possible. He also had big shoes to fill, with the recent tragedy of Thunderbolt's demise. As a result, he worked 10 times harder, and he had rounded up several small-time criminals affiliated to criminal organizations. It caused the police to call his agency more and more, and while the cash flow was appreciated, the work kept increasing. Thankfully, he had sidekicks like Koichi to ease his burden. An attack has been reported in a dark alley nearby the Ikaraku ramen restaurant. Can you go check on that? I'm nearby, it should be done quickly. Smiling under his helmet, Ingenium was once again on the road to protect the innocent. When he arrived at the location, the elder son of the Ida family double-checked if he had the right coordinates. It was at that moment he knew something was fishy. It was the right place, but some feeling on the back of his neck, made him dive to the ground. Live long enough as a pro hero and you learn to trust your gut feeling a lot. The number of times an investigation began because Ingenium saw a man beat his dog to death, and when asked why, answered it is mine, I do what I want. Well, the number was 2. There were already 2 horrible cases. Nonetheless, back to the issue at hand. Ingenium was able to dodge knives that ended up in the wall. Today, another fake hero shall meet his penance. What a coarse voice, coming from above him. Still, Ingenium had managed to get away from the first attack. It was going to be a fight. And he knew it. The hero killer didn't have a reputation for listening to reason. However, something disturbed the hero, according to Koichi, who knew the man from his past, and if he understood his ideology correctly, technically speaking, he shouldn't even be on his radar or under investigation. But as he was clean, he doubted the hero killer had anything against him. Surrender now. Still, proper procedure should be followed. And Ingenium was already pressing the emergency button when Stain jumped on him. He quickly felt the sword tearing through his armor, and was suddenly sure that Stain probably stole a sword from a museum or someplace like that for it to be of that high quality. However, the hero couldn't know that a certain agent was activating his jamming quirk. On paper, it wasn't even a real jamming quirk. It simply allowed him to phone people without a phone. However, thanks to the HPSC's training, he learned how to fill all lines at the same time. No trace of jamming would be found. All he had to do, now, was to check upon Foxdale and make sure she did the job. Though he did have a backup plan, just in case. His promotion was on the line, after all. Ingenium was winning, and he knew it. While Stain was clearly experienced, strong and fast, he seemed more determined to draw blood rather than kill him. Unless it was part of his quirk. No one had discovered it before now, and it could be important. However, unlike many heroes who used ablative armor to protect themselves from emitter quirks, Ingenium preferred a heavier and thicker armor with an ablative suit underneath. It offered less protection against emitters and bullets. But at the very least, it blocked blades and mutant attacks well. On the other hand, while Stain failed to find a problem in his armor, Ingenium had punched him a few times in the face. Taking Muay Thai lessons was one of his best ideas. And it showed, as the hero killer suddenly had to face a competent hero who didn't rely that much on his quirk. He totally didn't do that after spotting 1 or 2 of his analyst support heroes with an analysis quirk had a villainous quirk that they couldn't use, or in one case, a quirkless person who managed to pass his muscles as a quirk. There will be bloodshed. Meanwhile, Toga was on an exhilarating trip. Might have she gone insane? Finally, somewhere in her mind, she could almost feel the old her nodding sadly. Who cared? All that mattered in the present was that only one of the 2 fighters could walk away from this fight. The taste of the blood in her mouth, and the blood still in Ingenium's body. It was the only thing she knew was real. Taking 2 knives, she suddenly abandoned her sword. Something the real Mr. Staney would never do, but she wasn't him, not yet. Ingenium must have felt that the flow of the fight changed, as he suddenly adopted a more defensive posture. It was not enough, as Toga got closer to stab him, not slash him. There was a fundamental difference now. Before, Toga was like a matador trying to slash a bull who was rushing him. If you didn't have the build and a sword for that, you were going to be in a world of pain quickly. However, right now, Toga was a matador, trying to stab her opponent in Hiropani. Well, that would have been accurate if the matador was crazy enough to rush the bull to stab him, but honestly, she managed that. After all, the HPSC's training was nothing if thorough, and they knew how to make someone go above their limits without breaking them. So when Ingenium raised an arm, she shifted her attack angle to stab him under the shoulder. Her attacks were serpentine, and faster than him. Or maybe, just maybe, it was also the combat drugs kicking in. He still managed to punch her with enough force to give her a black eye. She was going to be in a world of sweet pain after all of this. Seijin wondered if she had done well to rewire Toga to mistake pain and pleasure. Oh well, not her problem. It was Ingenium who should be worried. As a result, Ingenium had the sense that Stain was a crazed maniac so high he couldn't feel pain and would not fall unconscious easily. In other words, the motorized hero would have to take some risks if he wanted to win this and bring the hero killer to justice. Toga didn't expect him to block her arms by locking them, while she had a knife stabbing him in the shoulder. Clearly, it couldn't feel good for him, and why did he stop punching her? It was so much fun. Wait, was he lifting her by overclocking his motors? Oh craps basket. In a posture that was commonly called a German suplex, more than in a world of pain, Toga was suddenly on the verge of losing consciousness. At the very least, just before she felt Ingenium's powerful arms beginning a blood strangulation. Yes, it exists. The principle is to make the target lose consciousness by cutting off their blood to the brain for a few seconds. It is a very common move in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Her last words before losing consciousness were, "Harder," before going limp in his arms, sleeping peacefully, with a demented smile on Stain's face. Ingenium was breathing heavily because of the fight and the blood loss. It hurt like a beach. Why did he have so many knives? Relaxing because of his win. Ingenium noticed the second Stain in the alley too late, when he high-kicked him in the jaw. Before he could process what was happening, he was pummeled into the ground. Agent K was finishing his smoke when a man wearing a white and black mask brought to him the unconscious body of Toga. "Thank you, Tanuki. I take it that Foxtail almost messed up." No, she was close to beat him alone. Divided by that noise, we had to finish the job. Well, I will schedule her for more training. And that should be it. As for Ingenium, right. The problem was he was disturbing the organized crime in this area too much. They were channeling their resources into place we couldn't reach in response, and we cannot allow that. Also, this way, we will have a chance to delegitimize even more vigilantes. If citizens freely use their power to make their own justice, it will be a second dawn of the Quirk era. Honestly, it was a messy job, one which left a bad taste in his mouth. However, sometimes what was right wasn't what was good, and Ingenium didn't understand the principle of necessary evil. So, yes, the HPSC might do evil things on the side, but they were all for the name of stability. Let's call the ambulance. He is still a selfless hero, and who knows, maybe the outrage will be great enough to change things thoroughly. Izuku felt restless, as Toru gave him a smoothie to calm him down. She managed to get 2 free smoothies, as long as she said that they were Izuku's favorite on her way. Uraraka approved, as there was no such thing as too much free stuff. However, Izuku was now under the pressure of being in the top 4 of the first year. Top 4. Oh, he expected to do well, and like anyone, he hoped for a climatic battle with Katsuki in final, but it was only now that he realized that he had a shot for the final, and to get a medal delivered by All Might himself. Izuku, I think most people would feel restless not because they get All Might goodies, but because they are on the spot in front of everyone else. Izuku looked at his girlfriend, who ruffled his hair peacefully. Sure, she had lost, but Itsuka had proven against Mei that she was highly capable in the fighting area. If you got in close combat against her, you were down, and she was smart enough to create opportunities so she could close the distance gap. Izuku was a decent fighter in close combat, but he was nowhere near her level, and he knew it. The only person who had a decent shot at a pure technical fight with Itsuka was Anjiro, and even he admitted he would be the underdog. Though, I also feel restless, because I will avenge my girlfriend's loss. Not that Toru was feeling any wrath or resentment toward Itsuka. However, Izuku knew she would like the attention, and she would continue to ruffle his hair while he leaned back on her. It had tremendous effect to calm him down, and damn if he would not take it. Hell, he thought that this kind of moment was for something to regenerate his stamina, so he could continue to fight well. However, he was also damn conflicted, as he truly saw the difference in the way Katsuki fought and the way he fought. Katsuki didn't seem to look for the fight after the one he was in, giving every time his all. Meanwhile, Izuku had to, because his quirk was still growing and as such, had to be careful to not explode his brain, quite literally. He also had something planned for his potential fight with Katsuki. He wasn't kidding when he said he had a card with Katsuki's name on it. It was really something he had planned for their epic fight. However, as Izuku heard his name, he had to get up and win this fight. He also knew that if he lost because he didn't give his all against Itsuka, Katsuki would most likely kick him in low orbit. The fact Katsuki had apparently done the math to do it right was highly worrying. However, it was in character to make the nerd take everything seriously. Wish me luck. Good luck, Izuku. And if you win, I will let you treat me to a date. Another excellent motivation to win, right? Popcorn. Thank you, Mirio. It was weird to speak so casually with heroes, but the big 3 really had something in them, Tamura had to admit. Tamaki was a mood kindred and both of them seemed to almost telepathically speak their thoughts about the ambient noise. Mirio was so smiling and beaming it was actually hard to not smile too with him. Tamura actually had to wear a mask after his smile made a child cry in front of them. No, he wasn't jealous at all that people feared his smile. He was a villain, he should be scary. Except he had trouble remembering that when Nedzu was laughing next to him, it was a bit mesmerizing. Somehow, Tamura had a thought. What if his life had been a little bit different, such as Sensei not finding him? What if he become a hero? Suddenly, his brooding ended when Nedzu poked his cheek. It was hard to stay somber when she smiled at you like that. Hey, you should cheer for your cousin. He isn't my cousin. I said I consider him as my cousin. That's different. Nedzu noted he didn't refute the cheering part, though. Especially as when Izuku got in the ring, Tamura rise up and yelled, "Kick this NPC's ass, Izuku." For a second, Izuku could have sworn to have heard Tamura. However, it was highly unlikely as Tamura hated crowds and heroes. Izuku should truly tell him, though, about the whole student at UA, especially as it will be hard to hide that after today. Hell, the shopkeeper of the card store was probably yelling he was the one who supplied Izuku's cards. In front of him, Itsuka Kendo, who was all smiles and sunshine. But Izuku knew she was ready to kick his ass at a moment's notice. He would have to play his cards fast if he didn't want to take one of her punches. Are you ready to fight for the right of being in the final round? Yes. Then, let's begin. As Izuku expected, Itsuka blitzed to not let him have time to do a summon. It was logical, and if he wanted to fight correctly, he had to create his own opportunity to fight right, especially as Itsuka had learned from Monoma's fight. So he did something highly illogical and ran toward her. While it made Itsuka pauses for a fraction of a second, she was enough of a seasoned fighter, thanks to her uncle, to react promptly to the attack with a good old right hook to the face. Izuku managed to avoid the hit only barely by sliding to his left, and almost squealed when he saw the ground under him break apart and chunks of concrete shift under the weight of her fist. Oh boy, it would have hurt. Thankfully, since the rise of the Quirks, humans were notoriously sturdier. He wouldn't have died, but he wouldn't have liked it either. However, between him dodging her hit and her infinitesimal pause, Izuku had the time to let a card drop next to her. A card that should allow him to buy time for a concrete strategy. MACHOMP. A matchup. Simple, powerful, and highly motivated to fight strong opponents. Why did Pokémon lose its fans again? Oh right. It was because no one could remember every Pokémon past the 14th generation and the rise up to 2,000 different Pokémons. Not counting the alternatives, shinies, fusions, boosters, and radioactive versions. However, while Machamp was powerful, its speed wasn't necessarily up to the task, especially as it was an apparently rather common card. Izuku had discovered the power of a card was also tied to its rarity, which would explain why even kings in his tarot deck were only on the level of a strength enhancer quirk user. As a result, Izuku could see Itsuka methodically cross-countering every punch Machamp tried to do. Agile, strong, fast, and smart. It was just like fighting a Katsuki, but with less explosion. If he wanted to beat her, he needed something equally strong and fast. So, as a result, Izuku grabbed his hero deck before taking a card in it. Marking his cards was a good idea to find each one he needs quickly and efficiently. Each deck had its own symbol, heroes, villains, tarot, Pokémon. Items are all grouped together, and there is also a few video game characters all with one symbol, along with marks for the commons, rares, epics, legends, and lastly ultimates, the heroes. And this time, he pulled his only rare villain card so far. I summon the King of Underground Battle, Rappa. Rappa was known as a high C tier, low B tier villain, and he wasn't a priority for most heroes, as he allowed the underground rings to be highly moderated and he wasn't interested in anything else than that. Honestly, all that was needed to turn him into a star was a legalization of his fights. However, it wasn't the case. Anyway, Rappa was a low tier villain because of the lack of danger he represented. However, there were rumors floating around that he used to fight against Maruko, and the latter said nothing about it when journalists asked about it. To be fair, Maruko never said much to journalists. However, it also caused Rappa to be one of the few cheap villains Izuku had. One that surprised Itsuka for a second, as she saw the hulking villains cracking his fists before delivering a barrage of punches. It wasn't nearly as powerful as the real Rappa, but it should stop and weaken a bit Itsuka while Izuku was catching back his breath. Itsuka, on the opposite side, was freaked out for another reason. Why did he have to pick this card? Why did he pick her uncle? Her family had broken ties with him when his activities became known, and also because he used to bring Itsuka to watch a fight in his club every now and then. She remembered that time fondly, as the local barman brought her cherry milkshake and she could see people beating others up. She actually had a Maruko's autograph, thanks to that. It was also her uncle who taught her how to beat people up. correctly so as every movement and stance she had was due to her uncle beating it into her mind and soul. Her body was just beaten into the padded ring in the process. Then, as soon as the initial onslaught died out, as she had kept her guard up, Itsuka exhaled her breath with a fire in her eyes. If her uncle was watching this, she would be a deception to him, being beaten up by a fake him. Fist of the North Star. At first, Izuku was going to ask if she was going to do some Hokuto technique, before he saw her taking a karate stance. Instinctively, Izuku ran out of dodge. GNBU. As the Rappa summon was done cooling down, Itsuka gave only one punch. However, it was a punch done with her whole body, and her quirk was activated. The fake Rappa fell into pieces as her enlarged fist twisted in the Quirk's villain's gut, as the breaker punch destroyed him in one hit, and the card turned into cinders soon after. Izuku was actually blown away by the punch. He looked up only to see Itsuka with a bit of anger burning in her eyes, walking toward him slowly but methodically. Crap basket. In a certain Yakuza stronghold, a battle master was enjoying the fight on a small portable TV, and cheered up quietly for Itsuka. After all, Overhaul forbade them to watch it at work, but they were Yakuza, they broke rules anyway, right? He just needed a good excuse. Research on the next generation's quirks. That should work if he is caught. Overhaul is always paranoid. Rappa giving him time to plan countermeasures on strong quirks might give him a good scapegoat. It wasn't time for witty banter or small talk, for once. The old make the enemy mad to trap them only worked if the enemy wasn't superior to you physically and only if you had a plan, a strategy, to work upon their anger. It was a stupid idea to do that when you were cornered and didn't have the mobility to get out. Therefore, it was for a good reason that a pale Izuku wasn't speaking, as Itsuka was marching toward him, carefully for his next move. Good. Being scared didn't mean not having a plan, though. Izuku always had a plan, especially now he had seen Itsuka fight twice, too. While she used punches, she always finished her fight with throws to avoid hurting her opponent. Despite her strange angriness at the situation, something he would probably look to fix after the fight, he had no reason to expect her to act differently. Even during pain and being blinded by Toru, she acted like that. Besides that, he was also exactly where he wanted to be, cornered by the ring. Your cousin is in a dangerous situation, it seems. Tamura was too tired to yell and instead simply threw a handful of popcorn at Tamaki for his observation. You dummy, Izuku is in a rough spot, but so is the girl. The difference is she doesn't know it. Yet, I know him. See his smile, a bit forced, but still there. And the fire in his eyes. He still has a plan. How do you know that? Nejire asked with a tilted head and a sparkle in her eyes. He is always like that when I am dominating him in our games. Oh, the Blue Fairy asks to help her latest interesting person continue his thoughts. He does manage to win sometimes. Like one battle out of every 10. Something like that. You do know it isn't a lot. This time it's Buff Tintin that speaks. Yes, but I also know that this girl isn't me. The guy that knows Izuku's every card and play style. It's not that he only wins due to only being that good. He wins only so much because even when I always have a newer, stronger deck and a new set of moves, he will always get me close to defeat before I pull out something new. It's when I don't have something new that I lose. That girl, he just watched her fight 3 times. In opposition to the big 3, Tamura had faith in his friend. He knew he had a plan, an ace up his sleeve, probably literally. It was going to be interesting to see an Izu gambit in real time. Itsuka was fairly sure of her victory. She knew about Izuku having a power limit on what he could summon. According to the punch of the Machamp, the Blaziken and the fake Rappa, Itsuka had a fair understanding of the limit. Izuku, most likely, couldn't summon anything stronger than that and didn't have that many cards as powerful as them. It also explained why he didn't summon them earlier, if they burned away after only one use. As for the others, weaker cards, she was now certain she could punch them away easily. Having intimidated Izuku enough, the ginger girl decided to end the battle. She rushed him, to end him with a grab and throw. Then, in front of her, Izuku smirked before disappearing. What? As she darted her arms in front of her, she felt a pressure on her belly and something catching her arms. Something that was clearly using her own strength against herself, and she was going to be thrown out. The surprise was gone. Itsuka managed to grab whatever was trying to throw her out. Wait. Oh, she could see where Izuku should be, a floating uniform. That was right. If he could copy Monoma's own copy, why couldn't he copy others' quirks? Still, all she had to do now was a counter grab. As she was vastly stronger than him, she could simply throw him first on the ground, and she would qualify. At that moment, Itsuka made a fatal mistake. She forgot whose quirk Izuku took and how well he knew it. Izuku simply thought about getting hugged by Toru for his win. Just before Itsuka managed to grab him, the light burst out in a sparking ray. Then, unlike his girlfriend, Izuku used all of his strength and technique to throw his opponent out of the ring. Grabbing one of her arms as they instinctively flew up to her face, the one he had gave him a focal point. Spinning on his heel, he spun her off the stage and into the grass in a roundabout toss that sent her rolling. My eyes. Oh god, the pain. The only time you could hear Eraserhead yell out of anything but anger or teaching a lesson. His eyes are more sensitive to them most due to his quirk. And dear people, blinded by that problem child, is why I have sunglasses all the time. Don't worry, your sight should be back in a few seconds. Permanent damage only happens if you see it for days on end, which can happen to heroes or UA teachers. Mike, being both, adopted the shaded prescription glasses into his costume after his first week as a teacher. Itsuka was on her back, stumped. She had been countered because she forgot something about her opponent. That was effing idiotic of herself. Of course, if he knew about Toru's quirk and special attack, he probably also knew the trigger. Shit, all she could hear was Izuku, clearly panting because of the effort. The result was because of a gambit and he did his best. However, it had also been because Itsuka went easy on him and they both knew it. If she had been serious and had just smashed him or slapped him with her giant hands, she would have won. Sure, Izuku would have most likely had a few broken bones. However, she would have won by not taking him seriously. Itsuka had forgotten a part of his ability and he exploited that kindness. Or was it truly kindness? Wasn't it more like pity? Shit. She could almost hear her uncle disgruntle and swear because of that stupid defeat. For once, Izuku wasn't in a state to be a fair-played gentleman, as his last actions took a lot of energy inside of him. He knew he had the strength for, well, still a few summons, but clearly it had truly taken its toll on him to act like that. Honestly, he could only hope that Katsuki's fight against Todoroki would wear him down just as much as him. Well, our boy is in final. Indeed, he is. Seriously, Compress wanted to check if Backdraft wasn't linked to the Shimura's family one way or the other, and ask Inko to be classified as a double quirk person. However, you need to cry less, Inko, otherwise we will get flooded by complaints and literal water. Again, but I am so proud would. It was going to be a long evening, right? Still, having an Inko all over him was really nice, and he would not trade that for anything in the world, especially if it leads to more cuddling later on. See, told you he would figure out something. Izuku is resourceful. Tamura beamed with pride as Izuku won his fight. He knew he had it in him. Impressive. Now, we know the last fight is going to be really interesting. Nejire, once you finish isn't that your third ice cream? Yes, it is. You are lucky your power needs a lot of calories. Anyway, so, what's your prognostic on the winner? I like the ice guy. Mirio nodded, while Tamaki grunted. I prefer the explosive man. Yes, he is loud, but he clearly takes the tournament more seriously. The ashen brunette says with a glare at the stage. How about a bet then? Another one? Yep. If Todoroki wins, you owe me another favor. If Bakugo does, I owe you. If Bakugo wins, I need a rematch against you. Deal? Mirio leaned on Tamaki to ask. Do you think he just locked himself again in another date with Nejire? That made chuckle Sun Eater. Once again, two people stood there, against each other. One with a maniac smile and the other being Todoroki, who simply smiled quietly. Hey, Blue Fairy, I need to thank you for this trimester. Bakugo, hearing his, well, yes, he could call him that. Shoto was his friend and his disciple. Hearing Shoto taunting him and thanking him made him smile even more. So, how do you intend to thank me? By giving up. This actually made Shoto chuckle. As if. You would kill me if I did something like that. Once the chuckle stopped in his body, both halves of his quirk activated. No, I will thank you by beating you. Not for my father, not for my mother, or not even for you. I will do it for me. Katsuki smiled as a warm feeling was growing inside of him. Pride in someone else. That was a new one, and he liked that. Finally, Shoto was growing a spine and standing up for himself. It was Izuku all over again, just with complete social exile rather than anxiety. Good. You better use both quirks, Beaky Boy. Otherwise it won't be as awesome as it should. Midnight and Cementos had the proper flair for the dramatic scenes, and as such let the kids have their moments, ready to fight. Are you ready? Go, she called quickly. At that instant, Shoto used his gliding technique. Though this time, he added himself being propelled by his flame, increasing drastically his speed compared to the initial race. However, the speed was apparently something new for him, as he wasn't able to dodge Katsuki's fist crashing down into his stomach. The right hook stunned the dual-eyed boy. The exploding man had thrown himself toward the genius of the 1A, correctly guessing he would try out his full power during their fight. However, it was not enough for Shoto, who was used to getting worse from his father on a daily basis. He just didn't expect Katsuki to intercept him. He took that opportunity to let out a large burst of ice right up to Katsuki's neck from point-blank range. But Katsuki took his distance immediately. While the sarcophagus of ice appeared where Katsuki stood just before, Katsuki was already in a safe area, preparing his next attack. Unlike Shoto, who had a fairly constant and powerful quirk, the blonde knew his specialty was more about bursting and charging in varying moves. Against someone like Shoto, staying in close range was a bad idea, especially now he was okay with using his fire. The real question was, did he already work out some attacks with it, simply by increasing his mobility? Shoto was even more dangerous than before, and Katsuki had to admit his mastery on ice was impressive. On the other side, Shoto took the brief respite as an opportunity to get back his breath. Good. He could take on Katsuki's punch and continue to attack. So, what should he do? When your enemy has a biological component in their quirk, neutralize it. Shit, once again, Endeavor's old advice and teaching were on point and useful. It would be easier to hate on his father if he was an incompetent, corrupted hero. Sadly, Enji Todoroki was competent in everything else besides family matters, apparently. Still, his first fight with Takoyami took a lot of his strength. Had he fought with his fire from the beginning, he would have been in a better shape. He could still do a big move only once or twice, but he needed them to be decisive and not waste them. As Shoto was still thinking about his next move, he suddenly felt an impact on his guts. In front of him, Katsuki was aiming at him with his finger, shooting explosions all around him. Shoto's guess was he had fine-tuned his control over his explosion to propel his own sweat as a bullet. That was actually really impressive. Meanwhile, an actually still frozen Endeavor was watching the fight with Rei. He couldn't bring himself to think his wife despite still being married to her, because, well, the still was the operative word. However, even if it was just for an instant, he forgot about all of that and melted the ice while yelling, "Shoutoo." Then Rei iced his head, by reflex, icing his mustache and his eyebrows, giving him a funny face. Calm down, or you will activate the fire alarms. Actually, Nedzu set the alarms so I don't activate them before I actually burn something. She totally knew it, according to her smile, though. She just cooled him down for fun, and that made him chuckle. You think Shoto will win? He will, now that he is finally using both halves of his quirk and stops hurting himself. And if he doesn't, then you will be there for him after the fight, Enji said with a more genuine smile on his face. You know he never used it as a rebellion against you, you know, Rei said with a brittle spite mixed into her voice, and I pushed him even harder to avoid a second Talia. A pang ran through both of their hearts, a mix of sadness and anger at the thought of Talia and what had happened to him. Endeavor had more than enough time to do his introspection. Hindsight, being 20/20, the hero himself was his harshest critic. But now, our youngest son is doing his best. Ironically, all it took was to get Endeavor out of the picture for Shoto to not become his brother. And the irony was not lost on both adults in the room. Shoto decided to compromise and slammed his icy feet against the ground, creating a sudden wall of stalagmites toward his opponent. That way, he would create a wall and an attack against him. As a result, Katsuki flipped a tile in the sky with his explosion. It was a good idea, as clearly Shoto had memorized his move and used a wave of flame to hit him. Sadly for the genius, Katsuki was gifted for battle, and he shared to a degree Izuku's passion for quirk. He loved to study their battle application. And boy, did he think a lot about a serious fight with Shoto before. Now, he has finally gotten one. Katsuki, once again ruining his shoes, redirected with violence the tile, aiming at Shoto. The icy hot boy had to move sideways to dodge it, or he might create an ice structure to deviate the attack, while he pointed his finger from his fireside as a gun. Katsuki grinned as he saw his friend aiming carefully, before shooting at him. Not a bad move, but he clearly needed more work. As a result, as Shoto was using the tile as cover from Katsuki's explosion, he didn't expect him to use a projectile. The projectile being Katsuki himself, of course, who used his explosion to drop full force on the roof above Shoto's head. However, it wasn't enough, to Katsuki's surprise, to make it crash on Shoto, while he did hurt his feet from the impact. I took the teacher's advice about proper support for my ice constructions, Shoto explained quietly from under Katsuki, before encasing the area above him in ice, to restrict Katsuki's mobility in the best case, and in the worst case, cool him down enough to stop him from sweating. Honestly, no one saw Katsuki's counter coming. As he felt the incoming cold, the angry, proud boy did something he saw once in an old game with a good story. He flexed against the cold, propelling as much sweat in the process, and producing even more heat that way. In addition, it weakened and cracked Shoto's pillar while the explosion was blinding him. Still, as the tile was finally coming down on him, Shoto smiled, and he lifted it, to everyone's surprise, before throwing it and Katsuki away. His quirk wasn't the only thing strong about him. His body was also trained by the number 2 hero. Not bad, Shoto. Thanks, Katsuki. Name. The ultimate sign of respect from Katsuki, as a nickname, was simply friendship. Both boys were panting heavily, as that much quirk use in one day was bound to tire one. It was even more visible in Shoto's case, as he worked out his fire quirk, something he didn't truly do before that day. As a result, his control, his power over it took a lot of energy. Now, he understood why his father always insisted on him learning how to control it. However, now was the time to go all out. Both Katsuki and he were set apart on the ring. Katsuki took damage from his failed kick, and would have a hard time dodging his next attack. In fact, Shadow could probably move, but he wasn't sure he could capitalize enough on his speed to win. However, he knew how to create a situation where no dodge would be involved. Katsuki, block. Katsuki felt his blood boil intensively when Shadow's body flared up in his quirks, heat and frost coming together in one final, giant and big attack. Because I will use all of me. The same cold voice, but his face and his smile showed his fun, his happiness, the fact he was having the time of his life. Somehow, he could feel cheers all around him vibrating the air, while his attack continued in its preparation. Then, he heard the sparkles, going crazy on Katsuki's body. Explosions at the end of each hand, getting bigger and bigger while taking a cross-like posture. Of course, he took the challenge in a fight for power as Shadow expected of him. It was going to be a battle between both of their powers, and all of it will be decided here and now. Cementos and Midnight, finally noticing the danger, prepared to intervene to stop both students, but it was a bit too late. Big Bang, thermodynamic. Both students felt the power of the others, while walls of cement rose from the ground and a strange smoke on the ring. As said earlier, too late. Attack. Cannon. Shadow's attack was vastly bigger than Katsuki's. It wasn't a match on that aspect, as it showed the strength Shadow had, destroying everything in his way. Large spikes rip through the concrete while fire rides the top of the spikes, making waving currents of air that propel bursts of fire ever farther as the duelist attack rages on as a beam of twisting air rapidly cooling and heating in a spiral being supported on all sides by his fire and ice working in tandem. The air rushed to the only place uncovered from the tunnel, right where Katsuki was standing. However, beside a fiery temper, pride and a maniacal smile when happy, Katsuki had another common quality with endeavor, an absurd control over his quirk, thanks to an even more absurd training. For him, it was useless to have a big beam. All he needed to have was a powerful one. So, while Shadow's air beam was indeed the most powerful of the two attacks, its wide area made it lose efficiency. With the precision of a scalpel, Katsuki's attack pierced the dual elemental super move, pushing the twisted beam back into its cocoon. Ice cracks and fire sputters causing the attack to collapse in on itself and blow away the air in the stadium for everyone. More than one hat and fake hairs were lost that day. When the concentrated explosion finally arrived in front of Shadow, it exploded once more, violently enough to project him outside the ring. In fact, he rolled across the grass for only a moment as he felt his back against the wall, the shock wave being so powerful that his body didn't even register pain yet. Still standing in the ring was the winner of the match, who had a smile on his face. He was the best. He fell on his knees, having lost a lot of his strength with that attack. Shadow had fought him at the best of what he was capable of, and Katsuki sliced it apart like it was nothing. See people, that is why I am saying I am going to be the next number one. So watch me. What was bravado at the beginning suddenly turned into a declaration in front of everyone, with Katsuki looking like a shonen protagonist, blasting away his opposition again and again, with each match showing a burst of strategy and strength that they never thought he had. And if you want to prove me wrong, get better, because I definitely will be even better tomorrow. The applause was deafening, and Katsuki rose up again, walking slowly and with some pain toward Shadow and looking at him. So, how does it feel, Shadow? Is it weird to be sad and happy? I don't know, I never lost. Both cackled a bit, before Katsuki helped him on his feet again. His friend's arm was pulled over his shoulder as the two stumbled out of the arena together, leaving the hyped crowd behind. More seriously, yes, you had your fun, and you finally noticed you would have liked to be the best. That feeling, it is your pride. Never forget it, because you are one of my rivals with Yui and Izuku. Should they get a penalty for the destruction they just caused, Mike? Well, to quote Nedzu, I said plus ultra to my grandson, and I totally assume Ray and Inji blow up a wall together. Nedzu could build them later, they didn't care. Their son, he had been so close to win and failed so close to the goal. That attack, I told him to not do wide area attack, smaller and stronger. It looked quite cool though. Ray seemed pensive, and Inji noticed her look. You have an idea? Well, I just thought, let's say we discover the HPSC did in fact hold Taoya, instead of letting you do a prominence burn. Would be interested in. Combine our quirk in a heat, frost intense combination, enough to blow apart their building and most of the block in one shot. He finished his wife's sentence. Ray, nodding with a smile, was a spectacle Inji had missed. Does that count as a date? He says with a cheeky smirk. Don't push your luck, Inji. She replied coldly, but not as much as he thought she would. Damn it. Meanwhile, Izuku was resting in meditation. He took a card that was until then wrapped in a protective sleeve. It had indeed written Katsuki on it. And it was also going to be an important experimentation for Izuku. Sure, his opponent was a person of mass destruction, but it would not deter Izuku now. He was too far to fail now. It was time to use his in-game strategy against Katsuki. Hey, everyone, we are back for our final fight. Mike yells into his mic. Indeed, this fight can be interesting. though Katsuki knows well his opponent and his weaknesses. Unless he lets Izuku summon cards, he should win. Rooting for one student, Eraser? That's very unlike you. I am just being logical, Mike. Izuku sighed as he entered the ring. The referee had decreed a 30 minutes recess so they could reconstruct the ring, as the last fight blew it. He took that time to rest as much as he could. But he also knew that Kaken took it to heal. Katsuki's stamina should be down after everything he suffered. But honestly, Izuku was now reassured more than ever that he worked through sheer determination. As a result, and as Eraser said, Izuku knew that his friend would try to beat him seriously. In other words, getting ready for his win condition and his biggest weapon against Katsuki would be hard. Still, Katsuki shouldn't be able to put out, at least from the start, a big bang attack or anything like that. So he would try to get to Izuku in close combat, something Izuku wasn't bad at. Not as good as Katsuki, sure. But if Yui could put him in such a bad state, so could he. Hoi, nerd, make it good. The ash-burned blonde demanded. Katsuki had the biggest smile on his face Izuku ever saw on it. After all, it was logical. Katsuki's favorite quote came from a French drama, The Cid. A vainqueur sans peril, on triumph sans gloire. To win without risk is to triumph without glory. This tournament, all of his fights were awesome, and he had to work through them with all of his might and grit. He had Yui's bloodthirst to quench, Shado's new passion lightened in him, and Ibara's faith to carry on even knowing that she was doomed. Each enemy beat down was part of him. He couldn't afford to lose, by respect for them, and show to the world that they weren't weak. He was just too damn strong. Katsuki also knew that Izuku totally got how he thought. So, it was high time to see what his friend had in store for him. No word was needed for both of them, as Izuku began to play with his cards in front of Katsuki, making them fly. Truly, Izuku had mastered his craft over a year of training. He wasn't a nerd now. He was his rival, his number one rival, his best friend. When the fight was announced, Katsuki darted toward Izuku with all the speed he could muster. As strange as it could appear, while several cards burned away from Izuku, nothing was summoned. Self-buff, it wouldn't be enough to fight him. And Izuku knew it, probably. Even with his stepdad, Izuku was nowhere near his level of close combat. On both technique and pure strength, Izuku was indeed frightening, just behind the likes of Ajiro or Itsuka, but on strength and combat instinct, he wasn't there yet. Still, Katsuki was surprised to see Izuku take his arm, eyes almost closed, as if he already knew what he was going to do. Prescience card. The nerd found shit like that. Izuku flipped Katsuki away with a smile, while he continued to burn madly cards away. It was strange, as before, the master of cards seemed highly conservative of them. And why did nothing appear from them? Katsuki had the feeling inside his guts that it was some kind of countdown before he was done. What was Izuku doing? It was time to attack. And he wouldn't stop there. Katsuki rushed again to attack Izuku in close range. But Izuku seemed highly intent on only dodging. Even the openings Katsuki left him by wildly swinging were ignored. Sure, if Izuku was to fall for that one, he wouldn't have gotten up so easily from the counter. Still, what was Izuku muttering? 8 land of fire, 5 colorless. I should begin to tap in the Pokemon cards. Still, Katsuki was moving faster now that he began to sweat properly. Izuku, stop ignoring me. This time, the hit connected with Izuku's face. He even heard his nose break under his fist. Somehow, it didn't stop Izuku from burning even more cards. Katsuki had the gut feeling something was coming. 8 normal energy, 8 of fire. His smile, the nerd's smile that is now tainted with blood from his nose, it looks wrong. He's setting up something. Katsuki prepared from his position one of his biggest single-cell explosion he could do from his current state. Power grenade. The explosive ball of energy rushed toward Izuku and exploded, leaving a cloud of dust where Izuku should be. Katsuki, panting, wondered if he had stopped the attack, before a gust of wind blew everything away and a silhouette stood aside Izuku, like a mighty protector. Oh, that's what he meant by I have a card with your name on it. Did I ever say I think your cousin has great taste but that I also want to punch him like real hard? Tamura was a bit surprised by how fired up Nejire was, by seeing her observing the fight. What? Why? Because that goddamn card is effing awesome and rare. And apparently his quirk destroyed what he used it. Weren't you supposed to be a novice at the game? Nejire. Tamura was many things. Stupid wasn't one. And he knew someone wouldn't get that fired up unless they were in the hobby since a long time. So, it meant he got played by Nejire, who was apparently a card nerd too. I am just a real fan of Ryukyu's cards. All of her friends looked at her who blew up her cover. She wasn't that credible. That's why you somehow managed to land all of those combos. You already knew how to play the game. 3 times regional champion, actually. The meek expression she had was highly adorable. And when she went close to his face, asking if he forgave her little prank, Tamura learned even more why girls held more power than men. Even a hardened villain couldn't say no. However, he did have an idea. Championships were recorded. and he could watch them at the bar to learn her patterns. His vengeance would be perfect. On the field stood the mighty heroine Ryukyu, the dragon, in what was clearly a dragon-themed Chinese robe. Her wings seemed to be made of jade, and the power exuded from her in waves. The SSR, limited edition, Ryukyu, Year of the Dragon. The card that Katsuki gave to Izuku as an apology for the day he told him to jump. Hoi, Katsuki, I have wanted to say something to you ever since that moment all that time ago. Izuku smiled as Ryukyu flew to Katsuki, punching him with an insane right hook. I forgive you. Katsuki gritted his teeth, as he had barely managed to block the fist of the top 10 hero. His heels dug into the concrete and it took both hands to stop the blow. It almost made him fly away from sheer force, and even by blocking it, he certainly felt some of his bones cracking as he held on. Shit, the nerd had summoned something that powerful? It explained why he was so conservative during the tournament, and why Izuku was now sitting, resting, as his nose bled a little. Damn, he grew up strong since their start in UA. That or he found a way to highly lessen the cost of his summon. The second punch of the summoned heroine broke two of Katsuki's teeth under the impact, before a kick sent Katsuki flying in the sky. Was that the strength of a top hero? What he was aspiring to be? You, earjack girl, you can amplify sound right. Gyro was a bit surprised when the beaten-up girl from the first round reached up to her. Yes, you want to cheer. Yes, Gyro, at first, thought she was going to cheer up on Izuku, as he was facing the one who defeated her. She didn't expect her to yell, "Go Bakugou, explode her." Everyone looked at Yui, who seemed satisfied with that small outburst, before she began to eat a tomato like an apple. Go Bakugou, explode her. Katsuki was midair when he heard that one. Yui's voice, it made him smile, before he grabbed the leg of the summoned being, and used his explosions to project her on the ground. Or rather tried, since her wings weren't for nothing. I am the next number one. Fired up, Katsuki collided foot first in Ryukyu's stomach. The summoned being clearly had a sour face because of that, and answered to that attack with a breath of fire directed point-blank toward. I won't lose here. Just as before with his fight with Shadow, Katsuki concentrated his explosion, but this time at the tips of his finger, before firing it. Once again, it divided the flame, but the scorching heat wasn't nice. It was that time that the dragon chose to morph suddenly into, well, her dragon form. A giant jade dragon, and Katsuki was in its proximity. Even for him, it didn't spell well out in any form. It grabbed him in its talons before dive-bombing into the stage below. There, it smashed him in the ground below them a few times before raising him up above her head and pushed down one last time. Then, just before the impact, the jade claw exploded into an inferno of green shards and Katsuki got out of the attack at the last moment, but bloodied, and his left arm battered but not yet broken. Izuku was still resting, meditating, but his hands were moving. Apparently, the player hadn't finished his turn yet, and Katsuki knew him enough to know that Izuku was clearly thriving for the victory too. I will win, Katsuki. You won't beat me easily. The scream took the blonde off guard, but it only took a moment before his mouth split into a manic grin. Izuku once again began to burn cards away. Katsuki was against one of the strongest heroes in Japan, though without her real battle style and probably not as strong yet, and Izuku was going to add more and more to this being. This is the best. Katsuki was in pain, bloodied and probably with one broken rib, and his rival planned for more. He wouldn't have it any other way. All for One was observing the fight with a high interest. After all, it wasn't often he could see one of his grandchildren fight on screen TV. His bloodline produced strong quirk users, but also, often, quirkless people. For late bloomers like Izuku, he typically couldn't detect that before they were 8 or 9, hence why he missed him. Oh, he would not throw him away, anyway. In fact, had he not joined UA, AFO had planned to make a hero kill and Ko by mistake, before arranging through Seijin an obvious cover-up by the HPSC, enough to break any positive sentiment he had for heroes, and make him join him. After that, AFO would have made him a member and supporter of Tamura, probably giving him an analysis quirk in the process. If Izuku had refused, well, he was sure that Garaki would have loved to have a quirkless yet with AFO compatibility to make a high-end Namu of extreme proportion. Anyway, he was rooting for his grandson. For now, that is our boy. Beat down that beach, son. Mitsuki, are you speaking about the dragon or Izuku? Yes. Nedzu, that is still a treason from your side, as I bought you some cards, thinking you were a beginner and you didn't even take me seriously. While they were still observing the fight, Tamura was ranting to Nedzu about how hiding they did have a shared passion and using him to get some rare cards wasn't heroic and a treason. Tamaki and Mirio found it low-key amusing. Once Tamura managed to get enough immunity against Nedzu's cute face. Tamura, I am sorry, okay. This is still betrayal and I demand. Nedzu managed to shut him up by kissing him on the cheek, chastely. Tamura.exe has stopped running. Please, reboot him. It was Mirio who said that, smirking, as Tamura had indeed stopped working. Another boom made them look at the fight again. The other boom was Katsuki, who was on his knee, his left hand almost broken by his last attack, leaving him panting. Okay, note to self, charging a big bang attack one-handed is effing stupid. Though the result was promising, the dragon had prepared another breath attack, and Katsuki remembered an old boss in some video games he played. As a result, he used one hand to stabilize his arm and his shot and managed to throw his attack in the mouth of the giant jade dragon. Just as it was going to attack, it did manage to blow all of its teeth, but honestly, it would not be enough if he wanted to win. I know I said I wanted a hero, but damn, you surpassed yourself, Izuku. And wait for the second summon. The what now? Just as Katsuki processed what Izuku said, a good chunk of his deck had disappeared in ashes. Izuku was a Quirk nerd. He loved to theorize about them and how they worked. As a result, he was often helping and fine-tuning ideas his comrades had about them. It also meant he was experimenting with him, and especially when card games had a cost system, like Magic the Gathering with the mana. As a result, Izuku tried what was happening when he gained mana from a card, or energy points and things like that. The result was he could highly lessen the price of summoning powerful cards, and technically summon things he shouldn't be able to use yet. He knew that even with all the sacrifice he did, the next big card he would summon could be the last. Honestly, Izuku was proud of his plan. Either Katsuki would have lost against Ryukyu, either he won but would be most likely too tired and injured to fight the second card he had readied for him. Memories flooded the boys, as the truth goes unspoken between them, that they were friends and they would fight to the bitter end if need be. Even if it was for a moment, they forgot their name, or the reason why they stood there. Katsuki was holding his good arm with his almost broken one, as the ring was becoming a more and more desolate place, with the dragon and him leaving the traces of concrete bricks into nothing but rubble. All he could feel was the cold wind on his body, his sweat exploding and cracking the injured monster more and more. As he stood up and fought, Katsuki knew that there would be bloodshed, as Izuku was looking at him as if he was his reflection in the mirror. So when Katsuki finally managed to break the SSR card representing all of his remorse for his past, he felt free, as his exploding fist cracked a few fingers upon the dragon's back as the jade dragon fell into oblivion. Panting and smiling, Katsuki was now walking towards Izuku to end their fight. So, nerd, I am calling your bluff, Izuku groaned while getting up as he faced his friend. Before throwing a card at Katsuki, the exploding man caught him with one hand, before noticing it was an arcana. The fool, getting punched in the gut by a mini-him with his own quirk wasn't something he expected when he got up in the morning. Apparently, Izuku wasn't bluffing. Though if he was right about the blood coming out of his nose, it was definitely the last big card nerd would, and could, summon for a few days. Katsuki dispatched the small arcana with a simple kick though. That small opening allowed Izuku to enter inside his vital space. Both kids exchanged a punch in the face with each other, both of them dead tired. Izuku took that opportunity to hit his injured arm. The loud crack made everyone wince, before Katsuki answered to that with a kick in the gut. Sadly for him, despite the energy consumed by the card, Izuku was still fresher than him. After all, unlike Katsuki, he didn't have to be healed after each fight, and Recovery Girl's quirk drained away the endurance of the one she healed. The blonde boy exhaled before his axe kick went to Izuku's head. The green boy dodged it by a breath. Katsuki's feet exploded above Izuku's head before slamming right into his collarbone. Explosive Brazilian kick. Izuku could probably move his arm, but the kick almost put him down to his knees, especially as Katsuki seemed to find a second wind and punched Izuku again in the face. His nose was definitely broken after that one, and Katsuki's fist was bloodied. As a result, Izuku did what he always did, he used his head. Except this time, he was literal about it. On the bright side, now Katsuki had the same nose as him. However, on the less bright side, Katsuki roared in rage before grabbing the dummy's face and slamming it into the ground. Show me a good time, Izuku. His best friend's answer to that was by rolling on the destroyed ground. The punch colliding where he was proof enough he had been right to do that, despite his collarbone cracking in the process. However, he took that opportunity to pivot on himself and grabbed Katsuki's uninjured arm with his whole body and disjointed it. The sound, close to a breaking one, was audible and even more people winced, while wondering if the two of them were really friends. The close-up on their smiling faces showed that yes, they are friends, just morbid ones. I see you, Kun. You can win. Baku bro, do it. Punch him in his punchable face, Blue Fairy. The excitation in the stadium was palpable, and both of them were not done. Then Katsuki did something that actually impressed Izuku. He slammed the disjointed arm in the ground, and somehow put his arm back into place in the process. Joke's on you. When I learned you could do that, of course I learned how to pop back my bones. In hindsight, it was indeed obvious. Izuku took another card. It was an ace, his last big card. In fact, it was a gamble if he could summon it or not. Did he grow enough to do that? Before Katsuki could add anything, he threw it expertly on his face, and Katsuki burned it before it could reach him. With over half the card burned and a good chunk just gone, it fell to the ground with no effect. Izuku smiled as he felt his last strength leaving him. On F, so close. He heard Katsuki running, calling his name. And then Izuku opened his eyes again in a respite, to grab Katsuki by his hair and bring him to the ground. I won't lose here. Katsuki answered that by an explosion from his broken arm. Another loud crack can be heard from it, which was just against Izuku's ribs. It ejected Izuku, and when the fighter tried to get up once more, he lost his equilibrium, and he felt the ground once more. His strength was still draining from him, rapidly, like something was sucking his soul from his body. Oh, and Katsuki was about to send a drop kick on his back too, to make sure he stayed on the ground for good this time. Right before Katsuki landed on Izuku, a pure white hand grabbed the explosive blonde by the back of the neck and tossed him into the rubble with a puff of dust. The blonde crawled his way back up and met face to face with the ace he burned. Its left arm was gone with a charred stump in its place. It punched him again and he went rocketing back. Each inch he rolled across the rubble cut it into Katsuki more and more as he left a trail of blood behind him. Katsuki picked himself back up, his knees shaking and his arms feeling like lead, but he needed to win. He has to win. He will win. Katsuki slammed his hand down onto his chest, letting the small explosion hit his sweat-covered body. His skin sizzled and popped, but he paid it no mind as he charged his friend's final summon. Sweat came out more vigorously, and his explosion ripped through the ruined ace's defenses, burning every crappy scrap in its wake. His hand broken, he doesn't have the strength to care. His skin was splitting open and blood mixed with his sparks as red wisps of flame danced across his body. Each step brought him agony, each step getting him closer to victory. And another explosion blew away the smoke and dust, followed with another step, another spray of his own blood. Both arms are broken now. His left eye went dark a few steps back. He kept walking as his body was engulfed in flame and sparks. He was now 2 steps from Izuku, his arms definitely useless. His legs are unsteady, but his fight ends here. Izuku threw up something around 10 defensive cards. Katsuki couldn't tell. They burned to ash, but not from his explosions. Most likely from Izuku, who was also low on energy. Good, he will need his explosion. The blood now pouring from Izuku's nose like a dam has just opened and the river is running free. A green-haired boy stood his ground, his arms weakly holding a X block. The bloodied blonde raised his broken arms wide and copied the very basics of his quirk, his father making sparks by slamming his hands together. Germanova. His words were soft, barely above a whisper from his still burning throat, but everyone in the stadium heard them clearly before he slammed his hands together and his skin charred as his entire body let off a blast akin to a solar flash. It was the 3rd time that day everyone was blinded. When the light dimmed and the smoke cleared, the audience saw that Izuku was embedded into the wall behind him by a large spider web of cracks formed from his impact. Medical bots were already pulling him out and his eyelids were falling as his hand reached for Katsuki. A thumbs up was not what anyone was expecting. Izuku passed out a moment later. As for Katsuki, he stood in the crater of his own making. No more sparks, no more blood. Just cracked porcelain skin rippled with blackened burns closing up each wound he had. His right arm rises to the air ... and he manages 3 raspy words. I am next. Katsuki Bakugo won the first-year sports festival with an explosive finish. The silence was eerie in the stadium before it died under the applause. Katsuki was at his center, his defeated final foe in recovery. He screamed his joy, primal, bloody and battered, but he had won. For himself and all those he defeated. He won. They didn't lose because they were weak. He won because he was strong, because he was better. Now he must work to keep that advantage. It was really different, and honestly, there were so many close calls that Katsuki knew of. What about the ones he never saw? Or if a different match led to his fall by him fighting someone else, he needed to learn from this to stay ahead. Next year, it was going to be even more awesome and difficult. He would win again. Then, he joined Izuku in the land of the unconscious, falling forward into the rubble. The uproar in the stadium was deafening. Both kids went above and beyond their abilities, and everyone saw them fighting each other like finalists should do. Sasuke, I shall make Izuku train a bit with me, if he is going to lose like that. Tamura, on the other hand, was upset by the loss, though not that much. He bet with Nedzu that Izuku would be the winner, and if Katsuki won, he would have to treat her at the mall. Still, Tamura looked forward to the next 2 days, and promised himself to cheer as much as possible for his new friends. He couldn't wait to tell Kurogiri about them. Or not, seeing as they were heroes, and he was technically still a villain bent to destroy the society and fake heroes. Wait, they were true heroes, so they wouldn't be destroyed. The logic was totally sound. No killing kids are true heroes. What made a true hero, though? That was something to discuss with Stain. Torino, Yagi, finally, you decided to call me. I have found Nana's grandson. He is the kid that ranked 2nd in the UA festival. Wait, Does that mean that the Nana we saw was? She told me she was proud of us. It almost caused an infarctus to the old man. Am I still eligible to take him for one internship? Not sure if my bones can take more, but yes, you are. Since all for one is to remain hidden, I will recommend him later to compensate for your lack of notoriety. I shall not kick you in the face next time we see, thanks to this favor. Make it not kick me at all and we have a deal. Both men laughed, but not for the same reason. Yagi, because he reconnected with his old master and had the opportunity to make him connect with Nana's heir. Torino, because All Might forgot to include Punch in the deal. He would have so much fun, trauma, training another hero. Looney was bleeding on the ground, paralyzed. Ouch, you do hit hard. Stain was faring better than her, mainly because he didn't underestimate her, unlike most of her opponents. He was still bleeding from one arm and was fairly sure he might have taken some hit in the head. Well, you are supposed to be an experienced fighter. Of course, I was going to be careful about your black spot and that hammer. People described Stain as a coward for specializing in ambushes and surprise attacks. They forgot that Stain's quirk didn't enhance his strength, and he needed to do that to beat people stronger than him. It didn't mean he couldn't beat them one-on-one. He was seeking effectiveness, and that was all. He put the rabbit on his shoulder as he brought her back to the bar. By the way, do the others know? About what? About what you really are? It made chuckle Looney. Absolutely not. But I don't see the point. How did you guess? The way you hop is too perfectly close to a rabbit. Looney had to admit he had a point. I don't like your aim to kill Maruko, as she is a good hero, but she isn't a effing rabbit. Who was Stain to judge another species' thought process? In a way, Looney's anger was true and justified. Ada was next to his brother. Tensei was still comatose because of his wounds, and no one knew when he would wake up. All because of that damn hero killer. On his brother's bed, Ada knew he would seek him and demolish him for what he did to his precious older brother. Gentle, the boss called. Oh, what did he say? Apparently, he found a new target for us. We will do a good old robbery apparently this time. Can you both be a little less louder, please? Sophie slept in Gentle's surprisingly large house and she appreciated their hospitality, though their eccentricity was annoying sometimes. Also, what is the target this time? We shall rob a support company. Apparently, things are afoot about the quality of their goods. And Compress thinks it could have a link with some disappearances in that neighborhood. According to my hacking, some special gears for dangerous quirk disappear at the same time people with said related quirk disappear. It instantly interested Sophie, who was suddenly awake. This one is going to be useful. And what is Compress suspect? Human trafficker. Some quirk supremacists thinking they are the new distro. Human trafficker. But honestly, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Optimism was such a beautiful thing to have. Meanwhile, at UA's infirmary, Katsuki was slowly waking up. Finally, the lady is up. An emotionless tone and a stoic face was looking at him. Her name was Huey. Hey Beach. HMMF. At least, you won. Hey, I promised you I would win. No. Couldn't make you appear as a weak girl. The girl nodded, sitting next to him. If you had lost, I would have kicked your ass during the next sparring. And now that I won, I am still going to kick it. It made Katsuki laugh a bit, before he yelped in pain. Yep, probably a few things broken still, and from the tightness in his skin the burns are not yet gone. Yui sighed, before patting the blonde teen's head. Still a good fight. I really hope we get to do more things like that together. While both of them were smiling, both missed a certain Izuku, also awake, who was taking a picture of the scene and send it to Mitsuki with the comment he actually remembers her name and plans to spend time with her after school. Sweet vengeance. If Katsuki thought of using Inko as a weapon of mass teasing, oh boy, he would not be prepared for what Mitsuki had in store for him. The hardest thing was holding back the ominous laughing. On the podium, once everyone was healed enough, stood a proud Katsuki still burned to shit but neck up, seemed fine due to recovery girl wanting him to be presentable, and he wore long sleeves to hide most injuries. A smiling Izuku, proud of his performance despite his condition being near catatonic. And a Shouto doing a small victory sign with a smirk so small you wouldn't know if it was there if you didn't look. Each of them got their medal from All Might himself, who was absolutely beaming at the result and how the tournament went. For a second he thought about how, if Todoroki's issue weren't discovered, it could have gone badly, with Izuku almost dying to reach him out, and Shouto being so much less at ease with his quirk that he might have not used it against Katsuki who wouldn't have taken such a win. The picture of a restrained Katsuki on the podium floated in his mind for a second, but then decided no one would be dumb enough to do that, right? It was a grumbling Monoma, grabbed by the collar by a smiling Itsuka who was coming to Momo, full speed. Hey, we heard that 1A had a club to train themselves with their quirk after school, is that right? Momo was at a tea booth, and clearly appreciating it, before making a sign to invite them to join her. Yes, we do. Actually, at first, it was simply Bakugo, Izuku and their friends, but it quickly became the whole classroom. Why? Well, We would appreciate it if we could join it in. Momo began to produce a stack of paper for the 1B president. Here is the application form. We had to create the club to continue to use the training ground appropriately. We might ask your homeroom teacher to come help supervise the training though. It would be nice to observe how Mr. Vlad teaches. Don't worry, I will convince him. Now, Monoma, what do you say to the kind 1A? For the record, Itsuka was using her insane grip strength to pinch Monoma around the neck. Thank you. He choked out his response. Manners are a work in progress. Now, if you let me, I have someone who owes me some food. Itsuka left afterward, though she exchanged numbers with Momo, leaving Monoma with her. So, should I leave too, to not bother you? Oh, you can stay. I said we could drink tea once. Noblesse obliged, and Momo wasn't someone to hold a grudge. Besides, it was always better to drink tea with people. Monoma nodded, before beginning to sip the tea and wondering what they could discuss. Can I ask you a question about your quirk? Because seriously, it is a shame they didn't allow you to make stuff before entering the ring. Of course, though we might have to wait for the friend that was going to join me. Hey Momo, ready to plan some babies? Monoma, looking at May, thought for a second about running, but decided against it. Maybe the discussion would be fun. So, I was wondering if you could. I feel a disturbance in the force, like a million Nedzu cackling. And then, silence. Power Loader was seriously terrified. And worst of all, he knew who he had to blame for that. Finally, when Izuku went out of the infirmary, he was waited for by quite a lot of people, namely Toru, who jumped into him to attack him with a standing cuddle. Sure, he was still hurting a bit, but it was quite enjoyable. However, it is the 4 next people he didn't expect, namely the big 3 and Izuku, why did you not tell me you were a goddamn hero? He instantly wanted to both run away from Tamura, but also get an explanation of how the asocial young adult managed to apparently befriend the big 3 of the school. Also, wait, so when you said you had a date today, it wasn't in a visual novel. Luckily for Izuku, Nejire, Mirio, and Tamaki managed to restrain Tamura while Izuku ran away with Toru, laughing. Though, they would have a debrief about the whole situation later, maybe during another day of the festival. For now, though, Izuku was going to have fun with Toru, trying all the food and enjoying the mood. Mother, Shoudo, I thought it would be nice if we spent the afternoon together. Oh, and I am so proud of you for the tournament. Thanks, Mother. With binoculars, Endeavor observed the scene from afar, while Nedzu sat beside him, looking at something. Just my broken dream. Both of them sat together, as Endeavor knew he would probably not be productive enough to be useful if he went back at the agency now. It was probably Rei's plot all along, to make him take a day off, as she often did when they were happier. He pictured himself when he was younger, bringing Tauya, Natsuo, and Fayumi, how they would enjoy the festival as a family. Then he remembered that he never let Shoudo know such a thing. That sounds rough, buddy. It made Endeavor chuckle, before he looked at the UA. The sun setting with him and his rat dad next to him. Nedzu was always an Eros fan. I allow you to call me dad again. NG. You showed quite an. Make that pun, and there is no All Might stopping me from tickling you. Both beings looked at each other, before laughing, sitting on the building's edge. Maybe the day wasn't a total disaster after all. By the way, your son isn't turning under you to make sure you don't do anything wrong with his mom. He also plans to kick you in the balls. Thanks for the warning. Just as you expected, all for one. According to the data acquired through the television, it seems his quirk isn't fully developed yet. However, it does indicate a Class 5 quirk, at the very least. All for one, on his throne, smiled at Garaki's report. Everything was going according to his plan. Well, one of them. The festival went on for 2 more days after the first year's event. During it, Nejire managed to get more food from Tenko and made him cheer for her with Izuku and Toru. She finished second, behind Mirio, after a long fight and Mirio somehow riding on her energy wave. Izuku and Toru took the opportunity to spend time together. Even if Izuku couldn't use his quirk, thanks to his last stun against Katsuki, Toru might have yelled at him a bit for being such an idiot before saying something about boys being boys. Nonetheless, they had fun taking pictures together in some photo booths and simply being teenagers. Katsuki was hunted by his mother for answers, all while Katsuki swore vengeance against Izuku and all potential descendants he might have. Yui took her time with him to watch the others' fights, and both commented how they would have fought against them. Yui really appreciated having someone who perceived her emotions despite her face not telling much, and Katsuki someone who was calm yet as infatuated with fighting as him. He was truly looking forward to their sparring matches. Monoma, May, and Momo had a surprisingly good time together, especially once Monoma managed to let his passion for quirks get the better of him and discussed how they could create the craziest things with the two girls. It included the idea of using Momo to create parts of machines and specific alloys that would be way outside of Mei's purse otherwise. Finally, the most important thing was clearly that Atsuhiro and Inko's wedding was nearing, and Izuku looked quite forward to becoming Izuku Sako. Good morning, and congratulations on winning the festival. The class erupted in joy as they got Aizawa's praise, who quickly calmed them down. However, I have an announcement. Today, we need you to choose your hero name. Don't worry, because it is supposed to be a temporary one. However, you should take it seriously. Izuku nodded his head furiously. Yes, I once heard that a student told another one to choose his name, and that he could never change it after that. If Aiz could say F you, Aizawa would have expelled Izuku with extreme prejudice. It is the name that is going to be used for your internship. So, let's study them. The winner in the number of offers is Katsuki, who actually got 2 top 10 invitations, Maruko and Best Jeanist. Katsuki, unusually calm, got up and went to a window to open it. He then yelled, full force, F yeah, beaches, sit down or it is a detention. Without a word or excuse, Katsuki sat down. To be fair, he had every right to be that happy. Second, we have Izuku, who got a proposal from Best Jeanist and a few top 100 heroes. However, I also know that All Might wants to talk to him about something. Izuku nodded, while he observed his smaller stack of proposals than Katsuki's. Still a good amount. Third is Todoroki. Unlike the others, Todoroki's internship was decided beforehand. If Aizawa had anything to say, he would have been against him meeting his father so soon, but the teenager insisted. Something about not leaving his mother alone with his dad without supervision or protection. Aizawa let the students chatter a bit before coughing, silencing them. It was nice to have a class that obeyed. He wondered if in some other universes, he had a class that was batshit insane, pulling tanks out of nowhere or things like that. In the support course tech lab, Mei was working on a tank. Yui had convinced her to build one and somehow managed to get it approved as support equipment. Oh, it was going to be so fun to make that in Itsuka's gloves. And thanks to Momo and Monoma, Mei could actually create her own line of tanks. She wondered if she could sell a few of them or the patent to UA. Anyway, so, since I am bad at naming things, I asked Midnight to help you do it. Have fun and don't pick a dumb name. The session went pretty much as it did in canon, except for Izuku, who had already chosen Joker as his hero name, thanks to the USJ attack. None of them spotted it a choosing manual for his internship. Izuku wondered, as he waited in the classroom, what All Might had to offer him for his internship. He knew, along with everyone else, that All Might never took interns and he would certainly not begin now that he was a teacher. Still, he was surprised when the number 1 entered the room, with a special internship form. Young Midoriya, I was looking for you. Thank you, sir. More than one session with the man as a teacher helped Izuku idolize him less than before. Sure, he was still his number 1 fan, but he saw enough of the hero bumbling as a teacher to understand he wasn't perfect. I have a special internship for you. However, be aware it is totally optional. Izuku nodded, wondering what it was about. It isn't a well-known thing about my past, but the hero Floaty was my first mentor and my role model. Izuku arched an eyebrow, as he read pretty much all of All Might's biographies, and that name never appeared in any of them. Floaty's true name was Nana Shimura, and she was my grandmother. Izuku knew his mom's maiden name, and he quickly connected the dots as to why All might feel very interested in his internship now. It wasn't really nepotism, but more along the lines of paying back a debt. All Might sat down to Izuku's level and put his hand on his shoulder. The internship is for the hero Gran Torino, my second mentor and your grandmother's best friend. He isn't a well-known hero and it would be just for this week. For your real internship, if you feel the lack of notoriety impedes your odds to get a good one, I will write a letter of recommendation. And if I refuse, Izuku didn't plan to, but he wanted to know his options before making a choice. Well then, he would still very much like to meet you and your mom and might ask to see you if it isn't too hard. Also, I have talked to the hero Sladingo and he seems interested. All Might observed the young hero, as he was thinking loudly and muttered his every thought. It made him smile, to see a young teenager think so much about his future. All he needed was a little push in the right direction to go even further. I think Gran Torino might be an excellent idea for you. While you clearly learned your tricks and how to control your quirk from someone, your fighting instinct could use improvement. Izuku chuckled. All Might was right. Despite his training, he was still taking too many hits while fighting. It wouldn't be enough at all if he planned to be a pro. Also, he only learned how to fight from Mr. Compress, and learning only from one source made Izuku too specialized against one kind of fighter. Also, if you want to know how skilled Gran Torino is, well, he was my main teacher in the art of fighting. Even if his teaching style could be summed up as get good, beach, and Izuku would probably be in a world of pain. The results were apparent. Gran Torino was an excellent, if sadistic, teacher. It convinced Izuku to accept the deal, as he was sure to have a lot of fun training with this Gran Torino. All Might was also secretly happy to not have to fear his next meeting with the old man. Besides fighting skills, having an outsider with experience on how to use a quirk would be beneficial to Izuku. The young man already knew how to moderate, but needed to maximize his energy output, exactly like a certain blonde giant years ago. He couldn't help it, but All Might felt it was quite cathartic. Also, if Nana was proud of him for what he did with his life and their quirk, he must also finish the job by finishing All for One. In the end, Katsuki chose to intern with Maruko, after he discussed it with Izuku, who pointed out best genus policy on hair and his dress code. Katsuki was fairly certain their styles would clash, and it was a no-no as a son of designers. It was better to go with Maruko, as she would most likely give him battle training and tips. He couldn't wait to fight her. Besides, he was sure Yui would train even harder, and he couldn't wait to smash her against a wall, until she could not move anymore despite a cocky grin he would imagine on her. Wait, that sounded dirtier than he had intended. Toru, to her great surprise, was given an internship under Midnight. She wasn't supposed to learn how to be sexier, though the teacher proposed to teach her a few tips on how to tease men, but to help her become stronger. Despite what people thought of her, Midnight knew how to fight, even without her quirk. It was necessary, as she was the most well-known underground hero, who helped erase her head in his takedowns. She also approved a few ideas for support items Toru asked for, and a young support student confirmed she took the request. Who would have thought about using their own blood to make invisible paint to make an invisible item? However, Midnight was still going to teach Toru a lot about close combat fighting. Yui Koda lost early in the finals, but she still managed to get an internship from a pro hero, and a big one. One that could actually help her improve and shape her into the fighting hero she wanted to be. Besides, if she wanted to pin down Katsuki on the ground again and pound him unconscious, she would need more strength. Why did that sound so weird? When Izuku went home this evening, he found his mom contemplative in front of the television. Atsuhiro was there, serving tea and cookies for his wife, as she once again rewatched a certain sequence of the tournament. Izuku knew which one instantly. Izuku quietly hugged his mom, as Nana saved him on screen. She seemed like an awesome woman, Mom. Enko didn't say a word, instead quietly hugging her son while Atsuhiro joined in the group hug. Izu, can you do me a favor if you have rested enough? Sure, whatever you want. Do you have another floaty card? Izuku smiled, before rushing to his room to take the card. He had several of her, as Nana wasn't a well-known hero. He took the uncommon card and brought it to his mother. Then, in front of everyone, Izuku activated his quirk. Unlike last time, this Nana didn't seem to have any personality, quietly waiting with a smile for orders. Nonetheless, Enko took a step forward and looked at the tall, muscular woman. Hello, Mom. I wanted you to know I understand why you did what you had to do. I am proud of you and what you have done for everyone. Through and through, you gave more than anyone could have asked of you. I guess that's why I became a nurse, to help people. I know it may seem strange, but I wanted to introduce you to a few people. Atsuhiro, you never met him, but you would have loved him. Smart, loyal, and funny. I couldn't find a better husband. Atsuhiro pressed Enko's hand in his, while the woman cried quietly and continued. And here, your grandson Izuku. He is cuddly, a real hero in the making. He is a charmer and you would have loved him. The Nana card looked at Enko, and for a second, it seemed like something passed by in her eyes, and her smile seemed sad and happy at the same time. We are happy, Mom. I know you are watching over us, from wherever you are. Just know, we love you. Then the former single mother had her money senses tingling, while hugging and crying in her family's arms. Wait, did that mean the Yaoruzu family owed them royalties for using Nana's pictures? Later that evening, Atsuhiro got another phone call on his Mr. Compress phone. He sighed in advance when he saw the number on the screen. Hello, Endeavor. Why are you calling? Izuku Midoriya and his mom were once All for One's targets. That actually shut up Atsuhiro, who was going to make a witty joke about Endeavor who should check on his family, but that comment stopped him, especially as it implied. Yes, I know you are Atsuhiro Sako. No, it isn't because you didn't hide your identity well and the evidence that could link you back to my investigation was mysteriously burned by mistake. Oh, thank God Endeavor was on his team now. I discovered that Hisashi Midoriya was formerly known as the Heart Stealer. I am half certain he used his quirk on Enko to seduce her and that effing son of. Wait, didn't that also mean that Magni actually got the right guy that day? She would be quite happy. Quite. Anyway, it seemed smart to warn you and tell you to protect them closely. As far as we know, his interest in them died with Hisashi, as AFO ordered his death. Compress was an intelligent man and quite friendly with Jurin, especially when they had drinks together. Luck Stealer, Dingo. Anyway, Nedzu added me to your list of clients. It will give us more reason to see each other for your update. By the way, I have been able to confirm the HPSC was linked to my son's disappearance. Compress noted the choice of words and smiled. Disappearance. He is alive. The person who helped fake his death gave me the information before he got killed. He seemed convinced. Very well. On a side note, my next target, next week, will involve the Triceps Corporation. I have heard they took advantage of Mizunaka's temporary absence, and as a result their human resources are soaring. Translation: most likely implicated in the traffic of interesting quirks who come to them for special support items. I see. Don't forget to call me on the day of the big break. Be careful though. I have heard rumors from the HPSC that the owner, Deputy Kenchaki, was someone not in their pocket because he was too distasteful for them. Compress shivered. Someone too corrupt for the HPSC and still standing. He must have excellent security and was tied to things worse than he thought. However, it also means his ring is important enough to at least know how they made Taoya disappear, or at least tell them how deep and what could have happened to him. My team is on it. Oh, and Endeavor, for what it's worth, I am happy to know your son is alive. I am simply doing my best to unf as much as I can. The call cut after that, while Atsuhiro saw his family happy in the living room. Meanwhile, Endeavor was looking deeply at his bedroom ceiling in his office. As far as he knew, Rei was now sleeping at UA, and Shadow was close to her. Natsuo had listened to him over the phone before ending the call. Endeavor didn't have any illusions on that side. Fayumi called him to tell him she was okay. She actually accepted his apologies. She was surprised to hear he was the one who didn't want to meet her, because he felt as guilty for her miserable teenage years as for everything. Honestly, he didn't know what he would do once they found Taoya. In a certain bar, Tamura hummed happily after a few days of break. Anyway, it was also time to go back to work. In fact, he was browsing some documentation from Sensei and Jurin before he found a name interesting enough. Stain, Looney. I have found a good target near Hasu. He specifically chose that place because it was the last hunting ground for Stain, and after that, he would change it again. The noseless man and the Toon looked at their boss while they were playing cards. Apparently, the two of them bonded a lot over their training and sparring. Tamura decided to join them too, as he could use more exercise. Oh, who's that, boss? I have found that a certain hero named Gus Duster was sponsored heavily by a support corporation, and that several vigilantes in his area seemed to disappear mysteriously after only 1 or 2 sightings. No police report on them, except that the man apparently managed to talk them out of doing that. Stain, as a former vigilante, took a particular interest in the briefing. I still own a few favors. I can cash them in to know if they know anything about that. Tamura thought about it and nodded. While Sensei covered his expenses with Jurin, Tamura wanted to build his strength and not simply rely on his sugar daddy to provide for him. When you were too used to playing with the bonus, you were often defenseless once you lost them after all. I would like you to ask your contact another question. Stain looked puzzled, before Tamura added an excellent point. Why, if Gus Duster is such an excellent hero, so many vigilantes are cited, and why do they actually listen to him if it is the truth? No smoke without fire. Exactly. We are the League of Villains because we oppose the current state of the hero industry. The fact that it is an industry is bad enough. What better way to do that if not by solving problems overlooked by the system and executing the culprit? Stain smiled, as creepily as he could. That was actually a good idea. Some divine retribution. I like the idea. The 3 villains took a beer and toasted for their next mission. Is it the mission you promised me, Seijin? No, sadly not, Dabai. You will have it next time, though. This mission is actually one that will let you meet your new teammates and learn how to work together. Dabai sighed as he entered the room, before seeing a muzzled blonde girl and a masked man in black and white. Everyone, meet Amaterasu. Amaterasu, here is Foxdale and Tanuki. Seijin presented everyone, before Agent K coughed to catch their attention. For this mission and the next, you will be under my control. If you need to talk, call this number. It is a secure line. You will use it to make your weekly report or any urgent request. Please remember it. All agents nodded, before proceeding to memorize the number, before Agent K activated a PowerPoint. It was a warehouse on a dock. In 3 days, you will have to destroy this warehouse. No survivors, no witnesses. It is the home of a paramilitary organization whose doctrine is close to the Destros. They are currently owned by the Triceps Corporation, and this warehouse is their main HQ. You will attack during their big meeting. The plan is as follows. Foxdale and 2 of Tanuki's clones will infiltrate the place. Make sure that all escape roads are destroyed. Once that is done, exit and signal to Tanuki and Amaterasu. Tanuki will then switch to creating 2 copies of Amaterasu. The 3 of you will annihilate the facility. Any question? Everyone nodded their head, having understood the plan. Agent K then dismissed them with a gesture of his hand. Yai, nice promotion. He went from taking care of one individual to a team. Yeah, even if he didn't have any information about the next mission, except that it was supposed to be a deep and long one, undercover. God, it was going to be stressful, right? When Izuku opened the door to the unsuspicious Torino agency, seeing his new mentor lying in a pool of blood wasn't what he expected. However, living with a master prankster made him inherently suspicious. Mr. Torino, your breathing is obvious. I don't know why you are trying to sleep in tomato sauce, but I doubt it's good for your hero outfit. If the man was anything like Atsuhiro, he would rise up right now. Oh, so apparently you don't freak out easily. ARRGH, why does your arm bend like that? Izuku, having dislocated his shoulder as part of his training, stretched his limp arm with a smile. My trainer is an insane man who keeps insisting on teaching me new tricks. If you want to surprise me, you will have to do better, old man. Torino, now standing, looked at Izuku's smile. It was Nana's. Apparently, it ran in the family, that and the ability to freak him out. Well, at least you had a competent mentor. I also watched your performance at the tournament, and I saw a few things we could work on. Tojith. Surprise attack. Izuku, not really impressed, dodged the attack with a breath, moving only slightly to dodge Torino. Even that. Let's say that when we do physical training, he would sometimes pull out water balloons and throw them at me. That doesn't seem that bad. It is when it's winter outside. Torino liked how his mentor worked and that he had no remorse for torturing the child if it meant making him better. Good. However, I saw during your tournament that you could use more close combat training. When the opponent closes up, you can defend a bit, but there is clearly room for improvement. Izuku nodded at Torino's analysis, having concluded the same thing. I also have several questions about your quirk and how it works, if you don't mind. Torino didn't have the mind of a true quirk analyst. However, he had several decades of heroism behind him which taught him how to find new ways to use a quirk. Experience over professionalism, one might say. That in helping the blonde how to find new ways to optimize one for all's output. Well, the general idea is I can summon what is written on cards. The stronger the card, the more it wears me out. Though I have recently discovered that using cards that give mana or energy could help me ease that drawback. Torino listened while he cooked 2 fried fish. The quirk was weird. Usually, it was a mix of the father's and the mother's quirk. It could also be a mutation, but still on the theme of one of their quirk. As an example, Torino's father was someone that could smell from his feet while the old hero could eject air from them. Still, a theme was there, though the quirks were different. However, if what All Might told Torino was right, maybe Torino focused on the wrong quirk Izuku got. Was it something descending from One for All, and its stockpile power, or was it from Heart Stealer's quirk? Hard to tell. Anyway, that is what I thought. However, I have a question for you, young Joker. Izuku, who was in the middle of removing his suit from his bag, was suddenly all ears, especially since Torino seemed to do surprise attacks. Did the cost lessen because of the card, or because you played by the rules of the game you summoned? Izuku, ever the quirk nerd, was going to say it was the card, when something stopped him in what Torino said. He played by the rules, by sacrificing lesser cards to bring a better monster. It was a really common mechanic if you thought about it, same for the mana reserve or the energy reserve. Torino saw Izuku's brain in action and smiled. It was nice when youngsters did that and didn't fall into the usual trap that they knew their quirk better than anyone else. Quirk analysts were there because they could bring an outsider's perspective since people usually had trouble analyzing their own quirk. I think that question needs more tests before I answer. Good. Now, I have another question. Why did you only burn 1 card at a time during the battle? Well, because I can summon only 1 card at a time. Torino managed to high kick him in the head this time, sending Izuku flying across the room. Idiot. During the final bout against your friend, you managed to summon several weak cards at the same time. Your power is growing. Now, we need to test its real limits, not the one you think you still have. Izuku groaned because of the pain, but he smiled soon afterward. Oh, it was going to be a really interesting internship after all. Break for 10 minutes. When Toru began her training with Midnight, she expected many things. Work on being marketable and playing with her invisibleness. Tips about being an underground hero, things like that. She didn't expect Midnight to pull up a diary that had seen better days and pull exercises from it non-stop. Thanks, ma'am. Toru had trouble breathing, despite her own training, as she lay down on the ground. Now, you must be wondering why I train you that hard when people think my quirk is pretty much something that can end a battle instantly. Right. Toru couldn't help but nod, as everyone knew that Midnight's gas could knock out people quickly. She didn't expect Midnight to tear suddenly apart her suit, at her belly level to reveal a gorgeous six-pack in what was clearly a well-toned body. Toru couldn't help but express her surprise at the sight. Wow, impressive, right? Once, like you, I thought my quirk was enough to single-handedly stop a villain. So, well, I might have been a bit of a vigilante on the side. To be fair, it was significantly more common in my days. Until one day, when I was around your age, when I went against a mutant who was bigger than me and female. As a result, my gas was pretty much ineffective, and it almost ended badly. Midnight passed a bottle of water to Toru, who was listening intently to what her mentor was saying. She then showed her a scar on a part of her belly. The wound was long gone, but the scar remained. I was lucky, and the midnight nurses found me. They were more back-alley doctors than real vigilantes, but damn if they weren't respected by everyone. One of them could produce a slippery oil and use it as some kind of disinfectant. The other could attract small objects, and she was creative with her quirk, to say the least. She was also the actual nurse in their duo. The invisible girl didn't expect that kind of serious side in her usually flirty teacher, but she guessed mentorship was also a good chance to discover more about them, just like Shinsho was probably learning under Aizawa. The regimen I am making you do is the same she gave me. I know I don't look like it, but I can lift cementos above my head. My suit is made to tear easily from my gas, but its real purpose is to hide my real build. So, if I am facing off against a mutant or someone with a gas mask, I can assure you they will have a bad time. Then Midnight got up and stretched, before making her charge rise again. Their training wasn't over. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I will make sure you follow that training, even after this week ends. You don't want to be seen as just Izuku's sidekick, right? Midnight smiled, as her student seemed extremely fired up and ran with her. It was going to be an intense week for Toru, but Midnight had hoped to make her a better fighter. If the girl could learn to use her flashbang on command and KO her opponent by surprise, she would become one of the most dangerous underground heroes, on par with Aizawa, once older. Katsuki arrived in front of a former gym that was restructured as a hero agency. The giant carrot above it made it clear who was the owner, even if Maruko was always on the move to fight crime, as everyone knew. When he entered the building, he was surprised to see an otter mutant lady acting as the secretary. To be fair, it was actually normal if he thought about it. It would be hard to be the number 8 if you didn't fill out the paperwork. And Maruko, despite being more muscle than brain, wasn't an idiot. Hiring someone to take care of the red tape was a good idea, and Katsuki made a mental note of that. Hello, I am the new intern. Very nice. Sit down for a minute. Maruko is busy interviewing your friend. The secretary gave exactly 0 about him, as she was on her apparently 8th espressos while taking care of a stack of paperwork. Poor girl. Who? An answer came to the flabbergasted Katsuki as one wall exploded, revealing a giant gummy bear, and a Yui emerging from it. Oh, the second one is here too. Sorry, your friend arrived earlier, and I decided to see if what I saw during the festival was a fluke or not. From the dust, Maruko emerged wearing her hero outfit, her aura exuding her thirst for battle. Instantly, Katsuki assumed a battle stance, while a bloody Yui was rising from her candied protection as she pulled out a gun. She shot several times, revealing plastic pellets. Oh, right, of course. No one would be insane enough to give a real gun to a child. Somewhere May sneezed. Then the pellets, mid-course, grew to the size of small balloons, all aimed at Maruko. Katsuki, who understood what was happening, forced himself to relax as the bunny hero destroyed all the projectiles with a power crescent kick before landing on Yui, who was trying to dodge and counterattack. Will you yield, girl? Yui answered that by taking a rocket. Maruko blocking her arm. Good, you have good spirits. Damn right she has. Isn't that obvious? Everyone looked at Akatsuki who was sitting, waiting, and irritated to have been forgotten. Yui is a mean beach that loves to fight. It is effing visible. A side effect of Katsuki's condition that prevented him from seeing faces or reading facial expressions was that it made him very good at reading their body language. One might actually say it was one of the reasons he was so good in battle. He was reading his opponent's body language and moved accordingly. It also means that to him, Yui, despite her stoic face, was very expressive and she exuded the will to prove herself and fight a good one. Maruko looked weirdly at Katsuki, before laughing as loud as she could as she let Yui stand up. Apparently, her first 2 interns had spirit, talent, and bravery. Good, kids, I hope you will be ready for this week, because I will train you the same way I train myself. We will spar F-ton and then I will hunt bastards with my sidekicks. Yeah. Katsuki wondered something, though. Wasn't Maruko known for her lack of sidekicks and going solo in whatever turf she was in? Maruko, I told you a effing 1,000 times not to destroy the wall. The otter mutant was rising from her desk, clearly pissed at the sight, and Katsuki saw something he never imagined was even possible. Maruko's body showed the tiniest amount of fear. First lesson, run from the mad otter. Come back here. Katsuki and Yui got the full view of a mad otter chasing a scared rabbit across the gym. He got her a cold Coke from a vending machine and smiled at her. It is going to be fun. Also, happy to see you won't slack on your training. I should be the one saying that. Yui didn't chuckle as her disability didn't allow her to show as much emotion as she really felt. But she heard Katsuki laughing for both of them. Yes, it was going to be a fun internship. First lesson, Shouto. Always wear protection. Endeavor and Ray were looking at their son who hurt his leg, trying to kick his dad in the balls. Sadly for him, Enji knew his son's plan, and he actually wore padded protection there. Julie noted. Good. Now, the real question, Shadow. Enji kneeled in front of his son, staring at him intently. Do you really want to intern under me? Because if it is to attack me every occasion you get, that isn't worth your time. The glare his son gave him made him and Ray both sigh. Your father has a point. You are supposed to learn, and I will be there to interrupt your training if I think your father is going overboard. Shadow was going to say something when Endeavor spoke again, with sorrow evident in his voice. All three of them were in his office, so no one could eavesdrop on them. I am not asking you to forgive me, Shadow. I just want to know if you would prefer to learn under me or one of my older sidekicks instead. Some of them, like Burnin, are as good as some of the top 20 and could teach you a lot, too. Shadow looked at his father as if he grew a second head. His father seemed calm and tired, far from his usual overbearing and sometimes angry demeanor. I could do that. Endeavor nodded, waiting for his son's answer. Shadow was screaming internally. One part of him wanted to try to eat Endeavor through the window and tell him to F off. Shadow called that his inner Katsuki. The other, more rational part of him was telling him to not do that. He didn't have to forgive his father, but he had to admit that Endeavor was a good teacher, as Shadow had been forced to recognize during the festival. Most of his lessons were spot on and useful if you forgot how he taught him at first. If his mother was here, though, it means Shadow could kill two birds with one stone. He would get quality training with his mother as a supervisor this time. He could make sure his father didn't try anything funny with his mother. Shadow Todoroki, however, allowed himself a little treat. I get to punch you once in the face, and it is a deal for me to intern under you. I still have a lot to let out. Endeavor nodded. The next instant, Shadow's fist connected with his jaw, and the number 2 hero felt the full effect of his training. The punch had been enough to actually throw him off his feet, but not enough to make him fall. Are we good? Shadow looked at his father, impressed for the second time. It was one of his most powerful punches, and his father took it like it was nothing. Yes, good. Now, you will learn something that was left out of your education for far too long. However, it is necessary for a hero. It actually interested Shadow, until his father took a lot of files from his desk. Investigation. Shadow didn't know why, but he would have preferred fighting to investigation. Ray too, as Endeavor explained to Shadow how to analyze hints at a crime scene and what signs to look for to differentiate a killer from someone harvesting organs for an organization. Ouch, that one hurt. Sophie was on an improvised tatami against Gentle Criminal. Since she was living with him in La Brava, she could use a few training sessions against him. Maybe you could use your quirk to equalize the fight. I am not using mine. The con artist sighed before she stood up. I can't. My quirk isn't combat-oriented at all and it is messy as F. I prefer to not use or count on it if I can. Also, no offense, but the fewer people that know about it, the better. Gentle could actually understand, as La Brava brought some tea for the two. Still, I never saw someone who had that much problem with a simple throw, you know. Yes, my last teacher also told me that. That son of a bitch was more violent, though. Honestly, she had worked with Stain before his killing spree began, and they left on good terms, but still, not a fun teacher. Also, you never told us what you were looking for in Mr. Compress files. I mean, maybe La Brava and I could help. La Brava was busy using the papers brought by Sophie to create a few backup identities for everyone on the team, to help with their investigations. The better the preparation, the fewer risks of being discovered, especially if they were to attack and take down a corporation that had a link with human trafficking. Compress Show made it look like it was easy, but it needed a lot of groundwork and people like La Brava and Sophie making stuff, preparing back doors, and planning before they launched their attacks. Good morning, rays of sunshine. The boss appeared in the middle of their room, in a puff of smoke, because, of course, he would. So, let's start with the good news. We have an emergency exit strategy. I just finished planning it with the person who will act as our distraction. Everyone looked at Compress for more information, which he gave. Endeavor will be officially in the same ward as us for a joint exercise with the Ryukyu agency. As a result, when he sees our signal, he will intervene with full force to intercept us, but he will actually focus on assisting the victims and arresting local criminals. Any questions? Anything we should worry about? Compress nodded, under his mask. They have their own private hero, Gus Duster. However, everything should be okay on that side. Gentle can probably take him down alone, so the two of us. Everyone nodded, smiling. They didn't know that someone from their group would die during the mission. Here is Japan News, the most amazing information channel in all of Japan. We are currently looking from afar at the intense fight happening below. The heat is scorching. Even from there, and the once mighty Triceps Corporation seems to be lying in ruins. The presence of Mr. Compress has been confirmed, though no one knows where he is currently. More later, Izuku and Inko watched each other as the news continued to pan out the consequences of what Atsuhiro had promised to be a peaceful and uneventful trip earlier. The raid had begun fairly normally. Sophie carried the team in marbles, which were then used as a necklace by the young woman. She had changed her appearance, using some uncanny makeup skill to appear like a woman double her age, though still beautiful and wearing an alluring dress. After all, she would have to pickpocket a few security cards for her team. Their occasion was a gala in the company to attract investors and showcase the recent discoveries the company made. After all, Triceps Corp was one of the top Japanese companies in the pharmaceutical industry specialized in developing bodies and musculature. In short, biology, genetics, and prosthetics leaders. The issue Compress had with them was the rumors he got from his sources showing that Triceps results were maybe because science goes faster when the moral couldn't catch up. The aim of the day was fairly simple. The levelers had to find their lab or the human experiments. Sophie, under her alias Eiko Haruga, managed to infiltrate all of them in the place. She also had her target on site, discussing it with Deputy Kinchaki, the owner. Target, Emilia von Harten, a European researcher that got hired a few years ago by the Triceps Corporation as their new head research department. She had a solid background, having studied under a Quirk and biologist of renown, like Dr. Garaki, and was highly competent. It also meant her morals were equivalent to the deputy she worked for. It was quite the sight to see the piggy deputy, who could only really be described as such, as to be fair, he had a minor pig mutation quirk. Meanwhile, the blonde researcher seemed delighted with their result and was discussing them happily. Sophie, a cup of champagne in hand, joined the discussion, while La Brava gave her signs on the fly, thanks to Micro in her ear. She just had to stay long enough near them for La Brava's new app to clone the security card the researcher had and possibly her phone. As a result, we are pretty sure we will create artificial skin from elemental quirk users before the end of the year. Imagine the application, be they medical or for work. Suddenly, we will be able to custom tailor people for their work. Oh, so they were a lot in genetic and quirk experiments? That was expected to be fair. And the deputy seemed proud, but also calculating. Many families had 1 or 2 kids who didn't have the good requirements for their quirk. If he could streamline such a treatment, he could cut under their feet the support the Hearts and Mind Party was currently garnering. Not to mention we are getting a breakthrough on cancer treatment. Our team is working on the old shark, human theory, but this time, thanks to Quirk, we think we have a good chance to work something out. Suddenly, it garnered even more attention from everyone in the room, allowing Sophie to quietly eclipse herself to the bathroom. First rule of infiltration, move like you own the place. It worked way better than if you were trying to be discreet. Besides, she was technically a guest, and the little hands didn't have their say in whether or not she had to refresh herself somewhere. Once she was there, she quickly changed herself by activating one of the marbles in her hand to get a scientist's suit and the needed makeup to look like Emilia's right hand. Hey, when you were the best vigilante for infiltration, you needed to know a lot about makeup and wigs. She was also sure the right hand wouldn't interfere because Gentle had kidnapped her earlier during the day. Once again, groundwork made the mission go easier. Now, she just had to go to the labs, under the pretext of working on a project, and everything would be fine. After all, they already passed the hard part of the mission, being near Kinchaki, Emilia, and of course the security. Sophie, who was smiling as everything was going according to plan, made a crucial mistake. Nothing can go wrong. Everything went wrong when she opened the lab, the secret lab they spotted by comparing the official building blueprint and the one they got at the architect's office. So, when Sophie opened the panel and entered the secret plant, she didn't expect what she saw. Lots and lots of people were in tubes, while machines were harvesting their skin. They couldn't scream because of the apparatus allowing them to breathe while in a strange green goo. Sophie quickly threw Mr. Compress and Gentle Criminal's marble on the ground, freeing them. Mr. Compress had already changed his mask to the angry one and Gentle's rage was barely contained. Attention all beaches. As of now, you are under arrest. One scientist pressed a red button on the wall and the alarm blared. Kinchaki received the alarm notification. So, rats entered the plant. Nothing he didn't have a contingency for. He stopped the demand for heroes on site by saying Gus Duster would be on site quickly enough. Besides, he had transferred pretty much every product of his in a warehouse, waiting for his client to pick them up. Oh, and of course, he also sent an alarm to his real security. After all, Gus Duster was useful at grabbing unsuspecting people, but he couldn't have him dirtying his hand when someone like Mr. Compress was on site. He needed to purge his trace and make it like it was a villain attack. That was why he had people like Muscular under his order. Muscular smiled as his tube opened and he flexed his muscle a bit and appreciated his new eyes. Apparently, the procedure was a success. He clearly had to thank that doc for her help. He had been right to accept the offer. Besides, his current boss was nice enough to have sent him an order he actually liked. Protocol Wasteland. Sir, do you need anything? A trembling scientist looked at Muscular, who was going into battle mode, his skin darker than ever. The scientist didn't feel pain for too long, as a simple slap was enough to turn him into paste against the wall. You can die. Now it was time for him to have his fun. He then used one of his new quirks to activate what he called his minions. Who knew that quirked animal made such wonderful and easier to make namas? Garaki himself had been impressed by his former student, who had developed the idea to the best of her capability, and the man simply wanted to stabilize the product to call it perfect. Mr. Compress was often a kind man, and he disliked killing and torturing. However, the scene was enough to almost blind him in rage, and he actually admired gentle criminal self-control, despite the ex-Solider clearly seething. We turned that into a rescue mission. Sophie, you and La Brava are to free the people. Gentle and I have people to round up. The scientists were suddenly scared, as none of them were true fighters, and the security from the real labs couldn't help them while the lockdown was activated. Fat chance for you. I am sure the boss already called his super soldier to deal with you. Is what now? Mr. Compress wasn't impressed, as he thought he could handle the security bought by Kenchaki. He would have died if Gentle didn't create by reflex a few barriers to reflect the wind pressure and the exploded part of the wall that flew to them. Sophie, warn our reinforcement now. The sight of a dark-skinned Muscular, strangely thinner than he should be, and of a few people looking like him, with the same demeanor, was worrying and made compressed blood freeze. The situation went just from bad to oh shit. It could hardly go worse. Maybe he had forgotten their last encounter. Well, if it isn't Compress, I always wanted to smack you down for that time you caught me and left me to the police. Well, Compress adjusted his mask and readied himself for the fight, trusting his ally to have his back. Also, let me present my little friends, namely many beasts with skin as dark as his, clearly mutated and heavily experimented on, ready to hunt everyone. Gentle, can you handle the rest? Gentle criminal nodded, before revealing a sword and his dandy cane. He wasn't a violent man, but as he learned in the army, better to have a weapon than not of one when it was needed. Meanwhile, Sophie pulled an electric stick and beat any scientist trying to stop her, while she pulled a black marble. See, Mr. Compress could compress things in space into his marble. When he compressed space, what happened in that space was frozen in time until the marble broke. That black marble, it contained around 10 kilograms of C4 ready to explode instantly. Sophie threw without hesitation against the roof. Now, she was looking at the scientists, who were readying whatever they had to stop her, while her friends were engaging the dark beasts. Saving the innocent was going to be a hurdle, right? It was at that moment something poked the tube behind her, and she saw something that made her smile and activated in a swift movement the button, before readying herself for the fight. As the procedure began, one of the things that were horrible when you had to fight Muscular was his speed. The man had pretty much everything: an intense defense, strength, and speed. His only real weaknesses were his lack of formal combat training and the fact he was a close combat fighter. Seeing his strange form and his new eyes, Mr. Compress quickly assumed the worst, and that Muscular reached an awakening. Also, Muscular wasn't the guy you fought while hoping to catch him alive. If you caught him alive, it was because he dropped his guard, like Compress did the first time. This time, both of them knew the other and how his quirk worked. Thankfully, Mr. Compress was good enough to dodge the attack and marble Muscular's left arm in an instant, causing him to bleed from it and making the criminal groan. Hey, that's my smashing hand. Compress kept the marble in a pouch, taking a marble with Endeavor's fire in it and threw it against Muscular, engulfing the villain in flame. Except that the villain walked through the flame, his muscles bulging and darkening even more. It was as if the flame didn't burn him well. Shit, that was expected, but still. All that was missing to turn the situation truly into shit was, hey, want to see something cool? No, I will still show you. And of course, Muscular regenerated his arm. The meat seemed to grow and reconstitute the muscle and the bones in a few seconds, to compress disgust. How? Well, this corporation proposed to me a deal. They studied my quirk and they would make me better, stronger, faster. And a Daft Punk fan. Humor was a defense and coping mechanism at this point. Muscular smiled at the joke and approved. So, how about you die now? Mr. Compress took a battle stance, as it was going to be one of his hardest fights. Meanwhile, Gentle Criminal was bouncing from one beast to another. Thankfully, unlike Muscular, the three dark beasts with their exposed brains were considerably dumber than Muscular and seemed to move pretty much only by instinct. The other thing that made the battle easier was the fact they seemed to attack everyone in the giant room indiscriminately. Well, when he said it was easier, he meant only one of the creatures tried actively to kill him. The others were smashing tubes and killing scientists, making the ex-soldier realize that the whole operation was a cleaning operation. If anyone wants to live, they must stay away. I think your boss decided to cut his losses. What? But Deputy Kenchaki needs us. Well, apparently not that much if his beasts are killing everyone. While Gentle Criminal didn't like the evil scientists they were, he had no intentions to use them as bait. However, if they were dumb enough to pass the Naumus to escape, it was their issue. I will try to protect everyone that is freeing the people in the tubes. Gentle Criminal screamed his proposition, as his barrier just threw against a wall a leopard-like Naumus. Did they use an animal with a quirk as a baseline for these biological weapons? Well, stupid question, but the funds needed to buy them would cost quite a hefty penny. And it didn't explain everything about the whole human trafficking too, except they bought people with interesting mutation quirks to reverse engineer them. Naumus exposed brains didn't make the things less creepy. Oh well, as long as there are only 3 of them. Grooaar, Gentle noticed, only it was too late to act, the 2 beasts, making them 5. And apparently, a few others appeared from another entrance, near Sophie. Sophie, run. Sophie was in a pinch. She had managed to fend off the scientists by using pepper spray and her electric stick to make them back away, but the issue now was the bear-like Naumus and what was probably a fox, except it was 9-tailed and each tail had a breathing fire head. Someone clearly had a yaokai fetish. Oh, F me. Sorry, I am already taken. The next thing she heard was the tube cracking, and the fox Naumu was promptly smashed against the wall before the bear Naumu was stopped by her new ally. Yo, beaches. Mizunaka is back. The Mako shark mutant was clearly unhappy about his situation, especially as scars all on his body showed they took a lot of samples from him. That may explain the recent success against cancer by the Triceps Corporation. He looked briefly at his liberator, tried to find if there is a moray girl. Mizunaka had his priority, and his main priority was Utsubai, his wife. She was taken with him by AFO's men and he was pretty sure she was there, too. Sophie, not one who was going to question the giant shark battling the beasts and protecting her, looked at the scientist. Anyone knows who he is talking about. A hand was raised by one of the smarter scientists, clearly wanting to live. I think he is speaking about the girl there. Traitors, dude, they are trying to save us. And I prefer to be on the good side of the giant shark dude. I still remember all those that poked me when I was in the tube. Mizunaka warned, before biting the throat of the bear Naumu, who answered by biting him in the shoulder. Beast against beast. More scientists felt like they should have picked another career. Emilia received an update from the inside of the labs as she was conducted to their extraction point. As per protocol, as soon as the alarm was given, she and the deputy were transferred to a safe house. They weren't supposed to go there yet, as it was supposed to be the big transfer to their main client, but it was safer that way. Seeing the Naumus and Muscular weren't doing enough damage, she resorted to unleashing all the prototypes. All of them were in various stages of development, but they were still highly dangerous and, well, they were going to die anyway. Both she and the deputy missed the grin of their driver and the fact his eyes shined like a fox for a second. Compress was on his last breath and on his last marbles. Muscular was clearly stronger than during their last meeting, and honestly, he didn't see how he could beat him. He regenerated promptly every time Compress managed to destroy one of his limbs, and honestly, the magician could only thank the fact that Muscular was fast in line, making him predictable. Besides, Compress still had his own grappling hook to do an emergency dodge. But honestly, between that and the beasts that keep popping up, he was quite in a pickle. Alone, he could have escaped easily. With Gentle, easy too, the man was quite competent, as the 3 beastly Naumus on the ground, dead, proved. However, he had even more of them to take care of. And they were overwhelming him as even the scientists were forced to defend themselves. Thankfully, they also had Mizunaka on their side, ripping apart his opponent, but Compress doubted they truly had the firepower to deal with Muscular right now. Suddenly, he also noticed the air becoming hotter and hotter, and it wasn't him this time. Muscular noticed it too and stretched a bit. Ah, shit, that's right. Scorched Earth Protocol. I don't think this building will last long. Anyway, boys, stop playing around and let's kill them before escaping. As all the survivors regrouped together, Compress wondered how many could he marble before escaping when suddenly, a tiger Naumu jumped toward him and fell, sliced apart, all parts of his body cut by fire link. See, Shouto. This is why control is as important as the firepower to make a strong attack. Everyone looked at the hole previously made by Sophie, and they saw the number 2 hero descending with his son on his heel and a woman with white hair but who wasn't in a hero suit. Shouto, Ray, defend the people against the beasts. I will apprehend the criminals. Shouto almost wanted to yell that he had to fight too, but he had to admit that the decision was tactically sound. Shouto didn't know how to use his fire carefully enough to not damage the building even more. Muscular smiled madly at Endeavor and jumped with enough strength at him that it caused a shock wave. Gentle's barrier briefly slowed the human missile, but it was enough so Endeavor grabbed Muscular's head and heated his hand as much as possible before slamming him into the ground. Compress relaxed for a second, as the 2 others used their ice to protect people. As long as Endeavor distracted Muscular, it was now easier to deal with the civilians. Gentle, assist Endeavor. Gentle nodded, before propelling himself in the air and creating more barriers to protect the number 2 from the dangerous serial killer. Now, people, for my next trick, I will make everyone disappear with me. The joyful magician was back and started to marble everyone in his sight. Thank gods the mission was back on track. That was, of course, the moment Gentle spotted a porcupine Namu, readying an attack against Mizunaka and Natsubai, finally reunited. Too late for them to react, but not for him. He redirected himself in front of them, hoping that his barrier could stop the attack, and asking mentally to La Brava to forget his Dumbassery heroism. The shark and the Moray girl were splashed by blood, as someone else took the attack for them and that Gentle's suit got bloody. OF, that hurt. All of Compress Group, including La Brava monitoring their vitals, screamed. Gentle looked haggard, as in front of him stood someone else, with 3 big spikes in them. Sophie coughed some blood on him before falling to the ground. Sophie, why? Hey, I told you. No teammate dies in front of me if I can. Compress landed quickly next to them, and both of them nodded to each other. Hoi, boss. He will do. As we said, right. As life faded from Sophie's eyes, she didn't see the magician nodding, before Compress used his quirk on her corpse. Gentle, we must continue the evacuation. The tone of the magician, devoid of emotion and pain, surprised the villain, but he nodded, as he remembered that Sophie was a professional and knew the risks. Still, he would have word with his boss about the fact he missed the effing biological weapons and Muscular during the recon. Meanwhile, as the number 2 and the S-rank villain kept fighting, Muscular laughed like a child would in a candy shop, as the flames finally reached their battle room, heating the room as he and the hero exchanged blows, making small explosions that didn't help to stop fire in the room. I effing love a good fire. Endeavor's handprint on his face was already disappearing, and Endeavor quickly understood that unless he unleashed another Hellfire Spider or even a Prominence Burst, it would not be enough to put down the monster. On the other hand, as he stayed in the air, he had a mobility that surpassed Muscular. It was literally the only reason he managed to dodge as well as he did, while Shadow and Ray did a good job from what he could see, freezing the monsters where they stood. Maybe he wasn't used yet to his awakening. Then it meant only one thing. If Muscular got out of this building alive, he would become a threat big enough to society to justify asking for help from other countries, because it would be a mini All Might. Compress, you take everyone. REI, with me. Compress happily marbled Shadow and Ray, before launching Ray's marble to Endeavor, who caught her flying with her, way faster than waiting for her to create a structure to join her husband. Gentle and Compress, feeling that something was up, quickly bolted from there, and escaped by the hole. Oh, you think this beach will make you strong enough to beat my reinforced body? I am as strong as All Might, you meatbag. Muscular screamed, as he summoned another layer on his body, to increase his strength and speed. No, you are simply a monster with a kill order on your head. Endeavor didn't like to kill. Most of the heroes with enough years in their belt had a few, and he was no exception. Every time, it had been to put an end to a monster, and it wasn't different from before. I pray that you will be better in your next incarnation. Endeavor sincerely hoped that the afterlife gave people an opportunity to be better. Then he felt Ray's warmth cold on his shoulder as she gathered as much strength as she could. His wife was smart, and she knew that if Endeavor was asking for help, the situation was even more effed up than what they thought. She also knew what attack Endeavor had in mind, as they had practiced a bit beforehand. Endeavor felt Ray's coldness as their hands joined and their quirks combined, with Muscular readying his most powerful jump to smash them to a pulp, the ground cracking with the sheer pressure of his feet on the ground. Muscular smash. He jumped, and someone would have seen the jump creating a small bang as he became invisible to the naked human eye, targeting the couple who aimed at him. Thermodynamic ray. The heroes answered, as flame and ice danced together in a waltz of elements, heat and cold in rapid succession, and their power complementing each other. While Shadow was strong, he was still a child who had to exercise his fire side. Meanwhile, his parents were among the strongest elemental quirks in their generation, and trained them for years. Muscular, when he felt the law of physics ripped apart in front of him, had one last thought. That one is going to hurt. Shadow, from his marble, saw the whole building exploding in an explosion of whiteness. Then, the rock flew all around them. And the only reason they didn't get blasted away was thanks to Gentle, who created layers of barriers to stop the blast, if only barely. Mom, Dad. Kanchaki was drinking one of his Chardonnay as the news revealed the shitstorm that became his main corporation. Oh well, time to bolt the F out with the ship and the shipment. All for One had an excellent extraction network, and honestly, he could totally afford his service. Asuko, can you please refill my glass? Sorry, sir, but Asuko is unavailable. The cheerful, joyful girly voice was clearly not the one his driver, Butler, had, and the deputy quickly rose up from his chair before a knife sliced his throat. His last vision of the living world was of a blonde girl, in a black skin suit, who kneeled to drink his flowing blood. Here is Supervisor K, ma'am. The team succeeded in their infiltration with great success. They didn't break character or silence radio unless radioed first. What about All for One's shipment in the warehouse? Foxdale confirmed its presence and doused the artificial beings in gasoline. Deputy Kinchaki and his staff are pretty much confirmed dead, except the head scientist Emilia and the hero Gus Duster. Emilia is in the compound and should be burned to death, thanks to the triple Amaterasu's fire currently burning the building at his speed. Should I organize a recon and destroy operation on Gus Duster? Negative. He was caught a few minutes ago by the heroine Ryukyu and with the help of a third party. Good job. Agent K is for your next mission, if you succeed. Let's say it would mean that one day, you would be head of the HPSC with such success. Though, what will be the operation, ma'am? Behind her desk, drinking a glass of whiskey, the HPSC director looked at the rest of Tokyo. Infiltrating All for One's new organization, of course. A knife went inside one of the smugglers before he got nailed on the wall. Arizawa was a good smuggler. He didn't ask questions. He never pulled a fast one on his clients, and he did his best to stay under the radar. Suddenly, in front of him appeared this strange league of vigilantes, the one who attacked the hero school. Apparently, through some kind of persuasion, the man named Boss convinced Stain to work for him and they were into his business. At first, he thought the man was here to buy a few things from him, as vigilantes often did, but he had the displeasure of seeing the two men dispatching his guards efficiently. Boss seemed to have a lot of knowledge in martial arts, and Stain was Stain. Why did he seem to anger them by asking them if they were looking to buy an animal with a quirk? Looney is effing pissed. Arizawa, still wondering what the F was happening, saw a cartoon character getting out of a black spot on the wall, followed by a rabbit family he bought recently. Some of them had telekinesis, and some others were simply green rabbits. So, you want to buy them? Wrong choice of word, as Boss twisted the knife in his hand. Looney looked up to her chief with a strange look. Stain too. I have a working brain, you too. Of course, I have spotted that Looney is a rabbit with a quirk. She has too much animalistic behavior for it to be normal. Either that or she would be part of the smash. They are weak and prey on other humans. Rabbits don't eat other rabbits, unless there is no other choice. Looney wasn't happy, as she pulled out of nowhere a giant hammer, to Arizawa's biggest fear. However, thankfully, the boss held up his hand, making her stop. We aren't here to kill him, Looney. We are here to interrogate him. Oh, good. That was way better. Stain, in his noseless scariness, looked deep in his eyes, before explaining to the poor smuggler what they wanted. Why are there so many vigilantes in the area, and what happens to them? If I tell you that, and promise to stop smuggling animals with quirks, can I expect to get out of here with no other injuries? Tamura thought about the situation, thinking about asking for money, before deciding against it. Being too greedy was a sure way to fail. We weren't planning to attack actually until we discovered you had Looney's family here. Tell us what we want to know, and we will leave. Arizawa nodded and explained the situation. The League of Villain wasn't happy with them. Dark Cloud, so, Tamura, what are you doing now? The boss, the local hero, kidnap poor mutants in the area and make it appear as if it is the CRC acting. Dark Cloud, oh dear. The boss, as Duskguster is notoriously against the CRC. The local vigilantes try to team up with him to fight the supposed enemies. Then, he traps them and sells them. Dark Cloud, oh dear. The boss, the smuggler, was left alive and relatively unharmed because he was actually outside of the operation. He specializes in animals because he doesn't hurt people. Considering he was threatened by Stain, Looney and me, I think he was honest. Dark Cloud, what is your next step then? The boss, we hit the place where he stores them. It is in the underground of a bar, the Drunken Tengu. Dark Cloud, don't forget to not come back too late. So, what did you find, Nejire? Ryukyu looked at her intern, rather proud of her. The blue-haired girl was skilled at her job, knew how to connect links, and also didn't count her working hours. Many of Ryukyu's attacks were done during the night, because a dragon was always scarier when you could barely see it in the dark. As a result, she was borderline an underground hero, or rather worked really often with them as the heavy hitter. Seeing Nejire follow her steps was something she was proud of. This bar, Ryukyu-sensei, too much space in it is not supposed to be used. However, the heating shows all of it used. Same thing about their expenses, the number of people they employ, their taxes. So, if you summarize everything, their numbers are wrong. However, I think we should investigate undercover at first. It could be simply tax evasions and not something too dark. So, what will you do? Well, seeing as you are too well known, you clearly cannot go. However, I have some dye and a fake ID. The dragon hero sighed before head patting her young intern. We stay in radio contact, okay? Yes, Mom. At first, Nejire was bored in the bar. She had to switch her hero suit to something way different to stay polite, and of course it brought too much gaze to her. The barman had to repeat her demand to not serve her alcoholic beverage to every man in the bar. Instead, she was simply drinking some apple juice. At least, she was, until she saw a man sitting next to her with a charming smile. "Hello, young miss. I am here on the behalf of my boss, who would like to ask you a few questions." Nedzu was wondering what his boss wanted to talk about and who he was. After all, she only asked a few questions about the general area and who was the most known vigilante in it. It wasn't like there were a lot of them around here, according to the police. However, meeting this man's boss would allow her to visit a more interesting part of the bar. What is the worst that can happen? Besides, her boss was still in radio communication with her. It was with a smile that Nedzu followed the man, ready to meet his boss. Nedzu knew bars were often a suitable spot for underground and limelight heroes to gather information. She wasn't prepared to see Grayashura, number 56 in the ranking, as the owner of this bar. It was really strange, as in her instinct was telling her to run kind of strange. As a precaution, she pressed her radio twice to signal to her mentor to get ready to intervene. And clearly serving her a glass of an alcoholic beverage was a second red flag. She was certain something was up when a man behind tried to cover her mouth with some kind of tissue, which smelled like ether or chloroform. He got quickly hit by a bolt of energy as Nedzu quickly jumped on one side of the room. Sadly, they were underground, and she was not sure at all she could accumulate enough power to blast her way out. "Sir, we need to hurry. Our bouncer has detected the dragon hero nearby." Another man entered, apparently panicked as someone would be when they learn a dragon is coming for them. The windy hero sighed as he towered above Nedzu, being close to 2 meters high. Wind was already forming in his hands, making a round ball of compressed air known for its explosive power. "Shit, if I wasn't warned that the League is coming for me, I would have simply sold you. But since you work with the League, I have no choice but to interrogate you on your team." "Wait, I am not with them," Nedzu tried to yell, defending herself, when suddenly 3 black holes appeared, each on a different wall, and one of them was near her. On her left, a power baffle appeared in blasted butterfly. On her right, another one with the Canadian theme. And from the hole next to her emerged first the infamous boss, with his signature hand on his mask, and of course his suit, showing an incredible amount of pride. He was accompanied by Stain, the hero killer, a sight that made Nedzu take a step back against the wall, and more importantly, the third person, the wanted Looney Tunes, one of the prime suspect for Thunderbolt's murder. Stain gave Nedzu a look before calmly speaking. "Young lady, you should run before it gets messy." Because, before Stain could speak, the boss clapped with strength, getting the attention in the room on him like an experienced showman. "Grayashura, for the crime of trafficking humans, selling them as goods and abusing your status as a hero, the League of Villains will do what society should have done." To that, the villainous hero answered by throwing his air ball, before Looney smashed it with her signature hammer, and getting sent against the wall with strength. Grayashura was indeed an old hero. And while he wasn't the most famous, you weren't as old as Gran Torino without some serious experience under your belt. "Well, apparently, youngsters need to be taught. Scalamander, you take Stain." The hero killer looked at his designated opponent, some kind of raptor mutant, before switching blades. He would need something to pierce the scales. "Looney, I will take care of Grayashura. You save the people here." "Wait, there are people here." For the first time since the LOV arrived in the field, Nedzu spoke. Tamura, once again, thanked Izuku for the idea of a full-face mask. Otherwise, Nedzu would have noticed who he was and the fact he was completely horrified. What the F was doing Nedzu there? "Yes, there are, kid. So unless you are a hero or something, get the F out." Stain yelled this time to get her moving. He clearly didn't expect the woman to pull up a hero license card. "I am Nedzu-chan, the surging hero, Ryuku's intern. They let kids do undercover stuff. Hey, a true hero needs to be in the field to do her job right." The fact she took with these words a battle stance brought a smile to Stain's face, before he looked at his boss who nodded. "If Ryuku gets here first, we shall take our leave and let him live for her, as she is an authentic hero. As for you, young lady," Nedzu didn't let him finish his sentence as she was already with the cartoonish bunny, blasting a man through a wall. First rule in this kind of engagement, save the civilian. They were the most important things. They needed protection, and that way you also avoided a hostage situation. Sure, working with a villainous vigilante wasn't the best situation, but at the very least, they were focusing on the battle against the most violent threat, too. Don't mistake it for an acknowledgement of your vigilantism or murders. It simply meant she had priorities. Nothing more, nothing less, and she truly hoped for her mentor to come quick enough to catch them all in one swoop of attack. She seems like a fine future hero. Priorities straight, condemn villainy. Grayashura nodded with approbation, despite the strangeness of the situation. Mood. "Now, we should do our best so people like her can replace people like you," Tamura answered, before reading his stance, throwing himself against the hero, and this time, the gloves were off. Also, he secretly rejoiced to know Nedzu wasn't here to witness him potentially kill someone. And it was clearly because he didn't want his quirk to be recorded, not because she might connect the dots between the boss and Tenko. Gus Duster, as a good veteran, had seen the USJ feeds. As a result, he actually knew Boss was most likely an expert in close combat. In the exterior, the hero would have an impressive advantage against him with more space to move. He would have been able to use the move he copied from his brother to fight from the air. Instead, they were underground, in a large room, yes, but not tailor-made for a fight, as he didn't expect his operations to be discovered. Even the Ryukyu's presence was going to be a tremendous problem and he needed to run away. Sadly, he was pretty sure the youngster in front of him, damn quick, would not let him do that. His vast frame being a problem in this kind of fight, Gus tried to get some distance by throwing another air bomb against Tamura. However, the young man had seen how Looney failed and took notes of how she got put down by the bomb. They were quick and powerful if it threw Looney down even for a second. As a result, Tamura shifted his weight, letting himself almost fall on his back. The ball tore some buttons off his suit, but didn't explode until it hit the wall, way behind Tamura, before he got up and continued his run. Scalamander would have happily helped his boss to run away by making the young villain waste time. But sadly, the lizard mutant was quite occupied by Stain, who had taken what seemed like a fisher knife made to gut scaly fish. If usually, it would have made him laugh. The fact was that Stain was an experienced fighter. A very experienced fighter. Every report describing him as a coward who needed to strike from the shadow was idiotic. The man was moving extremely fast and Scalamander was wondering if he had a reflex quirk or something like that. Each time his knives connected with his skin, Scalamander felt the blade ripping on his skin, and while not hitting correctly, he still felt some almost ripped apart from him. That and the fact each hit felt like a hammer on his arms. Hero, you shall be judged. I am not a hero, you motherfucker. I am a thug. Sorry for the mistake. Still going to gut you. Scalamander breathed out and, with renewed strength, hit Stain with a right hook. The man flew against the wall, before rising as if it was something normal. That one hurt a bit. The villainous mutant felt he should have followed his mom's advice and become something like a tax inspector. Still evil, but better respected. It was going to be a hard fight. So, young heroine. Yes, what's your opinion about Maruko? Meh, not a fan of hers. I mean, sure, she is intimidating and everything. But if I were a civilian, I would be worried she prioritizes a fight over me. Sometimes, you need to run away with the innocent. Apparently, Nedzu said the right thing as Looney smiled. Nedzu had a hard time not shooting a blast at her, but from what she could see, Looney could make a small cartoonish portal and would help the evacuation. She was still a thief and a murderer even if Ryukyu might have hinted at her once or twice that Thunderbolt liked to have a situation where he didn't have any other choice but to break the neck. Yes, a good rabbit should know when to run, and when to fight, not to always fight. That was a thing, apparently. Maruko had a hater. We should save the people down there. Can you create a portal for that? I can handle the enemy if they come. One person to handle the evacuation, one to protect the evacuation. Classic scheme, and a vital one if you wanted the provisional license. She was going to be in hot water with the HPSC as she is technically working with some villains. Vigilantes. But innocent lives were at stake and it was actually a good reason. Hey, stop right here, you have no right to be. BWARF. Shoot first, ask questions later. It wasn't an usually accepted answer, but in this case, once again, it was okay. However, she would have a ton of paper to fill afterwards. Nedzu-chan, as a true hero, should always behave, and had a smile on her face because she knew its double effect. It reassured people and often made the bad guys wonder if they truly had the situation under control. Looney recognized she wouldn't like to be at the wrong hand of Nedzu, as she used her hammer to slam another minion in the wall next to them, right before slamming the door separating them from the hostages. She had a limit to how many holes she could make, mainly because after 5 holes, it was a pain to remember which went where. She indulged in the boss practical joke because he asked, but she had already closed the 2 of them. However, while she was strong and trained with Stain to learn how to deal with stronger physical opponents, seeing Nedzu expertly use her quirk to dispatch the incoming guards was something eye-opening. She was clearly not strong enough to deal with Maruko. Stain told her that many times during their training session, as he improved his body through insane exercises. But Maruko was a mutant and as such, had improved her own body far better than what Stain can achieve. Sure, Looney herself was stronger than most humans and rabbits. But would that be enough? Looney herself knew she killed Thunderbolt through sheer luck, as he didn't know her quirk. However, it wouldn't be the case, most likely, with Maruko. She needed to be stronger. It was her main thought, as she created a hole connecting right outside the bar, and before she took the time to help the people down there escape their cells. It was going to be a long job, one where she doesn't have too much fight. Her inner rabbit was overjoyed, jumping all around the place, though, as she helped other preys to escape predators. She never wanted to feel the helplessness of being one, ever again, as she broke even more steel chains and restraints. She wanted the freedom only strength could grant. Stain was heavily breathing, as Scalamander proved himself a stronger opponent than what he expected. The mutant was one of the smart ones, learning how to fight properly and noticing what Stain planned initially: rip out his scale and make him bleed. In fact, his scale made Stain's quirk near useless at the moment. Good thing Stain considered his quirk as an ace he could always use, never as his main weapon. The problem against this Komodo mutant was his thick skeleton and his durability. It was impressive and clear he had some help in this training, until he saw a certain mark on the lizard's back. Very often, mutants with unusual skins use that method to reproduce tattoos. Let me guess, a former Natives fan. Native. If some people thought the man was doing cultural appropriation, they were actually wrong. Native was actually the descendant of some of the last samurais who went to the USA and married in one of the native tribes. A little to almost not known fact that Stain learned when he tried to master bow years earlier. Seeing Scalamander growling intrigued Stain. Native was not on his list, as he was mediocre. Not good, however, not bad either. So why did this mean had a tattoo looking closely to Native's emblem? Until Stain remembered something, as Scalamander managed to punch him hard in the face. Maybe the pain and the shock triggered some neurons, as he wiped some blood off his mouth with a smile. Or maybe, a former employee, seeing the man trying to stay emotionless, made Stain realize he hit something sensible, and furthermore that it was worth digging in. Native was one of Hoshu's heroes nearby. Either he wasn't aware of the situation, and Scalamander quit because he was unsatisfied with the job, or Native was aware of the situation and had a hand in it. A hero in the prefecture could easily help shut down the complaint and make the investigation stop until it was forgotten by everyone. It would also explain his abysmal statistics and why he could still operate. I have another reason to kill you, apparently. Stain readied once again himself, before assuming another posture, waiting for Scalamander. The lizard was quite surprised to see the man throwing down his knives on the ground, to grab his sword still in its scabbard, his right foot in front of him, ready to die. Come and meet your end, scum. Scalamander jumped, with all of his power in his leg, ready to bite Stain's throat in one move. A second after that, he wondered why he fell on the ground, past Stain, and why his lower part of his body was left behind. Heated katana made by modern technology, and a few banijutsu. Using a weapon without training would be highly stupid. Stain looked at the sword Jiren got for him. Yep, it worked perfectly. He just didn't want to use it from the get-go, to get more information, and he had been right. Something was wrong and now he got a lead, thanks to the team. Without a thought, Stain stopped Scalamander suffering by stabbing the crawling mutant in the brain, before beginning to wipe off his weapon. Do you need help, boss? At that moment, Tamura was thrown on the floor by the older hero, making his fist crackle. Sorry, little ones, but this old man is not weak enough to be dealt with by some low-level thug who can only attack a school of children thanks to some daddy money. Tamura got up, rising as if he was a zombie exposed to thriller. The attack clearly not as effective as the hero boasted. Once again, Tamura was smart. His suit was more than in homage to his sensei. He had paid hefty money to Jiren, so the suit would have some ablative and compensation tissue. As a result, the suit was actually knife-proof and impact was highly diminished. His own training was also showing. Not wanting to be caught up easily by some young heroes, he had been training with Rabbit and Stain, now joining in their sparring, besides his lessons with martial artists. 3-second when 12 centimeters diameter, 4 when 16. I got how your bombs function and their timing. Stain looked at his boss, clearly focused on the battle, before also noticing his fingers, telling him to go join the girls. Tamura was thinking ahead, knowing that if they were professionals in crime, they were most likely to protect their profits, or if they couldn't, make some embarrassing witnesses disappear. So, you think knowing how my bombs detonate will be enough to beat me? Well, all I have to do is get close to you and then you are done. Our crusty hero inhaled, before he took a runner posture, and sprinted with a renewed speed toward the elderly buff hero. Not one to be surprised by such a trick. Gus Duster answered in kind, by delivering a barrage of bombs, making the room a true bullet hell. Unfortunately for him, Tamura had finished all Tauhu's games in lunatic difficulty. In fact, the way he dodged the attack made the former hero turn villain if he didn't have some kind of eye quirk. Anyway, it was not as if Gus Duster didn't have any cards left. In fact, Tamura was not the first person to have deduced the timer on his bombs, as it was fairly obvious once you took the time to check it. As a result, the old hero had some countermeasures planned for that, namely chained explosion to activate his bigger body earlier than expected. That was the reason he often made a chain of balls decreasing in size, while attacking in barrage and waves from his other hand. Oh sure, now, he wasn't as strong as he once was. He was still a hero who had a considerable career behind him, and in the top 100 although he should now retire. Tamura had to admit his quirk was useless against such an opponent clearly used for ranged fights. However, the explosion he thought he dodged in his back was definitely a surprise that threw him in Gus's arms. His arms were probably as big as Sensei's when he was fine. Duster punched Tamura in the face, actually breaking the ground underneath him and making him lose his father's hand on the ground. Learn your place, boy. The elderly hero wasn't amused, as their little stunt fed over their whole operation. Hell, Triceps Corporation was going to have a hard time sweeping that under the rug, however it was still doable. All he needed to do was kill Nedzu before she could contact her boss more and frame that blue-haired beach for it. He would then need to play it low for a moment. Well, long enough to be actually too old to continue. Oh well, he had enough money to retire to an island now. He then felt his feet being grabbed by a hand and in disgust to the villain who didn't know when to stop, raised his feet above Tamura to smash his head. Again, he didn't expect to fall because his gravity center shifted a lot as his leg disappeared in dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, mother fur. Tamura rose up from the ground, clearly pissed. The last hit actually connected cleanly, and he felt his ribs. Nothing broken, though it was a close one. Anyway, it had been a long time since he decayed anything. Thanks to his gloves, Kirigiri was still choosing a gift for his friend as a thank you, but letting his quirk flow made Tamura so much better. His face was still hidden by his mask, and as a result, Duster on his last leg, literally, could only guess his manic smile. I effing dislike hypocrite like you. You pretend to be a hero, when all you do is causing suffering. Why? Money. The answer was simple, clean, and honest, enough to take aback even Tamura. Listen, until I got sponsored by the Triceps, my wages were miserable. Being a hero is hard work and I am proud to be one of the oldest. However, it also means that my retirement is effing shit. Most of my work was against the CRC, as they are bastards. I really enjoy when I can F them deeply. However, because I am defending mutants, my popularity didn't rise at all. Being a hero is a nice feeling, but it doesn't give you enough food on your plate. So, I had the choice. Either continue to be a hero not really well known or not known by anyone important, or take the money, have fun and finally have my work recognized. Gust felt a heavy weight off his chest as he looked at his missing leg. Sure, I am missing a leg, but thanks to the money I got, I can easily get a good one. That's all, kid. Money. I honestly expected something more tragic than that, to be fair. Hey, not everyone can have a perfect tragic story like my brother. Sometimes, you have it simple. Tamura sighed as he took his position again, and suddenly the ceiling crumbled under a massive weight. The young man almost shat on himself because he was suddenly confronted with a massive dragon. Izuku's summon wasn't bad, but it clearly didn't compare to the real dragon that was the top 10 hero. Ryukyu entered the field, and she was mad. Where is my intern? With my men evacuating the hostages, ma'am. As she softly breathed fire from her mouth, she looked coldly at the insect who spoke to her. Boss, the one who attacked UA. You are coming with me. Now, where is Duster? Under your right upper paw. The dragon hero saw her leg on the hero-turned-villain, and blushed a bit. It was, again, one of these incidents, and she continued to speak, as Tamura grabbed his father's hand on the ground, fixing it magnetically on his face again. Oh, well, he should be alright. Actually, I destroyed his leg, so you can choose to care on him so he doesn't die because of the blood loss, or you can pursue me. Ta-ta. Tamura ran away, knowing the heroine's way of thinking thanks to Nedzu constantly praising her mentor for being a caring hero who saved as many people as possible, even the villain if she could. You mother foo. Tamura knew that they only had a few minutes before Ryukyu stabilized Duster, and then she would run behind him to catch them, most likely in human form to not destroy everything on her path. He soon joined Stain, who didn't have his sword drawn, mainly because there was a glorious and bloodied Nedzu on a pile of bodies. I am Nedzu-chan, and none of you will harm anyone anymore. Stain looked at her and asked to his boss, whispering, not gonna lie, you have good taste in heroes. Thanks. Wait a minute. Stain gave a knowing smirk to his flustered boss, who wondered if he could decay himself in shame, before something grabbed them in the back. Loony. They quickly arrived in an alley, where people were clearly waiting for the police, and their identity was getting checked. We need to run. Yes, I know, the top 10 hero is. No, I mean the effing Triceps Corporation got attacked by Mr. Compress and it is currently a effing hole in the ground. Apparently, even Endeavor was on site and now is missing. And what about Compress? Some say he managed to get away before the site exploded, but nothing confirmed. I have called Barman for an emergency extraction. The heroes think we colluded with the levelers for our stunt. Just as she said that, Kirigiri appeared and grabbed the three of them back to the bar. The situation became really messy, didn't it? Meanwhile, in Garaki's lab, a few minutes before the Triceps warehouse became full of cinder and ashes. Sorry, Sensei. I would have loved to pursue your work even more. Don't you dare speak as if you are going to die. You are going to do even more experiment with me. I highly doubt it. I have checked every issue and they are all in flames. My arm is crushed by a steel beam, and I am blocked on the ground. Garaki was a man of science and many people thought he only had two things in mind. making Namus and fawning over great quirks. He had a third one, taking care of his disciples. As a result, AFO's son, who was a dentist, often sent him the teeth of heroes with great quirks for their experiments, prime material for cloning or extracting DNA. And Emilia. Emilia was a genius who continued and improved on his work about quirked animals. She was loyal to him and his research, and she was highly competent. He couldn't allow her to die. Emilia, do you trust me? Of course, Professor. I have already sent you all the data and you will explain them to me around a coffee shop. I need you to send me your picture right now. Emilia was surprised before she obeyed. Suddenly, some kind of dark slime got out of her throat before eating her. When she could open her eyes again, she was in a strange lab, one she only heard of since her mentor decided to work full-time for All for One. Mentor, on a flying chair and giving her a hand. Professor, I told you, Emilia. You are too interesting to die such a pathetic death. The blonde scientist smiled happily before taking his hand. They had science to do. Oh, and don't worry about your arm, Emilia. I am sure we can ask. What was his name already? You know, that young guy in your promotion. The one who had his tuition paid by the Yakuza. Chisaki. I remember him. He was such a nice person, never saying anything about my lack of quirk or anything. Exactly. I am sure he would be happy to help us. I still have his number somewhere. And both scientists laughed, as they were surrounded by a Namu factory, a few times bigger than one could have expected. Thank you for your report, Seijin. Happy to help, Dad. On his chair with his life support, All for One didn't smile. He lost a very useful pawn, an important factory, and his plan R to F with Gran Torino by using his criminal brother against him. In addition, Seijin's report was disturbing. How did the HPSC know about his warehouse? Did he have a mole? He should seek them out and deal with them properly. Anything to add? Nothing, thank you. Bye-bye. At least his family was happy. All he needed was Izuku, his missing granddaughter, and one for all. And then they would be a very happy family, all together. For him, when Compress came back home, he was quickly tackled by both Izuku and Inko, as Izuku knew his secret identity. He wasn't surprised on his side, but Inko. Technically, she should still think he is some kind of coach unless, you stupid idiot. Why did you try to fight Muscular? Atsuhiro was a man who faced countless dangers as the bearer of the peerless thief's mantle. None of them were as hard as having an Inko crying against his chest, badly bruised by the battle and everything else. People were in danger. That was honestly the only answer he could give her, before Izuku grabbed his stepdad with all of his strength. He didn't want to lose him too, as he cried as a Midoriya. Quickly, it turned into a family hug in their living room, all of them seeking comfort from the warmth of their family. It feels kind of empty. La Brava didn't like that, and Gentle clearly didn't. Their former roommate had been sometimes annoying and nagging them about being too much lovey-dovey. But at the same time, she would often manage to get them reservations in high-quality restaurants, so they would do it in an appropriate place. In the end, all they had left from her was her room. They didn't dare to enter yet, as Compress said he would take care of it, as per her will. However, he did something in the room, before telling them he would clean it up later in the weekend. They had heard so much about her dodging death. So, knowing she willingly gave her life, as she had promised to do when they began to work together, it was a shock to both vigilantes. Two vigilantes who might have found comfort in each other's warmth too, but clearly differently than the Midori. Todoroki Shouto, Fayumi and Natsuo. Your parents are ready to receive you. All three of them rose up instantly, before following the doctor in the hospital. Natsuo and Shouto had some legitimate hate for their father, but knowing he was in the hospital, it had been something shocking. They never saw him there, or more injured than with a few scraps. He was in a hole, but the strongest a hole there is. Seeing him in a hospital bed was something new, even for Rei, sitting next to him. The operation went well. His spinal cord isn't in danger anymore, though he will need at the very least 1 week of rest. I can work, doctor. I just need to contact Recovery Girl and she told me to tell you to rest. If you don't, she is calling Nedzu. Endeavor groaned, while his family let out a small chuckle at seeing the scene, and knowing the situation could have been significantly worse for both of them. Endeavor shielded Rei from their blast with his body, and as a result, took a lot of damage. The operation to stabilize and save him took most of the day, and thankfully, the Todoroki had enough money to buy the best doctors on the market. We have also received words from the wild pussycats. They thank you for what you did, especially their young ward, Kauta, as his parents were. The water hoses. I knew them. Nice heroes. Tell the kid it is okay to cry, even now. No matter if his parents were heroes, they are still dead, and he should be able to grieve quietly. Those words of comfort felt strange to his kids, but not to Rei, who saw the melancholy in Inji's eyes. The water hoses actually came for their marriage, as they often worked with Endeavor after his battle. Their quirk made them incredibly suited for that, and they stopped seeing each other when Inji went wrong. The news of their death had been hard for both Inji and Rei. using their new ultimate attack had been to make sure Muscular in his new awakened form didn't leave the compound, but also clearly to avenge some fallen friends. Meanwhile, at the door, Vernon was munching a lollipop with some anger in her eyes, looking at Ray, who did little except sitting by Endeavor. She sighed before leaving the corridor. She would have a discussion with that woman soon enough. Both her and Endeavor needed to deal with their shit. Denji had made mistakes, but he deserved better than perpetual punishment. Miss Kawasu, what is happening to Maruko? Both Yui and Katsuki learned to respect the Otter Lady, as she seemed unfazed by Maruko's destructive rage on the ring against villains' automata. She learned she missed a huge fight yesterday, involving the League of Villains, the Levelers, and Muscular because of her date. She is, understandably, highly pissed off. Oh well, she will calm soon enough. Now, did she tell you about her sidekicks? As Maruko was clearly not available for her interns, Kawasu was taking care of them. Both of them looked at each other. She mentioned them, but I thought she didn't have one. The Otter nodded her head and sighed. As you probably know, Maruko likes to hop around to solve cases, beat up people, and smash things. However, this is technically her home turf, her fortress. Everyone needs a place where you can be contacted safely, and it diminishes a lot of the paperwork involved for everyone and her paychecks. Once again, both interns nodded, wondering what her point was. As a result, some villains like to come here to pick a bone with her. Sadly, we have two lines of defense for them. The first one are the local vigilantes. Both interns were surprised, as the Otter softly face-palmed. Herself found the idea ludicrous, but it worked extremely well. Believe it or not, Maruko doesn't know the difference between unpaid sidekick or vigilante. Either that or she doesn't care because the result is the same. Also, it allows me to actually speak with them, organize them at a semi-official level, and protect our ward well. I then pay them for the protection they bring. And of course the local donations. So, basically benevolent semi-legal yakuzas. I prefer to avoid using that term for some reasons, but you aren't that far off. That made way too much sense for both Katsuki and Yui, but they liked the idea. It kicked a lot of ass and it helped people. Anyway, they saw the lady took off her sweatshirt, revealing a crop top. She was clearly going for a stretch. Now, until Maruko is calmed enough, I will train you for a bit. Yui and Katsuki actually had a chill in their bones as she said that, and they spotted a tattoo on her arms, a grenade pin with 7 flames. They wondered what it meant. I beat that I can beat you. Beach, bring it. As always, she said it with her cold face, and everyone mistook her as arrogant while she was playing along with the competition. Once again, everyone else wasn't Katsuki, who smiled at her like a shark, happy to have one more rival. I will. Meanwhile, Kawasu was looking at them, and remembered fondly how she met with her fiancé. Yep, they were definitely a couple in the making. How about the loser treat the other for a movie? Both students froze like statues as she said that, but none of them said no. Oh god. Rumi accepting interns was the best idea she had in a long time. Also, ma'am, you said 2 lines of defense. What is the second? The Otter's eye shone, as she had a dark smile. That day, Katsuki and Yui learned to fear Maruko's secretary as much as her. You are sure you don't need help for your next target, Stain? It is very nice of you, boss, but I am doing this for an old friend of mine, actually. She prefers that it stays between us. Besides, you have your date. The League had a rule that forbade them to intrude too much on each other's private matters, unless it was funny and allowed to tease to no end Tamura, notably with his visible crush on Nedzu. F you, Stain. It is not a date. It is just the 2 of us going to an arcade before. I don't need the details, thank you. Stain had his crusade, and Looney, her family. It didn't stop the various bunnies from hopping around in the backyard now that they freed them. However, I do find it funny that the Levelers targeted Gus Duster's sponsor too. Had I known about them, I would have asked to go help them first. Stain added swiftly to change subject. You know them. I worked with Compress and once upon a time, we were friends. However, he disapproved of my willingness to kill, and I thought he was too nice for his own good. We still have a common friend, but honestly, we avoid each other if we can. Stain didn't mention that they still held a lot of respect for each other. Sophie was recommended by him, after all. He hoped she was fine. The thought made him chuckle. Of course, she was fine. She was. Or the only other possibility was that she was pissed to no end. And Looney, is she out of the training room? Apparently, seeing how the rank 10 hero really fights made her realize her inadequacy. Since they came back, Looney had been training even more than Stain. In fact, Stain was the one who had to tell her to stop and rest to not destroy her body. And what about you and the blue-haired girl? She told me in no uncertain terms that I was to train her in close combat. Apparently, believe it or not, Gus Duster praised my hand-to-hand skill, and despite being now branded as a villain, his opinion is still respected. So, Nedzu wants to be able to stop boss. Any advice about that? Stain thought for a second and then nodded. Remember that cuffs are kinky, but you should avoid getting caught. Except if it. Stain dodged the controller before running away, laughing. It had been a long time he didn't have such an accepting team. All for One, in his throne room, was quietly sipping some wine from a glass that Kurogiri gave him. So, Tamura's growth. Very satisfying, sir. We confirmed that external exposure enhanced his strategic mind. His planning is nothing else but properly impressive for his age. All for One looked at his pawns file, noticing the Namu was right. A USJ attack, the number of deductions Tamura did, and how he took care of Gus Duster was indeed impressive. And the fact that he is simply a borderline vigilante instead of a villain, considering that One for All needs a heroic mind. Sir, I would argue that it is actually for the best. He accepts villainy and heroism in his core. Once you control him, you will have it all. The faceless villain got lost in his thoughts for a second. He felt another storm brewing, but he had a hard time guessing what exactly. Very well, let's continue on that road. What about his teammates? What can you tell me about them? Looney Tunes. Her weak points are her family and her perceived weaknesses. I think you could easily bring her to your side by pressing on her button. All for One smiled as he sipped his glass. A powerful and easily manipulable pawn. Was it already his birthday? Wait, no, it was next week. He was also really waiting for Seijin's gift, as she promised it was an awesome one. And Stain, I propose elimination, sir. This commentary actually managed to make All for One raise an inexistent eyebrow. He is on Native's trail. If by any means he learns what the man knows. Indeed. We know that he is a former associate of Compress and the latter is on friendly terms with Nedzu. It would be problematic. I have already taken steps, sir. Making the Namu intelligent was one of the best ideas Garaki had. All for One had to admit. The Black Cloud, despite being sometimes sassy, was an excellent second in command. I have asked young Lady Seijin to prepare a pawn to locate and attack Stain with murderous intent. While it won't be enough, by far, to kill him, it will be good enough to restrain him in a location. All we need then is to use some Naumas. That way, you can also re-establish to all criminals that forgot about you that you are here. That comment made the Emperor of Crime chuckle. Excellent, Kurogiri. Excellent. And as for our last issue, do you still want to bring the young prince into your fold, sir? He seems like his. Kurogiri, I like you. If you say his uncle, I will smash you against the ceiling. The tone was suddenly dark and cold before the Namu continued without a missing beat. Stepdad, close enough. Anyway, yes, I actually have an idea about how. Agent K, Foxdale, Amaterasu and Tanuki, congratulations. After the success of destroying the warehouse, we have decided to promote your unit. Agent K, you are now officially Officer K, in charge of the Yaokai unit. On the slide behind the president of the HPSC appeared All for One in his prime, drinking some wine in Dublin. We received intel telling us that the new League of Villains have, most likely, a link with All for One, the only living SSS criminal still alive. Do not engage under any circumstance. Even if he was weakened by All Might, he is still someone All Might managed to beat only by sheer luck and because he let his guard down for a second. He is cautious enough to not do that a second time. Anyway, you will infiltrate the group, under the pretense of following the hero killer Stain. Which, as far as I know, isn't a lie. Seijin, behind the team, nodded. Stain would have made an amazing tool for the HPSC. Too bad he was a threat. You will evaluate the situation. Is the boss under All for One's direct orders to destroy his competition? Do they have more Naumas? Do they know where Dr. Garaki is? While under the mission, you may kill civilians if necessary. Only kill heroes if there is no other choice or if they are on list Delta. You will report, one at a time, to Agent K through his quirk. Any other question? It was purely rhetoric, and the meeting ended that way. The president looked at All for One's smiling face, before breaking her cup of coffee in sheer rage. Some might find her purely ruthless. She preferred to think she was the most appropriate tool to bring down that man, even if it cost her soul and morals. All for a safe Japan. Oh foo, wait, I am alive. I am alive. Muscular couldn't believe his luck. He was sure he was dead for a second, until he noticed he was in a dark void. Oh, is someone there? Hel. Then, Muscular's consciousness disappeared, as Garaki looked upon his finest creation yet, helped by Emilia. Good lord, having some competent co-worker really helped. Very nice experiment, Emilia. Thanks, Professor. No, really. I knew thanks to All for One that vestiges of the owner existed through a quirk, but it was the first time I managed to recreate it artificially. The European scientist smiled at her mentor, while she typed with her left arm what was needed. I found it by accident, after trying to insert a quirk from a rat to a cat, as per your instructions. However, one of my interns messed up the protocols and well, the result was messy. However, we did notice the subject's craving for cheese, just out of curiosity. What was the rat quirk? Manipulation of others by grabbing their hair. Quirks are bullshit. Totally. Both of them laughed, as Garaki was actually overjoyed. Soon enough his plan was coming to fruition. All he needed was the last piece, the last wood to make the ember rise again, as it should have always done. Bomberman entered the chat. Bomberman, Izuku, I need help. All smile, sure, what do you need, Kaken? Bomberman, I need a cinema who still projects tokusatsu, preferably one of the old ones, and not far from Maruko's agency. All smile, there will be a price for my help, you know that. Bomberman, I will get you her autograph and her special Easter egg edition card. All smile, there is an old cinema not on the internet at 15 minutes from your position. Here is the address. They project some of the old Ultraman flicks, and I know from my source they are Yui's favorite. Bomberman, thanks man. Bomberman, wait, how do you know it is for Yui and I? All smile, I didn't. It was a lucky guess and I had that address stored in case. BTW, don't worry, I will explain to Auntie if you come back late. Bomberman, don't you effing dare warn my mom. Izuku. Katsuki groaned as he put down the phone. I should have known that asking for his help was asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Yui was drinking her tomato juice happily, having beaten Katsuki in their exercise against Otsu Kawaso, namely, staying alive against her hunting you in the compound. I am hoping for a good movie, loser. It is going to be a good one. He was always hyper, and it included dates, even if it was the first one, because of a losing bet and with a girl that he appreciated for her fighting spirit. Somehow, he couldn't help but make a parallel with how Toru and Izuku got together. Now, Mina, Izuku, Toru, Kaminari and Jiro were also too far away to take pictures of the situation. He was safe. Little did they know that above the two teens, Maruko and Kawaso were smiling looking at them. They are cute. Mood. Betting that Katsuki is asking you for a place for a date before the end of the internship. Deal. Kawaso then drank a bit from her bottle and asked Maruko, by the way, you took the Katsuki kid knowing he was Sleek Punch's son, or it is a coincidence? Maruko froze and looked at her friend, her face void of color. What? His mom, Sleek Punch. I got confirmation from my man when I showed him her picture. He even commented on one of your old suits, saying it looked like one of his mom's designs. Maruko stared at Katsuki and suddenly understood a lot. His physical training, and the lack of things she had to bring to it. The shark smiled. His battle instinct. Fuuk. It is funny how everything circles around at the end, right? Bomberman, Izuku, I am asking you that as a friend. If the cinema goes well, can you help me prepare a date plan? All smile, I owe you for Toru. Of course. Master of Cards, Izuku, I need help. All smile, there is a dojo that can be rented there. An arcade with the old Street Fighter is located 800 meters from it, there. Here is some reduction code to buy more jetons. Master of Cards, that is effing scary. But thanks. All smile, D. Damn, I would like to talk to you. In private. Rei expected many things when she returned to Enji's agency after the hospital. Burnin asking for a meeting was one of them indeed, as the young woman didn't hide at all her affection for Endeavor. Shadow looked at the two women, without really understanding the situation, before both women told him to go look again at the files. Kaido quickly took him under his arm, before getting the hell out of the way. Listen, kid, there are many scary things in this world. Two women wanting to talk in private. That is one of them, and you don't want to be there. Shadow was wondering why this was only taught now to him. When the two women were alone in the office, Burnin opened the hostility instantly. So, when will you be done with playing with the boss, ma'am? Rei smiled coldly at the flaming woman, who clearly wore her emotion on her sleeve. I don't know what you are talking about, dear, but I am certain this is not about your business to immisce yourself between me and him. Burnin's hair almost went blue at her comment, and she slammed her fist on the table. It is my goddamn business when it torment the man I respect the most in the world. And once again, it is a family business, so unless you pretend to have something to do with my husband, I doubt you. I qualify, Beach. That actually shut up Rei for an instant, looking horrified at Burnin for a second. Enji was many things, but she didn't expect him to be a womanizer or seduce someone in his office. Then again, he was also a man of power, and the lady was, with a hot body. I am going to kill Enji. Burnin's brain took a few seconds to process, before she reddened for a second. Wait, no, I don't mean it like that. Rei was already freezing the room with her quirk, with her sheer fury. Then you better explain. Do you know about Enji's father? The snow lady actually stopped in her tracks, again, for a second, giving a clear answer of the subject to Burnin, who continued her story. I learned about him when Nedzu gave him his reality check. He was drunk. I had my suspicions, so I passed a DNA test, and I now know why Boss had taken the time to save me himself when I was younger. I don't call him uncle because it would feel really weird on the field. Also, I think he would prefer to think I don't know about my grandfather. Rei opened her mouth for a second, before sitting and massaging her eyes. So you know about what happened between him and me. Yes, I do. I also know you keep sending him mixed signals. Ray was going to protest when she saw Vernon's eyes. I won't excuse him for what he did. If you want a divorce, do that. We both know he won't refuse it. You want to get back with him? Do that. But stop giving him a smile and maybe a caress before coldly freezing him where he is and telling him he has no hope. Still signing no papers. Oh, that was her point, then. I do what I can. I want to believe that Angie has changed and truly regret what he did. I have also seen too many women coming back to a husband who pretended to have changed. And when they came back to the hospital, it was in a effing bag. I know. I often work on such cases when the police don't. Most of the suits filled against me are because I can be very active. So you see my issue. I do. I effing do. Honestly, whatever you decide, I doubt he will stop punishing himself. However, I can't bear to see him hope for a second despite himself before you kill it instantly. I don't think you do that intentionally. But get your effing act together. Quickly, Vernon sighed, before looking at Ray. And before you ask, no, I am not interested in dating my uncle or anything. I have normal preferences, preferably girls of my age. Oh, well. And it was my boss who helped me understand that about me. He is literally the closest thing I have to a father. So don't hurt him because he hurt you. When Vernon left the room, Ray was still sitting. And more importantly, thinking. So, since when you knew I was Mr. Compress? Atsuhiro wondered about that. Now that the group hug ended, after a good half an hour where they hugged tighter than an Otter family. Pretty much since you began. Hell, I was so worried about you and the fact you could get hurt that I even brought Mitsuki with me and became a nurse vigilante with her. It was either that or becoming to a thief. I thought of wearing a catsuit and calling myself Mischief, but I don't know. Somehow, it feels like it was someone else's story. While Inko said that with a light laugh, both Izuku and Atsuhiro looked at her, the former with disbelief, as he had trouble picturing his caring mother as anything else than, well, herself. However, for the latter, realization dawned upon him. Oh God, the night nurses? You've heard about us. Inko, you and Mitsuki, a effing legend. I am pretty sure most of the underground heroes would kill to actually work with you. Inko laughed heartily again, before hugging the magician in her arms. Well, anyway, that plan didn't truly work out as I planned. Apparently, someone actually noted my advice on how to not get hurt and never came to us. Also, her career as a vigilante got cut short when she got pregnant with Izuku. Something that was not said, but thought. Even Izuku guessed it. However, in the end they were together. It was all that mattered. Hello Magni. Happy to see you are still alive. Compress. So, how you doing? Very nice. I was actually calling for something else. Remember that time when you thought you killed a man that wasn't Heartstealer? Yes, you actually got the good guy. Apparently, he stole my relationship and Inko. Is it a joke? Or, well, let's say I am now wondering how many of your attempted manslaughter are really your fault. And how many are a side effect of being the first link in Misery's most powerful assassination yet? Misery, who the F that is. You don't want all the details, Magni, but let's say your bad luck might be the side effect of a quirk. Fook. As for the cure, there is one, actually. You should try some onsen. Nirikato. That would do some good to you. Duly noted. Thanks Compress. Friends are here for a reason. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like. And subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.